Those who have been to a ruined wedding, what happened? I was studying photography and used to act as an assistant to a well-known wedding photographer. Went to a couple's wedding. He shot digital and I shot black and white film. Spent all day with the couple from 9 AM through till 2 AM the next morning. When we left, I could see how genuinely in love they were. It was only a day, but I got to know them quite well and really liked them both. The next morning, I get a call from the photographer and his voice was shaky. He explained that the groom had been murdered that night after the reception party. 3 guys had broken into their bungalow to steal wedding gifts. The groom got out of bed to stop them, and they executed him in front of the bride. I was in shock for about 2 weeks. This story was in South Africa, if that helps explain how or why this happened. The next weekend, the photographer and I went to the bride's house to present her with the photos. We'd worked together to get the job massively accelerated, so she had the photos of her husband. We did it at our own expense and didn't charge her a penny for the day or all the prints and album. Sort of the least we could do. Because my photos didn't matter as much, I'd been able to simply capture those natural moments between them, rather than staged wedding photos. So they had the normal album pics, but also about 150 snaps of just them being a couple. She was in tears from the moment we arrived till we left a few hours later. She was a shadow of the women I'd met only a week earlier. That sheet still haunts me. Edit. I didn't expect this story to get the attention it has. I'm sorry for any upset this has caused anyone reading this, but I believe it's an important reality check. I loved South Africa in a lot of ways, but it's a very troubled place with insane murder and rap rates. My story is by no means unique or even particularly shocking by South African standards. I also have worse stories like this from friends and neighbors. I have PTSD from my time living there and the things I'd endured. I've got friends who were diagnosed with PTSD stemming from their time there too. Also, for anyone wanting to read the news article about this event, I hope this dissuades a few people from visiting South Africa, and in doing so perhaps I save a few lives. This didn't happen at a wedding, but at a 30-year wedding anniversary. I was working as a waiter at an inn. We had ballrooms for private parties and other bigger events. The bride and groom had spared no expense. About 100 guests, 5-course meal, an open bar, a whole day party. We were supposed to close it at 4 in the morning. It was grand, and one of the biggest parties I had waited on so far. After the main course, the husband stood up and held a speech. A long one. He started out reminiscing of when they had met, their early life together, the hard times they had endured. He then talked at length about how he loved the children she had birthed him, and told each of them how proud he was of them, their character, and accomplishments. So far it was one of the better speeches I had ever heard. It was heartfelt, he had a lot of charisma. He was well spoken and funny. But then he turned to his wife again. He told her that he had hated her for the last 4 years of their life together. That she was a toxic narcissistic cunt that had made him feel miserable and almost had driven him to suicide. He told her that he knew she had a lover. Pointed him out in the crowd next to his wife and children. He had evidence and was suing for divorce, intending to take everything. He gave her the divorce papers right then and there. Then he announced to everyone that he had gotten his own apartment, that movers had moved all his stuff while they were at the party, and that he would be leaving shortly. But everything was already paid for, so they should stay and enjoy themselves. In the stunned silence that ensued, he tipped all staff, dishwashers, bosses, waiters, and busboys $200 each and left. Needless to say, all except family had left the party within the hour. Bride and groom get sheet-faced, get into fight, crying, yelling, screaming, running out into the courtyard. Best man goes to check on them, finds them rolling on the ground, not in a sexy way. Best man throws bride out of the way, slams groom's head into the sidewalk, and pins him down. Bride starts kicking groom in the face. Best man pushes her away while sitting on top of groom. Bride storms off with bridesmaid. Best man lets groom up, who begins kicking and punching trees and breaking the posts off a gazebo, saying, "I'm gonna kill myself." Best man tells bridesmaid to go grab the police officer from inside for assistance. Police officer comes out and tries to help get groom to his room, Wedding was at a fancy hotel. Groom proceeds to talk shit and be disrespectful with the officer and ends up getting arrested. Father of groom disowns him, yells at bride. Best man and his date end up taking care of bride and groom's child and staying in their honeymoon suite for the night. Source: I was the best man. Edit: I'll explain the slams head into sidewalk part. The groom was on his back on the ground and the bride was on top of him. He's basically giving her a bear hug while she's screaming and flailing. So as I come around the corner, all I see is a man holding a screaming woman, rolling around on the ground. I'm completely startled by what I'm seeing. Also, mind you, it's dark out there. So when I threw her off of him, I was straddling his chest, and I put my palm on his forehead and pushed it to the sidewalk, maybe 3 inches. Just a quick reset button. I literally immediately said, "I'm sorry I hit you. Are you okay, man?" He replied, "It's okay, I'm okay." All while still holding him. Y'all are acting like I picked him up and dumped him straight on his head from 4 feet in the air, lol. I was not trying to hurt him, or her for that matter. I was simply trying to end their physical confrontation. Hence why I stayed on top of him, tried to stop the kicks, and pushed her away when she came back for more and told her to leave, which is when we stormed off with the bridesmaid. That was the de-escalation period. I wasn't holding him down so she could kick him. Now take my word for it or not, this guy would never hit her, which is why I was so startled in the first place. Come to find out, the groom was bear hugging her like that to prevent her from hitting him in the face anymore, and they were on the ground because they were both hammered and tripped while she was hitting him. After I let him up, he was basically realizing all the crazy bullshit that happened and was completely besides himself, hence the punching of trees and the like. I couldn't control him anymore, which is why I asked for the officer who was trying to help me get him into the hotel room up until the groom started yelling, "Take me to jail. Take me to jail," in the middle of the lobby. You just can't reason with drunk people once they get going. So yes, the story says slammed head into sidewalk, which is true, but y'all's imaginations are going wild. I went to a wedding where the bride and groom bought the wedding package on Groupon. Which is fine, why spend a fortune for one day? But I guess the venue thought they could cut some corners. So they stuck us in a room that smelled so strongly of cat urine some people immediately left. The only drinks were those from a vending machine. It was next to an airport, so every time a plane took off the ceremony had to be paused because you couldn't hear anything. And the day after the event, every single one of us had food poisoning. Edit: bonus story, because even though it didn't ruin the wedding for the couple, it ruined it for the bridal party. I was a bridesmaid for my friend. Flew across the world for over 10 hours to be there. Had to do the setup of the venue, assign people to rooms, put signs on doors, finish the seating chart, transport food, redo her bouquet because she didn't like it, etc, etc. The whole time she's rude and tells everyone within earshot that the bridesmaids aren't helping. Her maid of honor was absolutely bending over backwards trying to keep her happy, and instead of being grateful she instead told her sister, "I should have asked you to be my maid of honor instead." She was pretty cold to me and kept asking if I'd lost weight. I said yes, because I had been ill, but didn't think much of it. At the reception, her new husband takes the opportunity to read the speech she clearly wrote for him to say to me, "We are so glad you fit into your dress." In front of over 100 people. I don't speak to her anymore, and neither does her maid of honor or other bridesmaid. I worked at a hotel. Groom and maid of honor get caught faking on the roof. They leave in the limo that was supposed to be for the bride and groom. Would-be bride was inconsolable and sat in the lobby in her wedding dress and sobbed. Could not be moved or consoled. She just sat there and cried for hours. Edit: since so many people have responded, I'll share a bonus story from a friend of mine who also used to work in hotels. TLDR, bride and groom both punch cops and spend their first night of wedded bliss in jail. Big wedding, open bar with lots of booze. Most of the attendees, including the wedding party, are apparently gussied up white trash. Ceremony itself goes off without any issue. Reception become a big beer and booze soaked party. It then starts to run late, so the catering manager tells the father of the bride that they've exceeded their time and they need to start shutting down. This leads to an argument involving several members of the wedding party, blah blah blah. Do you know how much I paid? Blah blah. They eventually comply, but it stirs the inner white trash. The party then spills out to the hotel bar, where people keep drinking. Members of the wedding party are still stewing about the reception getting shut down, and tempers are short. Finally something triggers the groom, and he takes a swing at someone. He swings back. Groomsmen start swinging. Now it's a full-on Donnybrook. Hotel staff manages to get them out of the bar and the fight spills out the front entrance of the hotel. Police show up and start trying to break things up. The groom at some point takes a swing at a cop and proceeds to get the sheet beat out of him. The bride, who at this point was just standing on the sidelines screaming and talking shit, kick his ass, baby, finally decides, well, I guess we are doing this, and walks up to a female cop and takes a swing at her. She chose the wrong female cop because this woman was apparently way more yoked than she appeared, and takes the bride to the ground. Bride's faces hits a planter on the way down and busts her nose. She's now bleeding all over her wedding dress. By this point the police wagon shows up. Several people are handcuffed and loaded up, including the bride and groom. They're all hauled off to jail. I used to do catering work, and this one time my boss sent me to a remote location in the woods on a beautiful river. I found out, while we were loading the truck, that the boss wouldn't be going, and that I was essentially in charge. My boss promised that everything was taken care of, set up, etc. So, you can imagine my surprise when I arrived to this remote location and literally nothing was set up. We were only about an hour early, so I frantically started trying to get the tent in order. We needed extension cords to run the coffee and tea, there were none. We needed tables to set up the food, there were none. I somehow whipped up impromptu everything for the missing things, and just as the bride and groom are arriving, we blow the fuse for our only power source and the place is plunged into darkness. We reset the breaker, I move some stuff around, blow the fuse again. This delicate dance went on for the entire evening. Through speeches, first dance, the works. I think the worst part of the entire experience was when we went to rinse our dishes before boxing them up and found out that when we blew the fuses the water pump for the place stopped working and needed to be primed again. At that point I said, forget about it, we'll take them back dirty and the crew, and I spent several more hours after the long ride home doing them. That was the day I worked a 15-hour shift without a break and still ruined the wedding. Needless to say, I quit that job. I used to work at a pretty upscale catering hall in NJ back in college, and we had two instances where I witnessed a ruined wedding. The first story is simple, bride and best man caught out in the car. But the second story, we all thought it was weird when a couple of the groomsmen asked for, and got access to, the reception room during cocktail hour. For decorating. Not something we normally saw the men do. In any case, we get through the courses just fine, and one thing becomes very clear to us staff, the bride's side of the family is very conservative. They didn't drink, they barely danced, and they watched wide-eyed as the groom's side of the party went wild. Now it's time for the speeches. About halfway through his speech, the best man says something along the lines of, "Hey bride's family, I know you think your girl is so sweet and innocent and Christian, and they are the perfect couple, but if you want to see what they are really like, look under your seat." Well, taped under every chair was a picture of the bride and groom caught in the act. The groom's family and friends roared with laughter, but the bride's side was pissed. There were so many fights that broke out that night. Did I mention this was in NJ? The wedding was pretty much over at that point. I've catered many weddings, and there have been some memorable ones. Fights between guests, wedding cakes falling over, red wine spilt on wedding dresses. The lot. The one I'll never forget, an all-day do, small ceremony, a few close friends and family, and a big reception filled with a huge buffet, every type of food you could imagine, and a free bar, all in the same venue. They had booked and paid for 250 evening guests, but 30 guests turned up, at most. My heart broke for this couple. A massive beautiful converted barn, loads of food and drinks, great music, but no guests. At about 10 p.m., the venue was licensed until 11 p.m. The buffet food had barely been touched, the few who were there ate. but it hardly made a dent as it was planned for so many more people. I asked the mother of the bride if she wanted me to cover and refrigerate the untouched food so the new couple could take it home, and her response of "Oh no, there are still a lot of people coming," was the most awkward I've ever felt in my life. No more guests showed. There was a flash of car headlights in the distance about 10:30 p.m. and the bride beamed when she thought it was latecomers arriving. But no, it was just taxis arriving to pick up the few who were there. It's the only event I have ever done where we didn't have to kick people out of the venue. At 11 p.m., the place was empty. In a nutshell, bride's parents paid for the day and the happy couple had zero control over their guest list. Her parents invited all their friends to the evening function, but in reality, it was just associates they wanted to flex on, resulting in no one giving a shit about an invite to a wedding where they didn't know the bride or groom. It was basically just a networking event for the bride's parents. Edit. For those asking, I believe the guests did RSVP. But instead of a handful of guests thinking "fuck it, we don't know them, they won't notice we are not there," it was the majority of them. I've been to a few, but this is the most soap opera one. I did a dessert table for a terrible, not, wedding at my old country club job once. As I'm setting up, people start shuffling in. Keep in mind, the actual marriage ceremony is supposed to be going on at that moment, so nothing is fully set up. Couples nowhere to be found. It felt more like a funeral than anything else, just people talking quietly amongst themselves. I tracked down the wedding photographer, since I know he'll probably have details, and find him chatting with a bridesmaid. Apparently the couple was super Christian/conservative and young, like 19 over 20. The groom got sent to a pray away the gay camp as a high schooler after getting caught dating his best friend. Therefore, like a year he comes back, meets this girl, and they decide to get married. Ran into the guy he got caught with like 2 months before the wedding. Decides he misses their friendship, so they start hanging out again. As the wedding gets closer, he realizes "what the fuck am I doing?" Starts freaking out, and the night before the wedding goes to this guy's house, realizes he still is gay and wants to be with him. He calls the bride, and she refuses to accept that he's not showing. So she goes through the whole mess of getting ready, takes pictures, goes to the venue, and he doesn't show up, like he said he wouldn't. She loses her damn mind on speakerphone with him at the church, where everyone can hear, while he's yelling "I'm gay. I like men. I love him, and my parents can't force me anymore. This isn't about you, and you'll thank me in the long run." I was outside for a smoke at the reception, and saw the groom's dad sitting in the back of his SUV drinking Knob Creek from the bottle. I was friends with the groom's family, and knew the father well, so I went up, and asked him what was going on. We all knew the bride was an entitled, spoiled brat, but she cranked it up to 11 that night. Everything about the reception was wrong. The food, the centerpieces, the decor, the DJ, everything, even though everything was exactly what she wanted. Not surprising, her whole extended family was a bunch of entitled, spoiled brats too, so they all gladly jumped on the bandwagon. The groom's family was slipping out the nearest door, while the bride's family was berating every person they made eye contact with. I think the only reason dad was still there was in case his son had an epiphany and ran for it. He was poised to play getaway driver. I ended up sitting with dad, smoking cigars and downing bourbon, until it was over. No way in hell I was walking back into that shit show. My wife and their daughter were close friends. How we knew the family and had a front row seat. Daughter was drunk as balls and ready to throw hands. Mom was too. Wife basically became their angler, with a couple other level-headed females associated with the groom's family, to keep them from kicking the bride's ass. These are all upper middle class folks on both sides, by the way. Not some redneck, mossy oak tuxedo affair. Wife was decidedly pissed at me, but after I explained I was keeping dad company and giving him an outlet, she backed off. Definitely one of the more entertaining evenings I've experienced. It didn't ruin the wedding or marriage, but it came close. An English guy marrying an Irish girl in Ireland. The wedding guests are comprised mostly of her family, including family from Northern Ireland, the nationalist, Republican parts, and his English friends and family. The wedding part goes off fine. Very romantic. Nice ceremony. But then at the reception, the time comes for speeches. specifically the best man speech. The best man is a particularly red-faced, Brexit voting Englishman. He proceeds to make the most insensitive offensive speech, filled with jokes about recolonising Ireland one woman at a time, about how the stag party had been a good Friday, but the hangover was so bad it led to a bloody Sunday. You get the idea. He winds up the speech by making a comment about how the speeches have gone on so long that it's like the guests are on hunger strike throughout all of this. The English groom and his friends and family were laughing. They thought it was funny. Her Irish family were all fuming. I was there as the +1 of one of the bride's cousins. It was aggressively awkward, and a lot of her cousins and uncles just refused to mingle with the groom's family at all. I'm no longer in touch with the guy who took me, so I don't know how the marriage is going. The bride was very kind, and despite his best man speech, the groom seemed like a nice enough guy. So embarrassingly enough, I was dating this girl who asked me to go to her ex's wedding. We dated for a handful months prior, and asking me to go to a wedding together felt like a serious commitment. So I accepted. Planned for the week off work and we went all out for this wedding. Half the time we were trying to enjoy our stay together she was missing. Fast forward, reception comes up, she makes a scene in the most utterly unstable, mentally sick way in front of children, the groom, the bride, absolutely everyone, and says out loud, "I'm still in love with you. We literally have been faking for the past 2 days, since we've seen each other." She quickly gets escorted out. The bride is clearly upset and everyone goes about their business. But as soon as I leave this woman that I fly 2.5 hours with starts ruining the hall and everything. Getting so upset. On her way out. It was so embarrassing. I figured she was telling the truth, since she was missing the whole time, and I'm pretty sure that everyone during the whole thing assumed this was too crazy to be real. It felt so weird and awkward. I felt out of my time was wasted. Felt more frustration than I could imagine. But by the time I left, I was able to leave early. I felt a heavy burden being lifted. Definitely regret not seeing her mentality before. But when you work so much and try to date at the same time, you have very little time to get to know some people. Time sorta flies by and you end up dating for a few months. Fast forward a month or two later, she got together with the groom and I'm pretty sure she has no regrets about wasting my time. She probably doesn't even feel bad about using me or even ruining that man's marriage. This woman is seriously twisted. Edit. Well, sheet. Didn't expect this many comments. Thanks for the award. Concerning the going to an ex's wedding, there weren't any clear signs of dysfunctionality. She was RN that literally made more money than me and felt like she was just out of my league. She had out of patience with me, and being young adults hitting our 30s, it felt like an fairly healthy relationship of two adults. So seeing someone who was willing to see their ex's happiness was a sign of a healthy relationship with her peers in my eyes. Obviously I'm not going to defend her actions. And being a mentally unhealthy human being, that I might just checked her FB just now, and yes, they are still together, and yes, they look like two people who just eloped. I have a George Soros wedding story for after my main story was a caterer at a really expensive wedding overlooking Rockefeller Center, and during the holiday season, two prominent New York Jewish families being bonded. Bride and groom got way too drunk and started physically fighting in front of everyone on the dance floor while screaming in each other's faces. Like the bride trying to throw punches and the groom shoving her. The groom's mother was also pretty blasted and came back into the kitchen to blame us, the kitchen staff, for ruining her baby's big day because apparently one of the hors d'oeuvres came out a few minutes too late, and this was to blame for them getting too drunk and starting a public fist fight. I actually had permission to dip early from that shift and was getting into the elevator right as the groom was screaming obscenities and had to held up / back by multiple members of the wedding party. I had to try really hard not to laugh earlier when his mother screamed in my face how we should feel ashamed and how she wasn't going to pay a penny. As though hiring a team of 15 back-end chefs, 5 upfront party chefs, 2 catering managers, and a team of waitstaff was something you can totally pay for after the fact, after everyone already ate. I don't know what happened after I left, but I was pleased to leave when I did. Now for the liberal boogeyman story. I did some of the prep for George Soros' latest wedding, and while it wasn't ruined, there were a few mishaps that were hilarious. He imported a foreign team of chefs from the top Michelin-starred restaurant in Europe. They proceeded to get fucking hammered every night in New York City and could barely function the next day, or were at least nursing hangovers and half asleep for the first few hours they were there every morning. They were back to normal by the second half the day. This went on for weeks. Free vacation from Mr. Saurus as far as they were concerned. I was the lowly kitchen hand and this big shot chef was nice to me though, so I thought he was rad. A lot of chefs are aging assholes and this guy patiently taught me how to break down Alaskan king crab when I admitted I had no experience with such a task. Stealth edit. You would be surprised how many chefs function while drunk on the job as a regular modus operandi. We had a few chefs who got sent home and were well into the 6-figure mark a few times while I was there. Like, work all day, drink all night, not go home, and come back to the kitchen at 6:30 am and pass out in their offices. The Europeans didn't do this. They at least went home to their hotels before strolling in the next day. Alcoholism and other forms of drug abuse are real issues in that industry. Saurus wanted all the herbs to be fresh, so he actually had us buy an entire room full of potted herbs and edible plants that I had to rotate and water for weeks leading up the wedding. None of that made it to the wedding despite the plants being in good condition. We gave them away to staff after the wedding. The funniest bit was that one of the main dishes were imported lobster tail that I personally had to help prep for hours on end, and the staff forgot to cook it, so at the last minute the chef, the imported big shot who was hungover, decided that it was going to be served raw, and he was just going to play it off like it was his intention all along. Saurus apparently complimented him on how he had never heard of that before, but that it was great and this guy was a culinary genius or some shit. The weddings of the super rich are incredible wasteful. There was a team well north of 100 people for just one of the nights of the Saurus bash, and that was just from our company, and that's not including all the people who actually prepped the food before the day of the wedding. People like me who spent literally 8 hours just breaking up Alaskan king crab with a cleaver while standing in a freezer. Edit 2. To all of those who are saying yeah right, there is no way they forgot to cook the lobster tail. You probably don't understand just how much food was needed to be prepped. They had to dedicate an entire walk-in plus other facilities to just the prep for this one wedding. That's usually enough space to hold many weddings/functions worth of food. Imagine a large bedroom just filled literally to the ceiling with meat and veggies. It actually wasn't just one walk-in, it was different sections of multiple walk-ins, but the space added up to be at least one full walk-in. Even with a team of dozens of cooks it can be hard to get everything out in time, even for a regular large wedding, never mind a billionaire's wedding. We are not talking about oh I forgot to heat up a platter of X, Y, Z with the sternness. We are talking about 100 plus plates of something. Even setting that up to be cooked is going to take some time, never mind plating it and getting it ready at the same time as the other stuff it's supposed to come out with. Think of how many people fail at their regular Thanksgiving dinner trying to get everything ready at the same time. Now imagine that you are managing a team of 100 plus people and there is a fairly strict time window for each course and dozens of things to prepare. Even for a veteran head chef this is not a walk in the park. Edit 3. To be clear, I don't think the executive chef did a bad job or was overly flippant with his responsibilities. Managing a wedding that large is an insane task and he honestly did a great job. He was calm, polite, and even though he was commanding a totally foreign staff of far less skilled people than himself he managed to impress his billionaire client. I don't blame him and his staff for living it up a little during their time in New York City. I hope they had a good time and hit a big lick. My dad and stepmom's wedding was a shit show. For context, her family was terrible on both sides. Abusive father, neglectful alcoholic mother, and step-parents who didn't care about her much, and she basically ran to my father to get away from it all when she was 15. Bigger problem was, my dad was 26, also abusive, and just a real fucking chicha of a person. On my father's side of things, he hated his mother and blamed everything wrong in his life on her, as he did to most women in his family, later doing it to my stepmom. So the wedding was doomed to be terrible. It started when my stepmom was walking down the aisle. She'd reconnected with her father in the last year and had recently been in a fight with her stepfather, so it was just her dad walking her. There was a branch in the way, outdoor wedding, but he pulled it out, if the way for her. As she thanks him, he lets go and flings it back into her face and literally collapses laughing. She awkwardly chuckles, no doubt knowing he is going to get mad at her if she shows she's upset, and the day continues, but she's visibly upset. After the toasts, some people didn't drink the champagne that had been set out. The one thing she had asked of her mom was that she not drink. She was even given sparkling juice rather than champagne. So while stepmom is changing into her reception dress, her mom goes table to table pounding down all of the alcohol she can get her hands on. A cousin of mine who doesn't know what's happening starts chanting chug, 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 and stepmom walks back to her mom downing the last one and denying everything. Cousin slips out the tent once he realizes what's going on and leaves the two alone to argue. Stepmom comes out crying a few minutes later, goes back to her car, and doesn't come back for a good 20 minutes. While all of that is happening, grandma pulls up and starts cursing out my dad for a ton of shit, including marrying a kid. Stepmom was 25 at this point, who she hates, not letting her invite a friend to the wedding, and him owing her a bunch of money. Dad tells her to fuck off and she leaves. Then my dad got mad at my stepmom for being gone so long, accused her of either being a baby for crying, or of lying and cheating on him. So she sat down on the fringes and tried to not cry, and also remained visible to my dad for the next several hours. They may have been dating for 10 years, but the marriage only lasted 6 months. Think I missed the boat here, but I worked at a catering hall after college and a night I call chaos at the days will forever be in my mind. Nighttime, wedding, everything is going as planned. As captain, I took my post outside the kitchen doors during best man / maid of honor speeches. Best man comes up and starts giving his speech and begins talking about how the bride really stepped up and changed her ways in order to land the groom. He acknowledged that it took a lot from her to get to where she needed to be. Thought it was weird, but the speech ended, the dancing started, I got back in the kitchen, and we began getting dinner served. I came out and see a huge crowd at the dais. I'm wondering what's going on when I start to see fists getting thrown, with the best man as the center point. My manager and a few guests picked him up and dragged him out the doors to the lobby, while his attackers were pulled back from family members. 15 minutes later, the groom took the mic on the dance floor, holding his wife's hand, and said that it was inevitable. Apparently the best man wasn't a fan of the bride, because she had a history of sleeping around. The groom had his uncle, a reverend, come up and say a blessing / perform an exorcism. Devil, leave this wedding in peace. I command you, devil, which was wild. The bride told the maid to serve cake and wrap it up 2 hours early. The staff was pumped to get out so early, but fuck, I felt so bad for the bride. That night is ruined, those relationships are ruined, this special moment is forever ruined. Weeks later, I met a guy from my other job who happens to frequent the restaurant bar attached to the catering hall. He goes, "Hey, what happened a few weeks ago?" It was like Friday night, and I'm pulling in and there were like 5 people in wedding attire in the middle of the road trying to calm some tall guy down. Honestly, the most awkward experience of my life. My cousin who is white married a Chinese guy. His name was Mr. Wang. Really nice guy. My uncle Dave and my cousin can be very flashy, and my uncle wanted the best of everything for his little princess, as did my cousin. The Wangs wanted something a bit more simple and rustic, and at better value, but Uncle Dave insisted, so I heard. Everything was as top shelf as it could be, the venue, the meals, the number of guests. I thought it was all a bit much, but if Uncle Dave is paying for it, I suppose it's okay. Then Dave gets up for his father of bride speech and starts thinking it's comedy hour for racist jokes. One after another. It was honestly impressive how many there were. I remember looking over at my auntie, who I'm biologically related to, and she had her head buried in her hands. Honestly, I was the same. I don't remember many jokes, because I was trying to focus on anything else, pretending to inspect the chandelier, the cornices, the ceiling rose, faking anything. I just remember at one point Dave saying, "And the most important thing to remember in marriage is 2 Wangs don't make a WH. I looked over at the Wang family and they were not impressed. The room was on edge after that. Quan, the groom, stands up for his speech. And this is something I will never forget. He gets up and says, "Thank you to Dave for the lovely planning of such a beautiful wedding, and more importantly, thank you to my father for paying for it all." You could hear everyone shuffle in their seats and cough in discomfort. Then he says, "Thank you to my groomsmen, especially my best man Michael, who faked my wife last night. Thank you everyone for coming, but I think this wedding is over. Feel free to enjoy the drinks package, and have a great night." I met up with my parents, and we all got out of there as soon as possible. It honestly nearly turned into a war between two families. Random Chinese people who I did not know were just glaring at everyone associated with this family. It took me years to speak to either Dave or my cousin again, and I have never been more embarrassed in my life. Oh boy, a friend of mine went to attend a wedding in Italy. Everyone was flown out for it a few days before, and the plan was to have a sort of joint bachelor/bachelorette party, where the groom and bride would split up then reconnect back at the hotel. So the bride goes out to party with her friends, and it comes to about midnight when she returns to the hotel. She heads up to the hotel room she was sharing with her husband-to-be, puts the card in the door, and walks in to find her husband sitting on the edge of their bed, suckling on his own mother's breast. Apparently it was a nervous habit he's had since he was a child, where he suckles on his mother's nipple whenever he's extremely anxious. I imagine from not being properly weaned off breastfeeding. The wife had no idea about this habit, obviously. Apparently he had been very nervous about the wedding, so his mother had decided to comfort him in their room. The bride went apeshit, stormed out the room, screaming and crying, told everyone she came across that the wedding was off and exactly what she'd just seen. By the next morning, the damage was done and the wedding was called off. Everyone got flights home. Husband didn't show his face around anyone for a long time after. I know this reads like that bitty sketch from Little Britain, but both my friend and his partner confirm it to be absolutely true. Probably the most mental story I ever heard. The wedding was for my childhood best friend's parents. They were only getting married because they thought it might save the relationship. Groom had been cheating on the bride for a good few months before this. So yeah, already not good. The flowers weren't ready until half an hour before the wedding was due to start, and we managed to get them to the venue with barely 5 minutes until wedding time. The person who was supposed to be making the cake wasn't replying to any calls, so my mum had to make one the night before. My best friend's younger sister's bridesmaid dress ripped and needed sewing the morning of the wedding. The evening wedding meal was sheet and a good handful of the guests got food poisoning. Then one of my best friend's cousins, he was 14, I was 10, attempted to perv on me and stick his hand up my dress skirt, but luckily he got stopped. Then, to top it all off, the relative who agreed to babysit my best friend and her little sister got drunk and left, so they ended up having to stay at my house for the night. They divorced 3 months later. This wedding took place nearly 10 years ago. The childhood best friend and I aren't friends anymore due to various incidents in high school. Friend's cousin is currently in prison for fraud. Both the bride and groom are married to different people. I attended neither wedding, though my mum went to the bride's second wedding and said it was equally as shit as the first. I used to be a caterer and worked at least one wedding a week for about a year and a half. That entire time, there was really only one wedding that I had completely screeched to a halt. It happened when the bride's young daughter started choking on a decorative light that she had put in her mouth while chasing around some of the other kids at the wedding. Suddenly everyone was gathered around her, frantically trying to get her to spit up the object. Meanwhile, we were calling 911 and the DJ had disappeared, leaving his music playing on full blast. I walked over to try to turn it off so that this poor girl didn't die with the Cupid shuffle playing in the background, which seemed to summon him from his hiding place just in time for him to lose his sheet because I dared touch his precious equipment. Thankfully the girl spit up the light after one of the guests performed the Heimlich maneuver for what seemed like a very long time and was okay. Understandably, the bride was extremely upset from the ordeal and decided to end the party. Side note, brush up on the Heimlich maneuver if you haven't thought about it for a while. You never know when you're going to be in a situation where someone starts choking, especially if you're around kids often. I have a friend who used it to save his girlfriend's life during breakfast one morning, so you've just got to be ready. I'm close with this family, and it was so tense from the day this woman met her boyfriend/husband. Bride's father hated the groom from day one because he was a thug, but tolerated him because he didn't want to lose his daughter. He tried to calmly talk her out of seeing this guy and eventually marrying him, but she was so in love. Father refuses to go to the wedding. She cries and pleads with her father and he reluctantly agrees to go. Being more of a traditionalist type of church, the minister still asks if anyone has objections. A moment of silence goes by and the father stands up. I'll never forget the look of fear on the bride's face. She was mortified before he even spoke. The groom, who was justifiably a thuggy piece of shit, had daggers in his eyes. The bride's father calmly says, I'm not stopping the wedding, but the groom is an asshole. Carry on. And he sits down. The crowd gasps. The groom's father starts yelling across the church calling the bride's father names. The bride's father sits silently and doesn't react at all. Well, I was behind him, so if he reacted, I didn't see it, but he didn't say anything. The minister finally calmed everything down. The bride was crying. The groom was seething. Everything went forward, and at the reception, the bride's father just stood in the corner drinking screwdrivers all night. Lots of people talked to him, and he looked emotionless. Basically, he showed no emotion, but you could see he was just depressed. In the end, after her sweet husband couldn't hold a job for more than 5 minutes, he never could, and he got picked up for dealing drugs for the umpteenth time. He went to jail for a long stretch. She divorced him, and he threatened to kill her when he got out. He did it on a prison phone. She made a complaint. He got more time. She met a guy fresh out of the service. He went to college and eventually became an optometrist. Nice guy. I'm still friends with the family and he's my optometrist. They've got 5 kids and everyone seems super happy. Even the bride's father who doesn't have to worry about his daughter being married to a drug-dealing jailbird anymore. This happened about 20 years ago. According to the Department of Corrections website, he was released in 2017. I can't find anything about him. It doesn't look like he has any kind of internet presence. Anyway, that was a fun wedding. Could have cut the tension with a knife. Edit. Typo repair. Super weird and this will probably get lost, but I was working as a bartender at a wedding. Usual affair. Everyone had helped themselves to the complimentary drinks and were working their way through the bar supplies. After about 3 or 4 hours of fairly mediocre music and atmosphere, the bride, her mother, her sister, and a few kids, and started doing a rowing boat dance, where they sit on the floor and pretend to row. Many other people joined in, and they did this for about 30 seconds until the wife's brother, who, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, was on a concoction of drugs, stood up and began to violently kick the people in the rowing train. Now these weren't little love taps or playful kicks. He was Ronaldo free kicking them in the face, arm, head, anywhere he could find. He broke his sister's, the bride's, arm. He broke his own mother's jaw, and he gave a kid a concussion. He was grabbed by about 4 staff members including myself, and about 8 male attendees and roughly escorted off the premises. He suffered a broken arm and multiple serious bruises as some of the attendees were less than happy. He was later arrested, and I recently learned he went to prison for 2 years for drug abuse and assault. Safe to say the wedding finished very quickly afterwards. Multiple ambulances and police arrived at the hotel and questioned us. I even had a police officer come to my house to ask me questions the next week. At least us workers managed to get out before finish. TLDR, I was working at a wedding. The bride's brother, that was off his head on drugs, started kicking the shit out of people, including the bride and his own mum, got arrested and ruined probably not only the night, but the whole family dynamic forever. Not a wedding, but my daughter's bat mitzvah, so similar party, with catered food, DJ, photographers, the works. My cousin was a big weed smoker, and she had some edibles she had brought from California and she handed them out to my sister, my son and his girlfriend. About 45 minutes into the party, I was sitting talking to my sister and her eyes roll back in her head, and she becomes unresponsive. I start slapping her, really hard and nothing My friend is a nurse, and she comes over, sees my sister and yells for us to call an ambulance. My mother sees my sister's distress, has a panic attack, falls off her chair, hits her head and starts to bleed from the back of her head. They call a second ambulance. My cousin has this disorder where he passes out when he sees blood, he goes down. They call a third ambulance. Now the staff from the place is freaking out. They don't know about the edibles. They think maybe there is an issue with the food. The DJ is doing a great job keeping the group of 13-year-olds away from the paramedics and sheriffs, keeping the party going. Next thing we hear a scream from outside. My son is bent over a rock wall at the top of the stairs, passed out. Fourth ambulance gets called. The room where the party is filled with paramedics, sheriffs and about 100 confused people that have no idea what is going on. My neighbor and amazing friend goes to the hospital with my mom, my sister, and my son. The sheriffs confiscate the weed edibles and throw my cousin out of the party. This all took place in about 45 minutes. We get the party started back up, and I tell my daughter, who was freaking out, that everyone will be okay, and that she had had the most memorable bat mitzvah ever, in the history of ever. After everything settled down, I was talking to the photographer, and asked her if this was the craziest things she ever saw, and she told me that 6 months earlier she was shooting a wedding and the brother of the bride stabbed the groom to death at the reception. TLDR, at my daughter's bat mitzvah, a bunch of people took edibles, 4 ambulances were called, and the sheriffs showed up, but no stabbings. Worked as a wedding videographer, with a partner doing photo. Big family wedding. Seemed like everyone knew each other. The day went really well. Brief announcement asking for prayers prior to dinner for Granny who wasn't there because she was in the hospital. As dinner wrapped up, the DJ announced in his best DJ voice that the festivities were about to begin. He was amping up the music and being lively. At that time I noticed that the F/MOTB and a few others were Maya. Then the bride disappeared. The DJ continued his lively banter. Then everything just stopped. The bride reappeared, and then the maid of honor approached the DJ. He looked excited until his face just fell. He handed the microphone over, and then cut the music. Mob announced that Granny had passed during dinner. The reception just stopped. The DJ had just the most lost look on his face. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do now? After a brief amount of time, everyone kinda returned to the reception. Bottle of alcohol were procured and everyone did a shot to honor Granny. Apparently the lady liked a shot of whiskey occasionally. The DJ kinda led the guests through everything. He actually did an amazing job of matching the energy in all the moments, and then leading through the usual reception moments, and ending with a high energy fun evening. The groom got completely drunk at the reception and became obsessed with how the breast of one of the bridesmaids looked in her dress. She was pregnant at the time and was very busty. Bigger than anything I'd ever seen outside of Bourne. She still looked classy, but it was hard to not notice. I was just a guest and I noticed. My wife noticed. In his drunken stupor the groom starts making comments about the size of her chest. It starts out as jokes, but he just keeps going. Pretty soon he's telling everyone that he'd love to suck her tits, and he's focusing on how big he thinks her nipples are and how much milk does she make. Then it got into more and more sexual detail of what he wanted to do with her breast. He was verbally jerking off. His brother tried to haul him away to sober him up in a back room somewhere, but he wouldn't listen. He was absolutely blitzed. His bride, who was overhearing everything, was crying. He then decided to try and dance with the bridesmaid. He very publicly asked her to fuck him and let him come on her breast. There was a lot of gestures as he mimed what he wanted to do to her. This was all in front of his in-laws and everyone else within earshot. The bridesmaid handled it very well and immediately left with her date. The entire reception ended soon after. I think the stress of the wedding combined with excessive alcohol took the filter off, and he was just exposing some sort of fetish he had buried in his mind. There was a lot about breastfeeding talk and such acts in his drunken rambling. They got divorced by the end of the first year. I kinda ruined a moment in a wedding like 7 or 8 years ago. The bride was my girlfriend's friend. It was a really cool venue, green and lush, high on a hill overlooking the ocean. Everything went really good until sometime in the evening. Other friends, artsy, bohemian PPL, of the bride wanted to release lots of Japanese floating lanterns. You know, those paper ones where you put in a tea candle and release them to get carried away by the breeze. It was midsummer, right in the wildfire season. In fact, the glow and smoke from a nearby fire over the next hill were in sight, and the wind was blowing from the sea into the land. By that point I probably had some drinks in me, and I didn't realize I was ruining the moment until later. I just pointed out that I didn't think it was a good idea to release lots of candles in the air when there were people fighting a raging fire a few kilometers away, and for a brief moment I felt myself at the center of a group of like 20 people silently staring dead at me, bride and groom included. Thankfully, they had lots of other activities planned, and we went on to the next one. It's one of those rare situations of life that I feel proud and mortified of at the same time. As for the couple, I hear they are divorcing now. Sad. Obligatory this will be buried, but I never have anything to contribute, so here's my story. I was a bridesmaid in a wedding that took place during an unusual snowstorm in the DFW metro. Most of the 150 guests flaked for good reason, because the roads were undrivable, so only about 20 people showed up. Picture the empty pews and reception hall. While the bride was getting ready, someone stepped on the train of her dress, and it ripped clean off. The cake arrived, and fell over. Despite the total lack of guests, somehow the bar ran out of alcohol between the ceremony and reception. Anyway, come to find out the bride was already married to someone else. So that's all void anyway, I guess. Seems about fitting. Edit with more Shicha info. How I found out about her being married. I found this out later when I saw her for my own bachelorette party, and she told me she was getting a divorce, but not from Lawrence. Real name. Sorry pal. Come to find out she hadn't ever bothered to get divorced from a prior ex, just kinda informally separated and never followed through with the papers. If I'm telling more stories from this wedding, I actually have a physical scar from this event. While there was chaos after her dress ripped, the best way I could be helpful in the flurry of people was to carol all of the bridesmaids' kids, since I was the only one there without kids. This included a 6-month-old baby. After the bride got her dress stitched / mended / safety pinned together, she and all the other bridesmaids went across the street to the chapel, and I stayed behind and got all the little kids suited up in jackets and mittens, and we began to walk across the street in a chain of one lady and 6 kids. But what I didn't know was that in the time between arriving to the venue and the ceremony starting, was that the sun had set and all the slushy ice had frozen into a shiny slippery sheet. So there was me, in a floor-length bridesmaid dress and high heels, 6 children holding hands in a chain link formation, and holding a very small baby in my arms as we all try and slowly carefully walk across the icy dark street to the venue. I slipped on the ice, and tripped and floundered, to not drop the baby, and in the process, skinned the front of my ankle. I recovered quickly and just kept going. We arrived into the chapel, I unsuited the kids, and lined up with the bride. I didn't notice the blood trickling down the front of my foot and pooling in my high heel until about halfway through the ceremony. Still have that scar 6 years later. The most lasting thing from that day. When I was 17, my aunt got married. She had 8 bridesmaids, only 5 made it to the wedding because they came down with severe food poisoning the night before. So the wedding itself took place on this rooftop garden, but the reception took place in this hotel in the Rocks. That should have been a 30-minute car ride away, but somehow nobody remembered it was the middle of the city on a Saturday, so was closer to 50 to 60 minutes. So the reception took place in the ballroom on the 3rd floor, and the stairs were actually incredibly steep, so you had to be super careful coming up and down them. Most women took the approach of taking off their heels if they had to use the stairs. It's important to note that my other aunt, the bride's older sister, is a plus-sized woman and gets drunk very quickly. Like blackout drunk. So the party's wrapping up around 2 AM, the happy couple having already left around 11 PM. 2 of the bridesmaids and the only sober groomsmen decide to help my aunt down the stairs because she's so drunk she's barely standing and can't even keep her eyes open. I didn't it happen, but was later told that about halfway down the first set of stairs my aunt just passed out. Out like a light. Everyone goes tumbling. The first bridesmaid somehow stays on the landing, unconscious after hitting her head, but the other two keep going. The groomsman breaks his wrist somewhere along the way and the second bridesmaid knocks out her front teeth, blood everywhere. Because it's the middle of Sydney at 2 AM it takes the ambulances 35 minutes to get there through the crowds. Despite the fact that we were all adamant about not contacting the happy couple, someone obviously didn't see why they shouldn't call them, and they showed up about 10 minutes after the ambulance. There's a lot of screaming, mostly from my aunt, her new husband finding the whole thing hilarious, which turns her age onto him. Then they have to deal with the manager of the hotel. And honestly, I never spoke to him personally, but I really hated that guy. All he kept saying was, "You can't sue. You signed papers." Apparently the stairs were a safety risk. Who know? They weren't even trying to blame him. My aunt was in full agreement that the whole accident was her sister's fault, but the manager just kept reminding everyone that the hotel was not to blame. I was starting to think maybe it was their fault how much he was going on about it. The last of the guests finally left while the sun was rising. After a few years my aunt started joking that typical, the one time she makes a strike, she's not awake to witness it. It's funny now. The worst thing I've seen was at my wife's brother's, Ron, wedding. A bit of backstory. My wife's mother raised her 3 kids for most of their lives alone as their dad was a druggo. She had a hard time, not much money, etc. So she sacrificed a lot to raise these 3. No one really likes Ron's bride and she doesn't really like my wife's family. She thinks she's above them and she acts like royalty. The wedding was a bit awkward but nothing too bad. Then finally we got to the part where Ron gave a speech. He rambled on about how great his wife is and thanked her for everything. Then he said he wanted to thank someone else and went on for ages about how this person, using female pronouns, was so great and he owes her so much ECT point, and everyone assumed he was talking about his mother. Then he named the matron of honor and ended his speech. She is a friend of his wife. We were absolutely flabbergasted and his mother started bawling, which is quite strange to see as she's from a culture that doesn't show much emotion, like ever. Ron had an F I what was going on, and B seemed absolutely shocked when his brother took him aside and explained what a dumbass he was. I don't think his mother will ever get over that, and you can't fix that. My other story involves a guy I know who is a videographer. He was filming dancing at a wedding and he slipped on some food on the dance floor and got a compound fracture in his leg. He still limps years later. I imagine that ruined that wedding. A few years back, one of my best friends hated her wedding so much that she ended up divorcing her husband not even 2 days later, left in the middle of their honeymoon, moved to a new state to start her life over, dropped out of college, and will not talk to any of us anymore. This has been difficult for me to process because I really miss her and wanted so badly to understand, and everything seemed fine until the day of the wedding. It was the most uncomfortable, unnatural wedding I have ever been to. Nothing inherently bad happened at the wedding, but the vibes were way off. All the guests from her side were extremely cheerful and excited for her, but her husband's side of the family, creepy. Just creepy. Stone cold expressions. Very unwilling to speak with anyone but their side of the family, and disapproving looks towards anyone dancing and having a good time. They just sat there, didn't drink, and then eventually left the outdoor reception early because they could smell weed in the distance. And of course they made a huge fit over it. But I tried to ignore it until my friend, the bride, started giving our other friends and I glances with expressions that clearly were meaning help me and oh god, what am I doing here, even during the ceremony. I tried multiple times to get her to tell me what was up, but she just kept saying nothing, I'm just sad, and other excuses along those lines. Anyway, fast forward to about 1.5 days later, and I see that she had taken down her marriage status on social media, removed all pictures with her husband in them, and deleted all pictures from the wedding and posts about getting married. Clearly something was wrong, since they should been on their honeymoon. So I called her, and she just tells me that she's divorcing him and starting over, that she hated her wedding, and she realized she didn't love him, would not give me an explanation. Her husband seemed equally distraught and confused because he was even calling me for answers as to why she was leaving him. That day was the last day I had a conversation with her. By the next day, she had announced her plans to start her life over and move to a new state and find new people and a new career. And she did. She never returned our calls again and eventually deleted all of us from social media. I reached out to her mom and her mom says she's doing great, and I've looked her name up from time to time as well. She really did start her life over completely. New friends and all. We're basically dead to her now. I don't know what the hell happened. She had been dating her husband for almost 5 years before they got married, and they both were amazing people. I know his family was super religious, but neither of them were, and she frequently hung out with his parents despite their clashing religious beliefs. She had even told me numerous times that it has no effect on their relationship and she loved the family. That wedding was the turning point, and all of us felt the discomfort there, but I will never know what really happened. TW. Discussion of childhood sexual abuse and assault. Oh boy, have I got one. This took place in the 1990s. Family wedding. Everything goes off without a hitch. The bride is a distant cousin of mine. She's a lovely human being, but always seemed a bit sad. I was about 8 or 9 I think. My great-grandmother, the family matriarch, mom, and I go to see cousin marry the love of her life. It's a lovely ceremony. I remember thinking how beautiful cousin looked when she smiled. It was so rare to see her genuinely happy. Her groom was a gentle, kind man she met while working at the local bank. He was a construction worker, and while he was built like a brick chicken house, he was a giant teddy bear. Time comes for the speeches. Maid of honor and best man doth this, all just beautiful and happy, celebrating the happy couple. Then, the father of the bride does his. This motherfucker is stone drunk. He starts blithering on about how no one was good enough for his daughter. Annoying, but not the worst bit. Then, his drunken speech turns completely around. This is whole, looks at my sweet, finally happy cousin, and says I wish you had died at birth. You were a burden. You ruined my marriage to your mother. You were never good for anything except a piece of ass. You could have heard a pin drop. The bride is horrified, wailing as she ran out of the reception hall. Her mother is staring at the fob in absolute horror. The fob then confessed to us all that he started molesting my cousin when she was 5, rapped her for the first time at 10. Said he started taking his frustration out on her since his wife became a cold fish after her birth. The groom shot up from the table and was on him before anyone had time to react. He is beating the absolute shit out of the fob. My mom grabs me and starts to go after the bride while my frail 95-plus-year-old great-grandmother calmly gets up and makes a beeline for the fob and groom. The groom is sitting on his father-in-law, busting his face. Great-grandmother gets up there, watches while everyone is trying to get the groom off the fob. My mom stopped dragging me off to see what great-grandmother would do. She catches the groom's eye and said hold him. James, not the groom's real name. Groom stops beating him. All the groomsmen stop trying to pull him off. Everyone is just kind of watching. My great-grandmother looks down at the semi-conscious fob, spits in his eye, and stomped the heel of her shoe right on his nose. If it wasn't broken from the groom, it was broken then. Then she came over to mom and I and said let's go check on cousin. Bride was distraught, convinced groom would stop loving her because of her father. The police came to break up the fight. Fob went to hospital. Groom got arrested, though the charges were dropped when the judge heard the circumstances. I'm not sure how all that went down. I was a kid, so I got the bare minimum on information. Groom immediately went home and told bride nothing could make him stop loving her. He even got her into therapy. While Fob never saw legal repercussions, his wife did leave him. He was disgraced, and he left town to die as a drunk out of state. Groom didn't change how he looked at bride. They are still married, have had 2 kids, and are incredibly happy. I met this guy in night college class. He was my study partner. He was always wearing some kind of crazy outfit, all leather and sunglasses indoors like Riddick, or growing Wolverine burns, and dyeing them purple, and wearing John Lennon style purple shades. Turned out he had bad teeth, came from a terrible childhood, his mom pawning his stuff for drugs, etc, and the outfits were distraction from his teeth which he was terribly self-conscious about. He was the kindest person I've ever met and quickly became one of my very best friends. He fell in love with this African American girl he worked with. He was white. She just loved him as much as he did her. As soon as her family found out, things got ugly and they ended up living in my spare bedroom for a year. Her father was a preacher and wasn't thrilled she was dating a poor white kid with bad teeth. Her mother, though, was devastated. They decided to get married and it was court job. Show up, wait in line, get your certificate. I was the best man and just did what I could to make it happy. Her father, to give him credit, tried to put a bold face on it, but the mother wept disconsolately and loudly through the entire procedure. After the wedding, in a quiet moment with the father, I told him my friend had a heart of pure gold. I offered to take them anywhere they wanted for their first married meal, and bless them, they just wanted hometown buffet. 6 years later they had an 18-month-old son, and he was at home with the baby, and dropped dead of a massive heart attack, aged 34 or 35. So I went to his funeral and watched as his mother-in-law and father-in-law wept like babies and told story after story about his kindness and his love and what a good person he was. At the end I shook hands with his father-in-law and all he said was heart of gold. A woman my partner went to school with was getting married. We were invited but declined as she was a huge bully to my partner during high school. 2 of my partner's friends were her bridesmaids and told me about the train wreck of a ceremony. In the lead up to the big day, this woman chose her perfect princess dress. Cue the next 9 months of eating takeout and putting on heaps of weight. A month out, during the fitting, she can't fit into the dress and she's bawling her eyes out in the change room. Her mum drags the bridesmaids into the change room and forces them to tell the bride that she's beautiful no matter what, but she needs to go on a juice cleanse/diet until the wedding. They refuse and the mum gently tells the bride to do the cleanse. Fast forward a month, the bride has lost a few kilos, and it's time for the big day. She arrives at the super fancy chapel reception there too. $300 pages with over 100 guests. She's walking down the aisle and there's a ripping sound. She continues to walk and her dress rips when she's halfway down the aisle. Cue the frantic covering up of the tear. She eventually makes it to her future husband and they get married. At the reception it's the usual love-a-dove drivel. After the speeches are done, she gets unbelievably wasted and starts to dance aggressively. After hours of drinking and dancing, her dress rips some more, and by the end of the night, she's basically in her underwear. Needless to say, we missed a crazy night. I was in college at a well-known culinary school in they might still have, a facility in Seekonk, Massachusetts. I was working for the school as a banquet waiter. We had a wedding come in. The groom was Irish and the wife was Portuguese. In any other set of circumstances, this would be extraneous information. In this case, there was already tension between the families. Based on what I was overhearing, the wife's family didn't understand why she wasn't marrying a Portuguese guy. The wedding party pretty much proceeded as normal and people seemed to be happy and enjoying themselves. I'm in the dining room checking in with my section partner and the tone of the room changes. Gets kinda hushed. I look around and I see the wife's younger brother getting in the face of the groom on the dance floor right in front of the head table. He's doing the in your face thing and chest bumping. Next thing I know, the groom whacks him. Not a smarten up slap but a closed fist, fully cocked punch to the face. The guy goes over the head table and webs out the glass behind it. Not flight, but a hard enough hit to get him onto and rolling over the head table and smacking his head on the glass. The room just erupts with most of them fleeing and maybe 15 or so jumping in. I looked at my partner and said, "Good time for a cig break." As we make our way along the wall from our station to the hallway door, a guy from the party gets in front of me, puts his hand on my chest, and asks where I think I'm going. My friend and partner that night was a kid from New York City who not only was a 3rd degree BB in Kung Fu, but also taught the police athletic league where he was from. I swear my friend teleported in front of me and dropped the guy as easy as opening a can of soda. Then, he looks at me, shrugs and says we should get going. We make it to the hall and the matron is booking it to the room and asks us what is going on. Wife's brother got in the face of the groom and the groom knocked the hell out of lol bro. Everyone is fighting or fleeing. Call the police. By the time Seacon police showed up, everyone was gone except for a couple family gathering gifts and whatnot. Found out later, some of the class act guests had also taken the opportunity to grab some free stuff from the venue like booze, and also stole a whole bunch of the gifts for the couple. I'd love to know how that marriage is working out almost 30 years later. I'm pretty sure I know that answer. Edit. Unfaking my voice transcription. I wasn't physically there, but heard enough stories to get the idea. My best friend's older sister got married last December, during COVID. They got engaged in August and she immediately decided on a wedding 4 months later. Her family advised her against it, since COVID was due to spike around that time, but she insisted. I've always known her as a controlling Winnie Beach, so I could so see her just throwing a fit about it. They could only do a guest list of 50 people at the time due to COVID, so they got those invites out pretty quickly, but as the family predicted, 4 days before the wedding the venue's capacity went down to 25. Bride insisted the 25 were cut from groom's side instead of her side. Huge fight ensued, but he somehow bowed down to her and let only his parents and siblings be invited. Cue to 2 days before the wedding, everyone has to prove they tested negative for COVID in order to be in the venue. Groom's mom tests positive, so groom freaks out and tries to postpone the wedding last minute. Bride's mom is an even more controlling bitch than the bride, so the mom stepped in and insisted the wedding goes on. Who cares if the entire wedding is just bride's family? Get over yourself, groom. This is about the bride. Both sides of the family get into huge fights. Groom's family says if he actually goes through with it, he's crazy, and his parents and all 3 of his siblings, including sisters who were bridesmaids, decide they aren't coming anymore. Bride and groom fight leading up to the wedding, since she and her mom still demanded the wedding goes on. Morning of the wedding the groom is still freaking out trying to cancel, so they were still arguing as she's getting ready. The getting ready photos are on Facebook, and they are so noticeably awkward and you can just tell there were fights going on. Somehow the wedding goes on, and reception afterwards where there was obviously no dancing and everyone basically had to be glued to their chairs. I asked my friend about how the reception went, and she just kinda said as good as it could be, but I can just tell she's trying to hide the fact that it was a shit show, since it's her family's fault. There's only 1 photo total of the reception and it also just looked so awkward. It's been half a year and I know the professional photos got back, but I haven't seen any posted of the bride and groom together, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were fighting so much they decided not to take them, or looked pissed in them. Sister's wedding and the chaos that unfolded, in no particular order. She was pregnant, but hadn't made an announcement yet, didn't fit in the dress she bought pre-COVID. Oh yeah, she wore it anyway, outbid the venue with another couple, and footed the bill to the family, because you're supposed to pay for it anyway. Most of the family missed the wedding, because of such short notice, and, well, summer quarantine. Had a falling out with a photographer the night before. Her now former friend didn't show for the event. Mother of the bride collapsed from heat exhaustion setting up that same afternoon. Knocked out 2 front teeth and spent the night in the ER. Ignored doctor's orders and went to the wedding the next day anyway, complete with a now busted lip too. She drank during the ceremony and ended up back in the hospital before night's end due to some reaction from meds at the hospital and the booze. Groom's father spent the weekend trying to one-up the bride's father. Showed up with a new vehicle for the new couple. He later took it back when the bride announced her unplanned pregnancy, because we are Catholic and that's a sin. I later heard the dealership wouldn't take it back because of some damage he caused to it over that same weekend. He went on to blame the groom, who he never gave the keys to in the first place. Oh, he also got into a fight with someone from the neighboring venue. Which brings me to the next thing. Police showed up because the groom's father got into a fight. Groom almost drowned falling drunk into the pool that night. When the newlywed couple announced during the reception they were expecting already, there was an exodus of conservative religious guests. Some even stopped to take their gifts with them. Bride's father made a scene before the ceremony when I showed up and tried to sit with the family. We had a falling out the previous winter and he confidently announced to everyone I wasn't family and should wait outside for the reception to start. The bride insisted her very old, very blind, Very sick dog should be a part of the event and wanted him, the dog, by her side while she walked down the aisle. He leaked poo down the aisle during the ceremony. A few years ago my fiancé and I went to this wedding, and the reception was in something like an American Legion style hall. The hall was across the street from a police station. Fairly quickly, a cousin from the bride's side of the family was getting noticeably trashed. In the beginning it was benign stuff, like he was the only one dancing, and also being very loud. Then he started acting a little more aggressive and pushy. About 2 hours into the 5-hour reception, more people joined the dance floor. That's when he tried dancing with a cousin from the groom's side of the family. That cousin was married, and her husband stepped in and immediately got punched in the face by the bride's cousin. A huge fight happened between them that lasted maybe about 2 minutes. Not gonna lie, it was a little satisfying to see the bride's cousin get roughed up a little, because he was being a dick the whole night. The bride's cousin was a big guy and difficult to restrain, so they were struggling to get him to stop throwing punches. Within that 2 minutes, the police were called and broke up the fight. After the fight was broken up, the police told everyone to go home and shut the wedding down 3 hours early. The bride was beside herself. She didn't even get to dance. We were all about done with our food by the time this happened. Apparently the owner of the venue called the police and shut it down. Not sure if that's true. I'm wondering if they had a deal with the police to shut down weddings early, if there was any riff-raff. The bride and groom didn't get any compensation for time lost during the reception though. But they are still happily married with 2 kids now. So happy ending? Sad start, awesome finish. My best friend, best man, and father of my godson threw me a very thoughtful and well-planned bachelor's party weekend the week before my wedding. The first day was a blast. Day 2 was shaping up to be better until tragedy struck. Got a phone call there was an emergency and he immediately grabbed me, and we abruptly left the party. He was driving like a lunatic. We had been drinking, and it wasn't till we arrived on scene I realized what happened. His son had died, and we made it, just as the ambulance was wheeling him out. His cry of pain still haunts my dreams. My other bestie and I tried to comfort him while the funeral arrangements were being made. My soon-to-be wife totally understands why I can be there to help, and my amazing sister-in-law, maid of honor, stepped up to the plate. So essentially my wife was taking care of the wedding, while I was taking care of my best friend and arranging a funeral for my godson. The wedding day comes, and I can't be at the funeral. It's the same day. I pay respect to family and take off with their blessing. He completely understands, thanks me for the help, and our mutual bestie takes care of him. I get to the venue, my brother and another friend step up to be my groomsmen, and the wedding goes forward. I'm so nervous and grief-stricken, I drink but can't even get buzzed. Me and my best man have been friends since the 5th grade. Day 1. He is my brother and the feeling of guilt and mourning is overwhelming. Right before we get ready to go in to start the ceremony we hear collective gasp from everyone attending. Mind you, everyone knew what was happening and knew my best man personally. He walked in, fully dressed, with my other groomsmen, a tear in his eye, ready to go. We cried, family cried, everyone cried. He had just buried his son and still made it. His family supported his decision to come to support me. I caught up to him during a lull in the festivities at the reception for a heart-to-heart. I asked why did he do that. He said I couldn't miss my brother's wedding. Everyone at the wedding personally came up to him during that day to pay respect. The wedding began on a somber note, but ended as a celebration of life, love, and friendship. I'm crying as I write this, and don't think there is any way I could ever make him understand how much that gesture meant. Well, the wedding wasn't ruined, but we went to the after-wedding dinner. Chinese wedding. If you've never been to a Chinese wedding, the after-wedding dinner is a faking experience. So, we've all been told to strictly obey the seating chart, which is fine point, but we showed up, and there wasn't one. And we're there for a while, and nothing can start till the wedding party shows up, so we are just sitting around. And there are many bottles of wine on every table, but no corkscrews. But I drink a lot, which makes me alcohol MacGyver. I know a half dozen ways to open a bottle of wine without a corkscrew. After 20 minutes or so, I start displaying my skills, and I'm talking loudly about some computer sheet I'm doing, and this middle-aged Chinese dude and his wife, lured by booze and nerdy conversation, show up at my table, and he was interesting and funny, and he liked wine, and the conversation flowered beautifully. I could tell he thought me and my group were a bit edgy, a bit bohemian, but he seemed utterly charmed, and he was pretty young, not much older than my mid-40s. And I thought he and his wife were really cool. We knew some of the same people, had had some of the same experiences. We totally bonded. So, then my buddy and his new bride came in, and he did an instant scan of the room, saw me and the Chinese guy talking to each other, with his wife covering her mouth, and trying not to laugh. At that moment I understood two things. One, that this guy was his boss, and two, that the entire point of the seating arrangement was to put the two of us as far apart as possible. I'm still friends with the boss, but I haven't talked to the other guy since that day. At my cousin's outdoor wedding, in the middle of June. Look, I get the appeal, but June in this part of the country means two things: blistering, boiling heat, storms, and when the first one happens hardcore, that is, with an even higher helping of extreme, unbearable humidity, it usually means the second isn't long to follow. We took our seats in blistering, boiling heat, with an even higher than usual helping of extreme, unbearable humidity. The ceremony was beautiful, but we all had sweat trickling down our backs, our fronts, down our legs, and glistening on our arms, but in a gross and non-sexy way. Then we went into a nearby building, like a small clubhouse, big enough to technically put a roof over all the guests' heads, but definitely not big enough to host a reception in, because the sky was becoming angry. As for the reception itself, that was to be held in one of those giant tents with fake windows on the side, pitched next to the spot where the ceremony had taken place. As we watched from the safety of our solid wild building, a storm descended onto the grounds and proceeded to completely bully that reception tent into pathetic, whimpering submission. It was buffeted from all sides by a volley of blows, making it resemble a sobbing, unwilling dancer whose feet are pinned to the floor, so they can only frantically sway their upper body in a graceless, tortured dance. Meanwhile, the caterers, who deserve all of the medals, were bravely rushing back and forth between this frenzied, dying tent and their vehicles, salvaging the food and electronics within. After an eternity, the caterers burst through the door. To say they were soaked would be an understatement. Many lakes of water developed on the floor anywhere they stood for more than a second. People were cheering them, and even offering to go to the nearest store to buy them all a change of clothes. I'm not sure if they took them up on that, for the record. They deserved even more than that. Once the storm was finished reminding this tent of the power of God, they managed to set everything back up in the tent, get the food back out and eat it perfectly, and basically, when you walked back in, you never would have thought a storm had happened, if not for the wet grass outside. Food was fantastic, music was great. So a wedding wasn't ruined, it just came dangerously close to being so, but those caterers stepped up and genuinely saved the day. Mid-August in Wisconsin, so that means 90 and 90% humidity. I'm in bumfuck nowhere, literally in the woods. The wedding is in the woods. In August, it's 90 and 90% humidity. We were asked to gather at 11 AM and the service would start at 11:15ish. Everyone was seated by 11 AM and the bugs were already nasty as shit. Like swarms of mosquitoes and gnats/flies in everyone's face. Then the bride's macup was taking faking Ian's. I think the service finally kicked off like 11:50ish, faking painful wait considering we were being eaten alive. But the actual service went along nicely besides the bugs and everyone sweating/smelling like swampers. Then they have us walk, I'd guess half a mile across a faking plowed cornfield to the church. We finally get to the church. Everyone bolts for the bathroom. It's an old barn church though, so there's one faking toilet for the whole place, almost an outhouse. People start leaving and going to find a gas station or other place to relieve themselves. Bride and groom start asking why everyone is leaving, and people kindly told them people aren't gonna sheet themselves to stay here. The church had no AC, so we gathered outside, with the bugs, cows, and farmer spraying liquid sheet fertilizing the field next to us. We just walked through. When most of the people got back from their bathroom run, the food was brought out. For 100 people, they brought out 2 gallons of milk, no ice, 2 bowls of gluten-free noodle dish, and what I'd guess was 5 oranges sliced up. Food was cleared out by the time I got to it, and there were still 5 tables to be called up to eat after my table. They had planned staying all night and partying, but basically everyone left by 4 to 5 p.m. I don't know how you think something like that is gonna be fun and make people want to stay. I mean, most of us traveled from hours away. The least they could've done was have it inside an ack and offer decent food. Not even good food, just a lot of it. Well, I haven't been to one myself, but I read a story about one that a woman wrote about her own ruined wedding a few years ago. I don't remember that many details, it's just that the way in which it was ruined was something I couldn't forget. You'll see why. It was all ruined the night of the wedding party. After everything had died down, people had gone home or were sleeping. Everyone, except 2. So this young couple in their 20s had just gotten married, and the wedding party had gotten somewhat rowdy, as everyone had gotten quite drunk. Even the groom's little sister, who was only 17, had been allowed to drink. It hadn't gotten too off the rails during the party itself, though. People were largely just enjoying themselves. Eventually the party died down. Some people went home, but others were so drunk they had to sleep in guest rooms at location, the groom's sister included. Anyway, the bride had gone to sleep in the master bedroom by herself, grumpy and disappointed that her new husband hadn't joined her. Then, sometime later, she was awoken by the sounds of a man and a woman moaning together. So she got up to find the source. And she caught the groom having sex with his 17-year-old little sister in the living room. They were full siblings. He wasn't taking advantage of her or anything. It was entirely consensual. They were both into it. But they were both heavily influenced by alcohol and probably wouldn't have done it if they were sober. So yeah, that wedding was ruined. Oh my god. Let's call me Mary, was invited to my best friend, let's call him Eric's wedding. I had never met the bride-to-be because he moves fast and I live far away. Eric picks us, me, my husband and our kid, up at the train station a few days before the wedding and tells me that his fiancée is a little on her guards with new people and that it will pass very quickly and that after that, she is very lovely. She, let's call her the bride, knew me a little because I was the one she asked many questions about pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding through Facebook when she had no one to ask, and me being her future husband's best friend, well, I of course accepted to support her when she needed it. Their first kid was born by that point, was about a year old. Having never met the bride in person, when I arrived, I said hi, I'm Mary. She went well, I know, with a mocking laugh. And then she just left. That same day, we went to the beach with 2 cars because we were many, and I went to Eric's car with the kids and she was in her own friend's car because you know, they came all the way for the wedding too, and we all wanted to spend time with our own friends upon arrival. And I came from another country 3k kilometers away, hadn't seen him in a very long time. I sensed immediately once we parked that there was a big problem, and it only escalated from there. I was never out of line. My friend and I never had that kind of history. I had to avoid him, avoid looking in his direction, avoid talking to him, but there was only so much I could do to still make it look normal. The bride proper yelled at him on the way from the beach, because we were talking, each pushing our own babies in their strollers. After a few days of that, everybody seeing that she was publicly bullying me, came the wedding. I will pass on all the anecdotes and stuff she said until the wedding, because otherwise we'd be here for a long time. I always kept my tongue, always pretended everything was fine, because it was her faking wedding, and I was a guest, and I can behave. I was also just shocked by her behavior, and couldn't just react. I took it all, no problem. We had discussions with our common friends with Eric. Eric's and I'd common friends. He was never there, not allowed to spend time with us. We were all absolutely shocked. Comes the wedding. She is being an absolute beach the whole day. I was making myself as little as I possibly could. Eric's family came to see me and told me that they saw what was happening and they felt for me and they are on my side. They support me. But everybody is scared shitless of her. Still nice to hear that they see, and I'm not inventing it. She is being horrible. Well, she left her own wedding, drunk, had just got her driving license the day before, and was taking the baby with her. Eric had to fight, verbally, to not let her go drunk with their baby, before midnight, and offered to drive them. He never came back to his wedding, no one danced a single second. The whole thing was a shit show, and it was because of my presence. She's batshit crazy, so she'd have found another way to ruin it. She is sick, but the fact remains that my presence was her biggest issue that day/week. And for someone who is so sickly jealous, she was hitting on Eric and I's common friends, one in particular. During the wedding point I have not seen her after that. Eric was forbidden from driving us back to the train station and sent his father. I called him and told him I refused that, so he still brought us back. We had a chat in the car. Few weeks after, she made him block me everywhere, and she's reading his emails. So when I sent emails for his kids or his BD, I never got an answer. Got one a few years ago, that was a one-liner. I did not even bother responding. Sure got the group email a week after the wedding that thanked everyone for their presence during this magical day. It was a very small wedding as well, so I'm suffering from second-hand embarrassment for that line. Everybody saw it was a shit show from start to end. Almost ruined. 35 years ago, my fiancé and I decided we could either pay for a big wedding or use the money on a down payment on a small house with a big yard, and we'd have the wedding there, about 75 people. Bought in January for an August wedding. I lived at the house and spent all non-work time during spring/summer upgrading the landscaping, flowers, lawn, cleaning/painting everything, and upgrading some of the inside etc. while my wife worked tons of extra hours to cover costs. The lawn was new, the yard and house looked great. I then prepared a lot of food in advance, all my/her family favorites. We hired a couple of servers who worked with a good friend to bring out appetizers, then food, then dessert, then more drinks, and keep it organized on the big day. The day before for the wedding we had company put up a large white tent, in case of rain, and chairs with white covers. We decorated with tons of streamers, bells, flowers, table settings, etc. I'm sleeping at the house/she's at her parents' house. Old school. I go to bed about 10:30 to be ready for the wedding the next morning at 9. Around 11 p.m. I'm awakened by thunder rumbling in the distance. Around till the storm is getting near. By 3 a.m. all hell breaks loose. Thunder, lightning, 50 to 60 miles per hour winds. I look out to see the decorations fly. The table settings gone. The chairs look like tumbleweeds. The tent is hopping up/down until the poles drop and it's flailing in the wind. The beautiful iris flowers are all on their sides. I run out in my underwear to pull the tent down and throw rocks on top of it to keep it from being destroyed completely. The storm lets up around 4 a.m. From 4 to 6 I pick up and fill a few garbage cans. At 6, I call the tent rental guys. They tell me they'll get there shortly. They pulled out old tent, put up new tent, and provided new chairs. Done by 8:30 I go take a shower, get dressed and greet my friend/servers. They begin setting up/picking up while I go to the church. At 10, the service goes smoothly and we return to the house for the party. My wife notices stuff is different. I tell her I'll explain later. The food's great, lots of drinks, tons of fun. My wife and I opt to leave around 11 p.m. to head to a hotel. The party continues strong until 4 a.m. My best man locks up. On the way to the hotel we share our stories of the day. I tell my wife about the story above. Her experience was different. She slept and didn't even know there was a storm. She can't believe I made it through the day with no sleep for 36 hours. She was super thankful for everything I did to make it a great day, so she made the rest of the night extra enjoyable. 35 years later, it's still going. August wedding in Virginia. I was from the groom's side. They booked a beautiful hotel in middle of nowhere Virginia in August, so it was hot as balls outside. Additionally the wedding was at 2 p.m. and outside. The hotel offered to do the wedding inside. Bride refused. The hotel offered to put a tent outside for them to do the wedding in. Bride refused. We had to sit in the sun at the hottest time of the day. The hotel staff were so nice, bringing us water and individual umbrellas. There were still two issues though. Many guests were elderly and the ceremony was bilingual. So every sentence the person ordaining the wedding was saying, he'd repeat in another language. This made the ceremony twice as long. My immediate side of the family, mom, uncle, great aunt and uncle, got up as the bride was walking down the aisle and waited in the aisle. Then after the ceremony was done, bride and groom slipped away for 3 hours to do photos, leaving the guests outside in the sun in a pre-reception area with light snacks and no booze. So we are still stuck in the heat as evening comes and the mosquitoes come out and eat us alive. We couldn't even go inside and the reception room wasn't ready. It sucked and everyone agreed it was all Britta's doing since she made all the decisions. I have two great ones I've told on here before, but in busy ATM. Commenting here so I know to come back later. Edit. Sorry it took so long. Work got busy. I guess the downvotes are justified. So I used to work at a really rough hotel bar in Rotherham, UK. For those who don't know, Rotherham is rough as fuck as it is. We used to do a fair few weddings and they were really cheap, even our deluxe package, so it attracted a certain type of person. The first example is sort of more sad than anything. The groom seemed like quite a nice chap. His bride seemed to be a bit on the rough side. I noticed that the room wasn't really filling up prior to the ceremony itself, then realized it was only one side that wasn't filling up. Turns out the groom's family didn't approve of the bride and barely any of them turned up. A few friends maybe, but neither of his parents, grandparents or other family members. In the evening at his speech he thanked those who bothered to turn up, which was sad. The day itself was alright, and it turned out to be a decent wedding by our rock bottom standards. I can't imagine how shit it'd be your own parents not turning up. Second one is more juicy. The bride and groom were both older people on their second or third marriage each, and thus both had adult kids. Everything was going well at the bar, everyone seemed really happy, and I was getting loads of tips. I had to refuse a guy who tried to tip me £60 cause he was so drunk. Anyway, I was serving the groom's son when the bride's daughter came over too. I've no idea what the hell happened, but all of a sudden she said she wanted to fight him, fact knows. Anyway, in a gentlemanly fashion he said yes, and filled her in on the street outside. I don't know what she was expecting. She was tiny, and he wasn't, so it was fairly quick. About an hour later she's got some of her male friends to come along and crash her own mother's big day because of the guy beating her up. So they all burst in looking for him. Then the bride, her mum remember, confronts her friends and asks what they're doing here. They explain that her daughter had been beaten up. What does the bride do? She obviously grabs a bottle and glasses one of her daughter's mates. Standard night in Rotherham. They all left after this, and police showed up later, but I didn't get to speak to them, and, as far as I'm aware, nothing came of it. Cheers for the not so patience. I hope you didn't all overhype my initial post, and found this at least a tad entertaining. TLDR, guy's family didn't show up to his own wedding. Bride's daughter offers groom's son a fight. Son beats her up. Bride's daughter calls friends to beat him up. Bride glasses her own daughter's friend. The bride and groom had been together for a while and had a toddler son together. This is relevant. I was a +1 and had never met the groom before, but my date was a friend of his. Coincidentally, the groom's sister had hung out on the periphery of my friend groups, so while I wasn't friends with her, I did know her and knew she was a bit wacky. Was seated at a table with my friends and groom's sister gets up to make her speech. She's clearly a bit drunk. She starts going on about how, yes, she's happy for her brother getting married, even though they fought as kids, and even though he bullied her. She made the speech all about her, and how even though she was depressed, and their childhood was kinda lame, that it's good, she guesses, that he's found his wife, who according to her is kind of okay, she guesses. But then, she starts talking about her nephew, and starts telling the entire large reception of guests about her brother's spawn. Her words, not mine, and how that's probably why they got married, and is talking about how they had the nerve to conceive the spawn in their parents' house, which is disgusting, and how could they? At this point she's been going on and on for 5 minutes and the nephew comments were the last straw. Someone had to come and remove her from stage and she didn't want to stop, but was forced to. Almost immediately afterwards a massive thunderstorm rolled in and ruined outdoor photos and kept flickering the lights. It was hilariously bad. My wedding. We had some minor fights about my parents interfering, but nothing too serious. It still made me feel less excited about the day. But the real deal was my husband's grandfather. He was 90 at the time and his health was bad. We wanted to postpone our wedding until he was better, or our nursing home, where he could be cared for properly. But everyone told us to go through with it, since everything was already paid for, and people had booked plane tickets and so on. Even the doctors told us not to change the wedding date, since grandpa could die any day, but also live for another 5 years. I bet by this far you guessed, when he actually died. Yup, it was our wedding day. He was in hospital by then, had been for about a week, and he died close to the moment we said I do. My husband's father got the call from the hospital when we left the church. Nobody told us about it, but they told everybody else. So many of our guests were sitting around crying and saying it's nothing when we asked them about it. Our wedding was very strange and tbh, I'm still not over it. It was 4 years ago. We got condolences the morning after our wedding, and congratulations at his funeral. It was bizarre. And to top it off, my Miel loves being the victim. So it was of course her being the one to pity, because she couldn't enjoy her son's wedding. You know what makes it even more bizarre? A year later we had our first child, and a week before we wanted to baptize her, my grandfather had a heart attack. This time we did reschedule. He died a day before the baptism would have happened. We had our second child 3 weeks ago, and I fear of setting a date for her baptism. We only have one grandma left, and I want to keep her for some more years. Edit because I have another one, my husband's brother's wedding. It was really nice at first. The bride looked lovely. She was very petite back then. It was about 30°C and she hadn't eaten all day. Long story short, she got a really bad sunburn and got drunk from like 3 glasses of wine to a point where the ambulance was called. The groom also had to leave to throw up. They normally just didn't drink and underestimated the effect alcohol would have on them. It was a big wedding with 400 guests, and it was really strange being at a wedding without bride and groom for most of the time. But it was good for my Miel again, since she was too petty, because she again couldn't enjoy her son's wedding. TLDR at bottom. I've been scrolling this for an hour without realizing my wedding was ruined, and I have a story. So everything leading up to the wedding was pretty easy. It was a destination wedding in Jamaica, where I had a wedding planner, and didn't really have to lift a finger at all. A few bumps leading up, including my dress being ruined, and finding a new one a week prior, but that turned out okay. Morning of the wedding day, I'm showering, and suddenly don't feel well. I immediately start puking in the shower. Now I hadn't been over drinking or anything like that, so I had no idea what it could be. The wedding was at sunset and the remainder of the day I'm nauseous. My back is hurting, but I don't throw up again. Just popping over the counter pain pills left and right. I barely make it through the ceremony and you can see pain on my face in the photos. Cue the reception. I didn't get to eat any of the food and barely ate all day. I practically kept leaving every 20 to 30 minutes to go back to my room to take more pain relievers, but nothing is working. A few hours later, and I finally turn in for the night because I'm nearly crying at this point. I ask my wonderful new husband to please rub my lower back because I can't stand the pain. Now we were stupid for marrying each other as he was incredibly abusive and we are now divorced, but 2 minutes into rubbing my lower back as I'm crying he decides it's a good time to consummate the marriage without a warning. That's right, he entered me without permission, rap, while I'm already crying and in pain, just to put me in more discomfort and upset me. I was furious when his 2 minutes were up but still in so much pain that I practically slept in the bathroom. Anyways, turns out it was a kidney stone, and I kept throwing up and being in pain on the honeymoon. That the rap was the only sex we had, and my dumbers forgave him. It took me 2 years after that, much abuse, and his infidelity to end the marriage. TLDR. Kidney stone pain day of wedding led to a pity massage from my new husband who proceeded to rap me. Hopefully you can read it now. I almost sorta messed up a wedding. I was set to be the best man in a wedding. Real nice one at a fancy hotel about 4 hours away from my house. The morning of the wedding we all go out to get breakfast, and it puts us kind of late in getting back to the hotel to get ready. When I finally get to the hotel to change, I realize I don't have my suit. I run down to the room the groomsmen are sharing hoping it's there, but it wasn't. I check with the front desk hoping I left it on the cart when checking in. I didn't. I check my car. Nothing. The groom's sister ends up seeing me in the hall wearing shorts and dress socks that go with the suit, because of course I have those. She says, "Looking good. You wearing that to the wedding?" To which I replied, "I think so. I don't have my suit." I've never seen jaws drop so much. I called up the groom who was enjoying the morning of his wedding and let him know. He just started laughing hysterically and was pretty calm about it. He trusted I'd figure something out, so I set off. There's about 3 hours leading up to the wedding time. I decide to call Men's Warehouse. Normally there is a long lead time before you can get a fitted suit, and we purchased the suits, didn't rent them. Luckily this particular MW had on-site alterations, but they still were out at least a week. I was able to explain to the manager that I needed a suit in a few hours because I left mine at home. They were able to get me the exact suit and rush alterations through. I ended up tipping the lady $50 and made it to the wedding missing only the wedding party pictures. I walked up to the groom and he had this huge smile on his face and through his teeth asks me, "Is that the exact suit?" How? Apparently, his bride-to-be had absolutely no idea. She found out during my speech, and it ended up being a hilarious story that we still laugh about. I don't know if this counts. I guess it wasn't totally ruined. Question mark? To clarify, we are both not religious, so we had the ceremony and reception in one place. We chose a historic Cuban building, an old 1800s social club that is rented out now, because my wife is Cuban. It has beautiful architecture and tiling. Anyways, on the day of our wedding, we were supposed to be at the venue to set up around noon and have the wedding at 4. When we show up at noon, the doors are locked. No one turned on the account either. Old historic building, so they don't run it when no one is there. All our guests and us turn up, still waiting in the parking lot. By the way, it's over 80°F and humid because it's Florida. Someone finally showed up at 6 PM and unlocked the venue. We got dressed soaked in sweat because the building took hours to cool off. Then my mom went to get ice and didn't tell anyone and didn't bring her phone, and we had the ceremony without her. No one told us to stop the ceremony and wait because no one realized she was gone. Lol. Ensue panic on my part because literally nobody had any idea where she was. Some of the uncles helped fan out to search the building. XD she came back and was severely chastised by all of us for leaving without saying anything. Lol. Even my dad didn't know where she went. Her purse, keys, and car were all there because she went with my aunt. Lol. Who, by the way, also missed the ceremony. The venue gave us more time and a free bar. To make up for it, shrug, it's been a few years and I just don't like to talk about it because it's kinda upsetting. I'm a pretty easygoing, roll with the punches type person, but even I wish we had a do-over. Wedding photographer here. Did a wedding at a winery once. Bride and groom were tipsy before the ceremony even started. It all went downhill from there. After the pictures, which was like wrangling retarded cats, the drinking continued. The bride had a meltdown when she saw her cake and demanded it be taken out of the room immediately, screaming obscenities the entire time. Then during the garter toss, the DJ told the groom he had to dance sexy for his wife, so he proceeded to take all his clothes off on the dance floor and do a crazy dance. Underwear only. Grandma was horrified. Then, as more liquor flowed, the DJ played a game where the bride was blindfolded and had to go down a line of men, grabbing their junk, to try and see if she could tell which one was her groom. The wedding coordinator was having a fit. Family was so embarrassed and leaving in droves. Then the groomsmen thought they were being funny, so they brought a real ball and chain from the Middle Ages and clamped it on the groom's leg. They claimed there was no key to unlock it. He was so drunk and pissed off, he left the wedding to get it cut off his leg and never returned. The bride did the money dance by herself, completely plastered and pissed off at her new husband. When the drunken guests started throwing the wine glasses on the cement and breaking them for fun, the coordinator finally shut the disaster down. I have never seen a drunker situation. I have to say, they were both pretty embarrassed when they came to pick up their photos. It's been a great story through the years. So yeah, just another day at the office. The wedding wasn't really ruined, but it was a little heartbreaking honestly. One of my very close friends and former roommate from college got married recently. He and I have been super close since we met as freshmen. His wife is a peach, and her family is amazing. The wedding was scheduled for unfortunately right in the start of the pandemic, and was pushed off for several months. Due to my financial situation, I lost my job early last year, and told him I wasn't going to be able to attend unfortunately. He was okay with it. I told him I'd send a gift and all that jazz. Well, maybe a month before the rescheduled date, his fiancée calls me up. I'd only spoken to her in short blips when he and I were gawking via Discord chat, and basically begs me to come. She says that if money is an issue, all I'd have to do was find something to wear and get to an airport. Her family would house me and my now ex-boyfriend. They'd make sure we got food and even pay for a plane ticket to get there. Apparently my friend didn't have anyone coming that wasn't in the wedding party. I knew he had a rough life growing up, and his mother was emotionally abusive and his dad was never in the picture. But I had no idea it was so bad. I told her not to worry and that I'd be there. I managed to scrape together enough money for a cheap hotel and gas to get to and from, and we showed up. Myself, my boyfriend and his aunt, and 2 of his coworkers were his only guests in a wedding planned for 200 people. The best man couldn't make it. He lives overseas, so our other friend was promoted to best man, and 1 other friend was in the wedding party. The 3 of us friends made sure he had the best time while we were visiting. And I'll never forget the genuine weeping happiness in his eyes when he saw his aunt showed up as a surprise. Oh my, what hasn't happened? 1. Mother of the bride got drunk and chased the daughter down, angry because bride took off her headpiece and veil. Mother screaming, I paid $500 for this GD thing, and you'll wear it. 2. Family of groom started a full-on fist fight which turned into a riot that the police had to respond to. My godmother's husband grabbed me and tucked me under a table shelter that he built out of an upended table propped against a wall. 3. Father of bride had a very pushy mother who ran the family. Granny decided she hadn't had enough control and threw a fit that she would shut the whole thing down if the planned best man wasn't removed. He was of a different color/culture. When the groom wouldn't budge and change best men, Granny had her side protest and not attend. Bride walked down the aisle with only her parents and Granny in attendance from her side. The best man called in sick at the last minute because he was so offended at Granny's conniption fit. The icing on the cake was Granny cancelling the wedding cake, which she had volunteered to buy, and replacing it with a standard sheet cake. At the last minute she regretted this, and ceremoniously plopped down the cake topper in the middle of this ugly plain cake. Granny had also cancelled the caterer, leaving a room full of people with no lunch for. Matron of honor was given a small body microphone as she was doing the readings for the mass. She put it on and assumed it would only be live when she was on the altar. Nope, it was on. We heard her going pee, laughing about various guests including making comments about a Mormon family, like did they ride their bikes? And are they wearing their magic underpants? As well as making sick child molester jokes about the priest. My father was a wedding photographer for over 35 years in New York City, and I was his assistant when I turned 14 till about 18 years old. This was during the 80s in New York. We were shooting a wedding that was in a small church in Queens, and while we were there getting ready, getting pictures of the bride putting on the dress, the groom all suited up, and he decided he would walk to the gas station to get a pack of cigarettes and some smokes. He never returned. After about an hour and a half of everyone waiting and wondering where he is, the father of the bride calls the wedding off, and the father of the groom and all of the groom's family are incredibly embarrassed, and they leave wondering what happened. The father of the bride announces that they are going to still have a party at the reception hall because all the food and liquor has already been paid for. My father and I decided there's no point in us going to the party, so we just leave, forfeiting half of our pay. A couple days later we get a phone call where everything it was explained to us. Apparently when the groom went to the gas station he passed by 3 or 4 mafiosos. Seeing him in the suit, they took him for some sort of player or businessman, so they pushed him into a car. They drove him all the way up out of the city to a national forest miles north. They stripped him of his suit, his wallet, and left them in his underwear in the middle of the national forest. It took him almost an entire 24 hours to get back to civilization and call anyone telling him what had happened to him. The couple eventually got married, but they never had a real wedding day. I shot weddings for many years after that, and I've been to a couple of other ruined weddings, but that one by far was the most interesting. This one is a personal one for me, because it was my own wedding. My husband and I got married in church, right before we turned 21. At the time we had been dating 2 years, and were expecting our first child. The day of the wedding, my husband's ride to the venue was his big brother, and they were expected 30 minutes before the ceremony. The mass was scheduled to start at 1 and my family and guests were waiting at the church. My future husband was nowhere to be found at that hour, and we could not reach him or his family on the phone. About an hour later, the guests began to panic, and I started to cry because I thought he wouldn't come, and got cold feet. I was ready to cancel everything and run home, but around 3:30 he arrived with his family. My father and I were furious about the situation, but everyone told us to start the mass. My father reluctantly walked me down the aisle, shaking with rage, not saying a single word. I walked down the aisle holding back tears and feeling my father's shaky hands. The ceremony took all of 25 minutes, and after the mass things got worse. We went over to sign our marriage papers with our witnesses, and as we did this, we heard our guests yelling. We heard someone say he hit her. In Spanish. I immediately tried to run out of the church to check on my mom and family, because when tensions are high, they're usually in the middle of things. My witnesses and husband held me back from going outside because they didn't want me to get involved in any altercation because of the pregnancy. I couldn't see anything that was going on, but I heard a huge commotion and a lot of people yelling at once. I was terrified that something happened to someone, but I could not see anything from where I was. When everything finally calmed down, my mom came in and held me. She said everything was okay, but that my husband's brother had caused a huge scene. Apparently he wanted to bring in live music for the reception, but the church does not have a license for that, so the priest and his wife didn't let the band in. We had told him previously during planning that this wasn't an option, but he brought them anyway. When he was turned away, he struck the priest's wife in the neck. He yelled at her, called her bitch, and tried to punch her, but the rest of his family held him back and took him outside. After this altercation, apparently my husband's mother said, "Okay, we are not wanted here, family, we are leaving," and she took everyone from my husband's family home with her. My husband and I had no idea until she was gone. We walked into the half-empty venue and there was no one there for him. Half of the tables and chairs were empty with his family's name cards. My guests said nothing. They didn't know whether to stay or go, or how to even react to everything. They just looked at me and my husband with pity. We seated them and tried to go on with everything, but everyone was still feeling awkward at 7 p.m. and it was just a horrible night overall. In the end, one of my guests gave me the gift of a hotel stay. She knew we were supposed to live with my husband's family and she didn't feel safe with us going home after the ordeal. We ended up staying at the hotel and never going back to live with his family. We were homeless for a short period after the wedding, but we managed to get on our feet before our daughter was born. To this day my husband feels like he was betrayed and abandoned by his family during the wedding, but they've made amends. We still go to the same church and the priest even showed us the security clip weeks later. In the clip you see his brother, 6'3", yelling and lunging at the priest's wife, and it's very scary. I'm glad we didn't see it as it was happening, and we were extremely lucky she didn't press charges. It's been 6 years since all of that, and luckily we are still standing. We hope to have a do-over one day, but until then, this is my wedding story. Where do I start? This is a long read, so enjoy it. Oh, and it's true, love to UN, was not best man, but was partnered with groom's unpredictable sister. She was on prescribed medication once, heard voices and jumped off the roof of their home. Fortunately, a neighbor was watching her the whole time, thinking what the fuck, and when she jumped, it was only one story, so she broke her feet terrible, but kept her from parents keeping her on meds. So I was tasked to take B/W photos of wedding, even though a photographer was hired for the main body of work. So, first, the Church of the Mass had double booked the priest, so the minister to perform was substituted with another, unfamiliar one. The alarm was going off as the substitute didn't have the alarm code. The flowers were late, people were being seated and the church's runner was late, and arrangements put out and they were on arrangements. Alarm still going off as most were seated. After alarm off, wedding mass presumed. Afterwards, everyone leaves to head to the reception. About 25 miles away. As one to help, I give some folks directions and wait for the wedding party to finish up. They now need to get on the rental bus and head to the reception, first for photographer, then that evening's event. I'm following the rental bus/limo, not even 2 miles from the church, and a moving truck, coming the other way, gets too close and shears of the limo bus driver's mirror. The driver of the moving truck, U-Haul or Penske been too long to recall, switches places with her husband/boyfriend. The police arrive, and I take a shot, should post it, but I would need permission, of the wedding couple arguing with the cop. You see, the limo bus cannot operate without that mirror, as the bus limo driver is rigging up something to fix the mirror, to get the bus going, as all are late now. The groom's best man, his brother, is drunk and cursing, mooning, and flipping off the couple that were driving the moving truck. The woman was upset, but she was telling the cop her boyfriend was the driver. No, he wasn't. Isn't that why she is upset, officer? We finally get underway, losing at least what seemed like an hour, when all of a sudden, the bus limo gets pulled over by the same cop that was at the accident. Apparently, the woman was so upset at the bestman's colorful metaphors, but not sorry for lying to the officer that she was driving. I was following behind the bus and saw the whole thing, that the cop wanted everyone's name on the bus in case there was any insurance issues. Fraud, and that the officer was to do this before we left, so covering his ass. Delayed and frustrated and pissed off, the bride is trying to calm the groom down. He is almost yelling at the cop. Oh, it's getting dark now, and I had no flash ready, film, to take anymore, nor wanting to piss the cop off. I walk over as the bus driver gets all back in the bus. We are just off the ramp to the interstate, and I talk to the cop, who is curt with me, and he asks me the wedding party name. I provide it, and he stopped writing on his pad. He steps out of the patrol car, heads over to the bus limo driver's window, and tells him to go on and leave. As I run back to my vehicle, behind the bus, the groom looks at me and says, "What did you say?" I reply, "I told them your last name. Guess your family has some pull." He then smiles and smacks his head like, duh. Ever see The Godfather? Seems the father of the groom and mother are known in the county and school district too well. Hint, Italian family. So the cop gets out and tells the bus limo driver to proceed. We found out a week later that the cop told the tale to his pals at the precinct. The wedding party found no humor in it, and irony, the bride would have that cop's child in her class. Oh, just you wait. So then, party arrives late to the reception. The photographer is upset as he has lost 3 hours of light, but proceeds to round B/G up and get it done. I'm shadowing the sister because she's been known to ruin events and wants center of attention. Turns out, her angry boyfriend shows up. This guy once pulled a knife out on her brother, the groom, in their own house. And they have it out, but take it to the parking lot. Good girl. I go looking for her as we have to dance together, and the boyfriend and her finish fighting, and he whips his little dick out. Wish I had camera, and pees on someone's car. Classy. After returning to the reception, there is a commotion and it's not good. Everyone was worried the groom's sister was going to ruin the wedding. When it turned out, the bride's brother had some mental issue and trashed at the bathroom, demolishing a stall. I guess I wasn't a good candid photographer as I was lit on champagne and hors d'oeuvres, and not really wanting to stick a lens as a paparazzi into some mentally unstable drunk. Turns out, he had been on medication, but made bad decision to mix several drinks with it. He's not at all that unstable. It was an calculated mistake. Do not take medication and alcohol together. Don't people know you, and others can die from it. So it ended without further drama. The entire groom's family is one big arrested development. As of today, years later, the groom, a pathological liar would be proud of, left his young son alone for several hours while at some horror convention, and lied about it. Getting BJ by some horror chick was just the part of the lie he denied, and lost his job, for months, never telling the wife. Then, I recall all this, because I put the guy up for 3 months and he took advantage of my kindness. I realized 4 years, this groom, lied to me, to the spouse, to everyone. That is all he does. Eventually, they divorced and the wife was a saint for putting up with his shit for so long. Who knows where he ended up? Surprise, Florida. And the bride? She's doing well, raised her family well without that pose, and moved on. Maybe it wasn't a complete ruin, but it sure was something I won't forget. Not as ruinous as other stories and more tangential, but 20 years ago I was in the wedding party for a good buddy's wedding. We were a pretty tight group back then and all of our sig others had become friends too. One guy had moved away, but came back to be in the party. That guy got really drunk and apparently insulted everyone in the wedding party including the bride to the point that she ran out of the reception crying. I knew none of this until we were driving back to the shitty little rural hotel. We were traveling in a couple of vehicles, and that guy was not in our van and that's when I heard about everything. Even my girlfriend at the time was part of the insult onslaught. I was furious. I was carrying a bottle of water when we walked into the hotel, and I felt someone punch it out of my hand from behind. I turn, and it's him. I lose it, and I grab him by the jacket, drive him backward, and pick him up, slam him against the wall. Totally not like me and everyone is shocked. We all storm off. Instead of us staying up late and partying, everyone just wants the day to be over. A few minutes later there's a knock on my hotel door. It's him. He's crying. He apologizes and explains that his wife has been cheating on him. I was furious when I opened the door and now I'm confused as hell. He walked off. I closed the door, and after a few moments, with girlfriend's blessing, I tracked him down, and we ended up staying up all night talking. He's devastated. Of all my friends' wives/girlfriends, his wife was my favorite. I'm devastated for him. I stood up in their wedding just the summer before. The next morning at breakfast, my friend is public enemy #1. It's not my place to blab his story. I've told my girlfriend, but she's still angry about him. Others are wondering if tempers will flare today and all I could say is we talked. He apologized and I understand what happened last night. It's all very awkward because I can't condone how he acted at the reception, but I also genuinely hurt for my friend. I couldn't look at my friend's wife at all. I'm a POC. Context. Last year, I was invited to an interracial wedding in the South, right after George Floyd was killed. So racial tensions was thicker than a snicker. The venue had 2 separate ballrooms and the guests kind of divided themselves by race. It was awkward AF. Finally the DJ plays that song Wobble, and by now the open bar of drinks had worked its magic and people were dancing. Finally things are starting to look promising, until I tasted the shrimp and grits, which I will rename sheet and grits. Literally everyone who ate the sheet and grits got food poisoning, including the groom who drunkenly ate 2 bowls of the poison. Flower girls, all the guests, me. We thought we caught COVID due to the flu-like symptoms. The groom spent 4 days of the honeymoon with explosive diarrhea in the beginning, followed by hibernation grizzly bear constipation, after he created a butt plug with every OTC medication to stop the explosive diarrhea. Miserable. The bride didn't eat any, so she traveled to 4 different pharmacies to collect all these meds. Mercy. I personally had 1 1/2 spoonfuls of the sheet and grits that Saturday evening, and recall being at church Sunday morning the next day and my stomach dropping. I panicked, literally starting sweating, and immediately left church, speeding home to try to unleash this demon in my own personal toilet. I got off the highway and almost went to the QT gas station. They're always clean, because I didn't think I could make it to my 3rd floor apartment. But then I realized I'm going to sheet in this dress, so you might as well drive the extra mile home, so I don't leave a crime scene at this gas station. I made it home, Unleash the Dragon, and concluded that 2020 really was the year of toilet paper and sheet shows. So yeah, it was a pretty sheety event. True story. Their 1-year anniversary is coming up. They weathered the sheet storm. Bride of the story. Settle in, folks. So 3 days before my wedding I got my dress back from another city and tried it on. It didn't fit. To give perspective, I'm 4'10" and was like 98 lbs. So the fact it was 3 inches too small was shocking. My husband came up with the idea to fix it. Crisis averted. Then my forever flake of a father, despite multiple warnings, was like, no, I can't make it to the rehearsal, with about 10 excuses why. I had a breakdown. The day of the wedding, my dad and his partner along with some other family show up at the venue an hour before even I did. Dad's partner is constantly trying to follow me into the back room to see my dress and is obviously drunk at this point. My dad swears she wasn't drunk, but what do I know, I've never seen her sober. She got white lotion all over the back of my husband's suit. Thankfully they cleaned that off. Then, after the ceremony, she comes stumbling out from the bar, does 3 hops forwards, spins around and does the one-legged starfish and hits the concrete, and her dress flew up in front of all my guests. My dad was so embarrassed he never came back for the rest of the wedding, and despite being upset, somehow we still managed to have a wonderful time. Oh, and my brother wore board shorts and a t-shirt to a semi-formal wedding and kept leaving to go check on his crackhead girlfriend and be like, but I'm hungry, he knew when dinner was, and my mom kept leaving to her car so she didn't have to buy drinks because she brought them in a cooler. Thanks family. Love it. Oh my god, oh no. Okay, so I get a wedding invitation out of the blue for an old college friend. I go. It's in Texas. Creepy Texas. Like, don't go there if you don't know somebody there, Texas. I rent a truck and drive 2 hours from Dallas. I get to the wedding and it's in a community center. Well, this community center is basically a shack attached to a gas station. Behind this gas station is a big metal scrap pile with a big dog on a chain guarding it. So I get there, and I find out that the bride's family doesn't want the wedding to happen. Why? Because her in-laws are creepy Christians, think creepy cult-like, and they don't think the family treats her well. They think her in-laws are using her for money and brainwashed her. Okay, so whatever, the wedding happens. During the ceremony the bride's uncle says "fuck this" loudly and walks away from the wedding. Okay, that was uncalled for, but let me tell you, I totally agree with him. So the very second that the priest guy dismissed the wedding party and completes the wedding, the groomsmen walk the bridesmaids back down the aisle. When they get there they wait for the groom to get there with him. When he does, all the men take off after said uncle and all 5 of them just fight him. The groom sucker punches him in the back of the head and the other 4 dogpile him. Mind you, this is a tiny, frail old man who got sucker punched. So the bride's family is like, "fuck that shit," and then the whole 2 sets of families start literally fighting while the bride is sitting in her truck sobbing. I go talk to the bride. I offer to buy her a plane ticket to leave with me. I offer to drive her around and get away for a bit. Then her husband comes over to me and tells me that his wife and I don't have permission to talk to her. So I get in it with him. I told him I was recording the whole thing and that I have proof that he and his boy sucker punched an old man, and that if he lays a damned finger on me or her, that I will put him face down on the ground in order to keep my friend safe. Then my friend yells at me for defending her. She starts saying really creepy stuff like how he's her husband and she must obey him or she is disobeying God. Safe to say I got the fuck out to Dodge and I cannot abide anything to do with Texas after that. I left, went back to Dallas, had me some phenomenal local Mexican food, saw the JFK Memorial, and then left Texas forever. My own wedding. Before the wedding, the stone fell out of my wife's engagement ring. This was due to improper mounting. Took it back to the jeweler. They put another stone in morning of the wedding. My wife's sister came down from Maine with her husband. We are in Florida. She was driving a rental car and the traffic here in Florida is much more congested than the rural roads of Maine. She rear-ended another car on the way to the church. She still visits every year, but has not driven a car in the state of Florida since then. My wife arranged with a local beautician about coming in the morning of the wedding to have her hair done. The appointment time, hairstyle, etc. was all worked out. She showed up at the salon that morning, and the girl was not there. The manager called her and she said, "Why would I be there today? It's my day off." My wife says, "It has to be today. I'm in a wedding." And the other ones there ask her, "Oh, you're in the wedding party?" My wife, "I'm the bride." Fortunately, one of the other girls there was able to get the job done anyway. For the men, the tuxes were late arriving, and we were just getting fitted for them that morning. My little brother ended up with a shirt that had sleeves that were way too long. No time to get a different shirt, so the place just sewed the shirt sleeves to the inside of the jacket with just the right amount of sleeve showing, so it looked nice. The only problem was, he couldn't take off the jacket because the shirt and jacket were sewn together. During the ceremony, even with a count, the inside of the church was very hot. July in Florida. We are reciting our vows, and my little brother with the sewn up shirt/jacket combo gets overheated while standing up in front with the other groomsmen and passes out, hitting a pew on the way down. Videographer got the sound of it happening and the expression on our faces. He was not injured, just embarrassed, and couldn't really take off the jacket to cool off. We are finally married and headed off to Daytona Beach for a week. Engagement ring stone falls out again, and this time they won't replace it because it looks like we are trying to scam them. It all worked out okay though. This July will be 37 years. There are several elements for this one wedding that resulted in it being not a great day. My best friend, Amy, got married at a country club in a small town specifically because it offered outdoor and indoor venues. May is rainy season in the south, and she wanted to be sure we could go inside in case a freak storm popped in out of nowhere. While we are getting ready, one of the other bridesmaids, Lucy, boyfriend is freaking out and being an abusive piece of shit, demanding attention from her, even though it's our friend's wedding day. The bridesmaids don't get Amy involved, and we take Lucy's phone, so she doesn't have to keep seeing the shitty messages. The ceremony goes off without a hitch. It's beautiful, we all cry, the bridal party takes our pictures. Then, the shit starts happening. The wedding planner did not tell the staff to hold off on serving food until the bride and groom were done with pictures. Almost all the food was gone within 30 minutes, and the only reason the couple ate is because one of the caterers saved them a pizza. Dark rain clouds start forming. I mean, dark thunderstorm clouds. We are all outside for an outdoor wedding, including tables and decorations. Lucy gets her phone back at some point and is freaking about her abusive piece of shit boyfriend. He's making threats. Right before Amy and her dad start their first dance, abusive piece of shit shows up. He is trying to get Lucy to leave with him. She puts her foot down and says no. We, the bridesmaids, handle it and he leaves, but Lucy is very upset. We take her to the bathroom to calm her down and miss the cake cutting. It is definitely about to storm, and the country club employees won't let us move inside. Apparently, the wedding planner had to notify them 30 minutes before the ceremony started for us to move inside. It was still beautiful and clear at that time. It's been about 2 hours since the ceremony. It really showed up out of nowhere. All of the guests are now crammed around the DJ station under the awnings, while a maelstrom whips around us. We still have a good time, but it's starting to get scary. The groomsmen have now gotten involved and are on Lucy's phone and telling abusive piece of shit that is not how you talk to a lady. Abusive piece of shit shows back up and is absolutely shit-faced. He's trying to get Lucy to leave with him again, and this time the maid of honor, her boyfriend, and another bridesmaid's husband team up to throw him out. The guys are both over 6'3" and the moth fantastically says, "I'm the maid of honor, and this is my security." Abusive piece of shit backs down and is escorted out by the wedding planner and the photographer. Amy still has no idea abusive piece of shit even showed up. Another bride from upstairs comes down and says we can go into her ballroom so we can be safe from the storm. Most of the guests immediately go up and Amy's wedding basically disintegrated. Most of her family and her new husband are all already sheet-faced, and she was livid because she was 5 months pregnant and couldn't have a drink she desperately wanted. The day after, I go with her to help clean up, and she sees these games she had bought specifically for the cocktail hour, so people didn't get bored when she was taking pictures. They never even left the room they were stored in. I've known Amy for 16 years and I've only seen her cry twice. That was the second time I've ever seen her cry, and she was absolutely devastated that her wedding fell apart. Basic things she wanted didn't get done. We were also pissed at the club because there was plenty of room for us to go. They claimed it was because they had already set up for a brunch the next day, but that was in another ballroom. The entire downstairs was empty and not in use. The bright side to this whole thing was that I nor her family knew a thing about what abusive piece of shit was doing at all. The bridal party kept it under wraps and we were damned if we were going to let it ruin the wedding. This was our wedding, and it didn't necessarily ruin it, but definitely a memorable moment. Wife and I decided we didn't want a big wedding, and just got married in front of a few family members, while on vacation in Hawaii on the beach. Her younger sister was officiating for us. Since I didn't have a best man or anything there, I decided to give my wife's ring to her sister, to give me during that part of the ceremony. For more detail, this ring was both my wife's engagement ring and wedding ring that we had already had fused together while we were getting it sized. Now her sister is one of those people who just anything random bad that can happen will happen to her. So she has the ring in the breast pocket of her Hawaiian shirt. At some point she bends over to wash of her hands in the lovely ocean that is our backdrop. Well, right before we are about to get started, she starts patting her pocket and has this terrified look on her face. Sure enough, the ring had fallen out of her pocket right into the ocean. We spent a while looking for it, but the sun was going down, and so we decided just to get on with it and borrowed my wife's mom's ring for the ceremony. Other than that, our wedding was awesome with no guests to worry about, beautiful sunset, awesome beach that had no other PPL on it, and our feet literally in the ocean. We still give the sister a hard time about it, but none of us really cared too much. Wife got a new ring from the same pawn shop when we got back and loves it even more than the first ring. Went to a wedding a couple years ago in Vegas at the MGM Grand. The day before the wedding, the entire wedding party and the parents of the groom went to rehearse for the wedding in a random office in the hotel. Once rehearsing was done, the hotel staff member who was conducting the rehearsal said that was it and everyone was free to go, so most people leave, including the groom's parents. Directly after most people are gone, the staff member then says, "Hey, follow me and I'll show you exactly where you'll be getting married." So we went and took a quick look, and then we all went on with our day. Fast forward to the next day at the wedding. We are waiting around at the ceremony spot for the groom's parents to show up, but since they didn't come with us to see the spot, they have no idea where it is. Nobody can get a hold of them. I think they turned off their cell phones since they were in a different country, and, you know, roaming charges or whatever. People are running through the hotel trying to find them before the ceremony starts at 7 PM sharp. We cannot find them. Bride asks if it's okay if we wait, and the hotel staff member says that it's something like $150 if they start late or push the time. So they start the ceremony without the groom's parents. They didn't show up until everything including pictures were completely finished. The groom's sister ripped them a new one and made the groom's mother cry. It was a disaster. I work in a wedding venue. There have been a few ruined weddings, but one of the worst we just refer to as the vegan wedding. We aren't a vegan venue first and foremost. We can do some vegan options, but it isn't our speciality. Vegan bride and groom wanted the whole wedding to be vegan. The bride's mother was against it and thought they should probably just order vegan food for who was vegan. The bride and groom stuck to their guns and wanted everyone at the wedding to eat vegan. This consisted of a 3-course vegan meal followed by a vegan buffet. The bride and groom weren't happy with our only vegan options and wanted special vegan food that we'd never even heard of. In the end, we ended up coming up with a menu they were okay with. The day rolls around and the bride comes in beforehand with decorations and sees that we have milk in the fridge and Bale is behind the bar. She wants these removed immediately because no one on her day is to eat or drink anything but vegan. We refuse this request. After the wedding, all the guests sit down and this is where we find out the only vegan guests are the bride and groom, and there are a lot of kids. 15 out of 50 people. We start serving the food and the guests ask what it is. We inform them of what they are eating and some laugh. Some look confused, some eat it in silence, and the kids, all 15 of them, outright refuse to touch it. We have parents of all of the kids complaining, asking if there is anything else they can eat. We have to inform them the bride and groom has only made vegan food available. After the vegan dessert is served, most of the parents have had enough and stand up and leave, mainly because all 15 kids were screaming and crying. There's now about 15ish people left. The night two comes in a couple of hours later, about the same amount as who left. We serve the buffet and are met with the same reaction. A couple of people order pizzas and eat them outside. A couple of people loudly say this is faking ridiculous. What a sheet wedding right next to the bride, who at this point is visibly distressed. One man said, "What have I done to you to deserve this?" while pointing at the buffet, which made a large amount of the people left laugh. Finally the cake is served, a fully vegan chocolate cake which was baked by the man who said, "What have I done to deserve this?" They cut the cake, which caused half the cake to fall on the floor. The man who baked it said loudly, "Best place for it in my opinion," to another round of applause and laughter. Bride at this point is practically in tears. We cut up what cake wasn't on the floor and served it. A few people tried it, and most people spat it out. I later tried the cake, and it was like sawdust. The bride kicked out who had ordered in the pizza, saying she didn't want anyone to eat non-vegan food. The rest left to go get McDonald's. The bride, groom, and bride's mother and father are the only people left as we inform them we're closing up. Bride's in tears still, and the mother just says, "I told you it was a bad idea to force people to eat how you want to eat. Was all round just a bad day." Bride and groom would have been a lot happier telling people their intentions and finding a venue that could properly cater what they wanted. My brother's wedding was a complete disaster, but they pretty much ruined it themselves. They don't even like being around each other, but they both wanted to get married to whoever would take them, so there they were. Here's a list of what went wrong. Wedding was outdoors in October, in an open field with no electricity, water, or bathrooms. 2 tiny RVs were brought in to serve as bathrooms/changing rooms for 150 plus guests for 7 hours. Bride's grandmother, a rather rotund woman, got stuck in the door to one of the RVs. Groomsmen had to pry her out. Mother of the groom, my mom, was instructed to make 4 cakes for the wedding so that the couple could save money. All are delivered and then left out on a table in the sun for several hours, sticking them to inside of their boxes and making a mess. First look photos were a disaster, as the groom's reaction wasn't enough for the bride, and she was visibly angry about it. The ceremony starts, and the bride doesn't want to go through with it. Suddenly, bridesmaids have to convince her that it's just nerves. She nearly pukes on her way to the aisle. When it's time for the bride to come down the aisle, groom pulls out a guitar and begins singing a breakup song to her as she walks down. Lyrics are not subtle. After the ceremony, bride refuses to walk back up the aisle next to the groom. He is instead told to follow behind her and carry her train and veil. She still seems angry. Bride and groom split off at the reception and refuse to look at each other, eat together, or even acknowledge that this is their wedding. They have to be forced back together when it's time to cut the cake or take photos. At one point, the groom is found a mile away in a neighboring field. The catering team hadn't expected to be without power, so all the food is cold. First dance goes poorly as the bride and groom are basically just holding on to each other and swaying slightly in place. Their song of choice was Flightless Bird, American Mouth, from Twilight. Majority of guests file out after this, including me and my husband. Judging by the photos, it looks like everyone but the wedding party left, and then they obviously staged a lot of drunken party style pics to make it look like they had a good time after everyone left. They didn't. The scene is rural Pennsylvania. My sister-in-law's wedding reception. All of your hasty generalizations are right. We were a bunch of hillbillies. We were extremely intoxicated. And we were about to fist fight for several hours straight, Jerry Springer style. We were all getting along swimmingly until the group circled around my 17-year-old son, offering him a shot of vodka. He made eye contact with me across the room and I slowly shook my head at him. He told them no thank you, to which they protested vehemently. He insisted none for him, and they pushed it in his face. That's when I stepped in. I told them enough. He said no. 3 all groaned, but that was it. About a half hour later, his creepy uncle was congratulating him for making the right choice. Over and over and over. When I saw his hand on my son's leg, I lost my shit a little. I said, he gets it. You're very proud now, that's enough with it. As I removed his hand from my son's leg. Creepy uncle was furious. Called me every name in the book and stormed out. I walked the kids to their camper and went back to the reception. Bad idea. Creepy uncle was there again and spitting mad about the whole ordeal with me. I walked into him getting right in my face yelling about what a terrible mother I am. I stayed cool for a while, but what with the illicit substances coursing through my inhibitions and all, I eventually succumbed to the inevitable Jerry Springer level fight that was about to ensue. He got too close and poked my chest. I can't handle someone poking my chest. I wrapped my leg around his knee and threw him to the floor. That was the first of many violent acts that night. At some point my father-in-law had me pinned to the floor, holding me down like a feral cat, as I whispered in his ear, "Do you feel like a big man now?" He let me up. Also a bad idea. I proceeded to tackle creepy uncle after shoving a box full of mason jars at my despicable mother-in-law, who was protecting him by standing between him and me. I just wanted to distract her, not hurt her. She bawled all the next day about it and claimed I sucker punched her in the face. I'm like, "Beach. If I had punched you, your face would be hamburger. Please." I do vaguely remember telling her that if she ever hurt my kids again, I'd relieve her of her hands though. She used to physically abuse my kids when I was stupid enough to send them to her white trashy house alone. Apparently it all came out in my violent rage that night. I couldn't move for a week afterwards, but successfully made it to work first thing the next morning. I hadn't slept, but I was no longer intoxicated, just very sore. My sister-in-law was mad until the entire story came out, and still, to this day, no regrets. I would say our wedding was ruined, but we enjoyed it to the fullest, so maybe it doesn't count. Our plan was simply a civil ceremony with only the closest family and friends and a quick reception at a good restaurant afterwards. My whole family turned down the invitation because they didn't approve the marriage and they hate my husband's family anyway. It was what is was. We made our plans without them, but turned out my mother-in-law started to fill the gaps with her distant family members and her friends without asking us. She actively vetoed our music and meal plans, saying wedding reception isn't about us, but the guests lol. At one point we had enough and cancelled the event altogether. Booked the civil ceremony again with only the two witnesses, his best friend and mine. My friend told me a day prior the wedding that he forget to take a day off from work and he wouldn't come. I asked randomly some girl instead who was my bestie in the secondary school. I asked her to wear casual clothing because at this point we just didn't give a shit. She arrived as a princess of course, so I looked funny next to her in my everyday jeans with little to no makeup. My mother and father-in-law of course was there at the register office, so the registrar opened up the ceremonial hall for us. They sat there like they were on a funeral, then as a wedding gift gave us a letter from the police that we are under investigation for littering, falsely accused. My husband sent them home right there. We went to a bar instead of a restaurant with the two witnesses, got around on the house as the only wedding gift that day, but it was okay. We were married and happy. My brother married a woman on for over 20 a year after she was supposed to be married to his best friend. They reused all the decorations in the venue. A few hours before, my brother told our family friend who was officiating that she wouldn't be doing it because they wanted to know what she was going to say or something like that. They made this big deal about the vows or whatever. Anyway, my family did a lot for the wedding. It wasn't catered, so we had to buy insane amounts of food from a local deli. My mom and I also had our hair done because the bride insisted on hair up, a very particular purple dress and silver heels. There was no rehearsal dinner. We show up an hour before to help set up. They were given money from my parents for a DJ and alcohol. No DJ shows up. Instead her brother plugged in his Spotify. There are 2 bottles of champagne only for the bride and groom. They end up showing up an hour late. Everyone is high. They get out of their cars and smoke is billowing out of it. I'm the only bridesmaid who has their hair done at all, and they're wearing flip-flops for the ceremony. My mom forced my youngest brother and I to be in this wedding. Neither family was cool with each other or agreed with the wedding, so it's tense. Anyway, they get to the point where they were supposed to say their vows and both of them say they haven't written any. Meanwhile, our family friend who was going to officiate the wedding is sitting in the audience. After my brother kisses the bride, she says, "Well, what do we do now?" To which my brother responds, "I guess we get faked up." They don't even walk down the aisle, just start moving chairs to make room for the dance floor. The bride has her dance with her dad and my brother. Hasn't even said hello to my mother, and my brother had to be reminded that he needed to dance with my mom, which the bride cuts in halfway through. Then we have to get pictures and the bride still won't talk to us. She only lets us get a few, then spends an hour with my brother taking pictures with her family. The reception was supposed to go until 11. 2 hours into the reception at about 7 the bride got on the microphone to send everyone home because she's tired. It felt like a pretend wedding. I wasn't surprised when they started talking about divorce a few months later. I'm not even sure they made it to their first year. The wedding was a mess. Mine wasn't ruined, but it definitely didn't go to plan. My husband, who wanted to elope, agreed to have a big wedding for me. I'm a wedding planner, so I love weddings and have had mine planned since I was about 10, and I'm Greek, so what can I say? Lol. I wanted a wedding. I'm also super close with my family, while he has some strained relationships and was ultimately raised by his grandparents, but we worked through the guest list and were both really excited. His grandfather hadn't been out much. His life consisted of sitting on the couch watching Fox News for 12 hours, only getting up to pee, not even to get his own food. He was in poor health from years of smoking and several heart attacks, but he was very eager to attend. They showed up. He was all smiles, looking dapper AF, with more life in him than we had all seen in years. Everyone was commenting how he hadn't smiled so much in forever, and that this was so special for him and his wife. Well, after the ceremony we rolled him in his wheelchair up to the reception and bounced off for cocktail hour and to line up for introductions. While we were waiting to be announced, his cousin came running in saying there was something wrong with his grandfather. We rush in, and we have a group of around 8 guests taking turns doing CPR waiting for medics. Turns out he had a heart attack and just keeled over. We were close to a hospital, so it didn't take long, but it felt like an eternity. All the guests were ushered back into the cocktail room so our certified guests could keep doing CPR. When the medics showed up and didn't defibrillate him, you know when the machine advises no shock, we knew he was dead already. So his grandmother and a couple other members of his family left to go to the hospital, and I asked my husband what he wanted. He said, "Well, he is already gone. There is nothing we can do at this point. Let's party for Pap." So that's what we did. We got together and made a speech. My dad took over as MC to keep things positive, while also acknowledging what just happened, and the whole group just partied for Pap. It turned into such a beautiful celebration full of love and human connection. That day was full of every human emotion possible, and everyone who was there shared something special that day. People still tell me it was one of the best weddings they ever attended. Looking back on it now, neither one of us looks back on it with sadness. His grandfather realistically didn't have a lot of time left, so what better way to go out than surrounded by all your friends and family. At my cousin's wedding, the reception was held in a creepy old community center hall that had large portraits of Chinese dignitaries on the wall. Just setting the scene. The wedding was between my Italian cousin and his Polish wife. Maybe the hall was a good price. Anyhow, they hired a live band to play music for the night. There was a small sign taped to the stage that said requests possible. Ask between songs. Fair enough. However, for the first 3 hours the band exclusively played what I believe were polka dances. It's worth noting my cousin's wife's family were Polish, but most of them had been living in southern Ontario for their entire lives and didn't even speak the language. Nor had my cousin requested traditional music. He wanted just regular danceable reception stuff. After hours of that, some of the guests started requesting other songs, just to switch things up for fun. The lead singer in the band got up to the mic, unleashed a tirade of some of the most foul language and insults I've ever heard upon the collected guests, told everyone to F off and die, threw the mic into the crowd, and then stormed out. The rest of the band followed him out. Needless to say, that pretty much ended the night. Then there was a wedding I attended with my parents. Friends of the family's son getting married. It was in a super fancy stock exchange building and was uber formal. During dinner, my mother accidentally knocked the candle on the table over and lit the tablecloth on fire. My father, in his infinite wisdom, tried to douse it with the open bottle of wine that was on the table. Turned into quite the conflagration. We were asked to leave. I was mortified. And to anyone wondering, nobody was drunk. Just my parents' total lack of common sense. Would you consider a close family friend odding at the reception a ruinous event? My cousin was getting married at his mom's property and the place was packed full of family and friends. A great and unique ceremony turned into a pretty epic lakeside party as the sun went down. After an hour or two of flowing drinks and the usual dance floor shenanigans, my cousin asked me where her boyfriend was, a close friend of mine for years, and I realized I hadn't seen him in a while. Keep in mind this friend of mine was an amazing guy, but had a very troubled past and a history of heroin abuse. He has been sober for a couple years at this point. A few minutes later I hear my cousin screaming incoherently from amongst the rows of cars. I ran over, and my dear friend is slumped over lifelessly in his truck, his skin a sickening shade of white and blue, the likes of which I have never seen. I immediately recognized that my dear friend was dying before our eyes and we didn't have much time. I ran back towards the dance floor, knowing my brother was there, a seasoned trauma nurse with a military background, just the kind of a guy you want on your side if you need to save a life or take one. I find him, and we both sprint towards the truck, and I immediately dial 911 as he pulls my dear friend from the truck, and immediately begins CPR/pulse ox monitoring. By this point there is quite a confused and intoxicated crowd gathering around the scene and disrupting a literal life being saved. I put my other brother in charge of clearing everyone out of the area and task one of the only sober relatives I see to drive to the entrance of the property to await EMS, not easily marked, and I knew one wrong turn of the ambulance could mean my friend dies in a field. I stayed on the phone with 911 until the ambulance arrived with Narcan, which is ultimately brought his lifeless body back to us in a fit of confusion and vomit. Needless to say, this event killed every positive vibe surrounding this once joyous occasion and caused quite a bit of drama amongst the family. I was sitting there with a beer in hand at the end of it in utter disbelief, with a range of emotions I have never felt before. So close to losing one of my best friends after coming down from such a high, whilst being so incredibly impressed by my brother's calm demeanor during this life or death situation. If you are ever in a situation where a life is in the balance, please be a part of the solution, finding help, being the help, calling EMS. It wasn't the wedding, it was the reception. I was a teenager, with 3 other teens crashing a reception in this small village, population 800 something. Okay, we knew something was up when we first walked in. All the Latinos were on one side of the hall, while all the blacks were on the other side. Being white, we decided not to stay along. We did our usual, yes, we had a whole routine down. We were serial reception crashers, where 2 or 3 of us would distract whoever was at the bar, while the other or others scored whatever liquor he could. We scored and ran. So far, so good. So we are sitting in the little playground/park enjoying our award in sight of the reception hall when a fight spills out on the front lawn. Then another. Then another. Next thing we know, we are watching an all-out mass brawl spilling out from the reception. We start hearing police sirens and decide to split when we see the red and blue lights coming down the road. A couple days later, I read about it in the local papers. It took over a dozen county and state patrol cars to stop the fighting. Several people were stabbed with broken bottles, someone fired a gun, and something like 15 people were arrested. Yeah, that marriage started out swell. But I remember the paper specifically stated that the fighting broke out immediately after the bride and groom left for their honeymoon. Apparently, everyone was just politely waiting for them to leave before starting the fight. My brother almost got arrested at his reception. The wedding ceremony went off okay. We get to the hotel and notice 2 Greyhound type private rental buses. No problem until a whole high school band unloads that was in town from Arkansas for a competition. So the geniuses at the hotel put my brother's room on the same floor as the band was on. My brother's wife went to the room to get tennis shoes for the dancing at the reception. She goes down the hall with 20 to 30 high school band members lingering in the hall with their doors open. They start catcalling her and saying things to her like nice dress, you are in for a hard night, etc. My brother was by the elevator waiting and hears the commotion. He sees her crying and goes hulking down the hallway. There is pushing and shoving. Some people are on the ground. One of the band chaperones hears the melee and breaks it up. My brother is on fire mad. I'm the best man. I hear from one of our high school buddies who is an out-of-state cop that there is a big problem. We get our people in a suite for the wedding party. What happened? My brother gives the blow-by-blow of his version, and he laid hands on a couple of the band members who were mouthy. He also manhandled the chaperone, crumpling up his shirt and slamming him in the wall. I talked to the cop buddy about how screwed are we. Another buddy there is a defense attorney. We are going over our options and a cop walks in. I along with my dream team of buddies coming talk to the cop and explain the situation. There was catcalling, minor pushing ECT point and some crumpled clothes and swearing. The cop wants to talk to my brother. He is looking straight on at him and wants to know about the grabbing of the chaperone. My dumbass brother grabs the cop by his shirt and vest and is like, it was like this. Holy fuck. What are you doing? Me and the out-of-state cop jump in and are like, dude, demonstrate on one of us. Not the uniformed officer please. So we discuss the options. I tell my brother, you need to apologize to the chaperone so you don't go to jail tonight. The cop was really cool about the whole thing overall. The cop talks to the chaperone and says, are we okay with an apology so I don't have to run the groom in on his wedding night? He agrees. They get all the band guys wrangled up and in their rooms. Some of the wedding party smoothed it all over the band members and 20 years later they are still married. In the end it wasn't ruined, but it was a disaster to salvage it. Wife's friend got married in Grand Lake, Colorado, at a bar nestled in a scenic mountain valley. Gorgeous setting. Well, a handful of us arrive on wedding day to set up and find out that the previous wedding from the previous day had not cleaned up at all. Not even a little bit. They were contractual obligated to do so, but did not. Decorations, chairs, tables, basically everything you'd expect to find at a wedding ceremony and reception except the food, all still there. Mom of the bride was frantically calling the park service, but they weren't answering due to weekend hours I guess. So we basically grabbed trash bags and started filling them with all the shit. Wedding in 2 hours and all we needed to do was put up our decorations, and it wouldn't have taken long with the number of people we had, but now we had to take down someone else's wedding and clean everything. Half an hour later, and about 75% of the way done cleaning their shit up, a Tahoe shows up with the father of the bride and some groomsmen. They're asking us what the fuck we are doing. Mother of our bride gave him one look and said, we have a wedding here in an hour and a half. The guy didn't say anything else, and his crew just started gathering up as much as they could and cramming it into the Tahoe, then cleaned whatever was left. They offered to help us set up for the next wedding, but we just wanted them to leave. So, we get all set up, and the wedding is saved. Then the food truck shows up. Then a minute later, the park ranger who had finally gotten the voicemails shows up and tells us we can't have the food truck. The park ranger on duty when the venue was rented approved the food truck, but this park ranger said no. So, no food for the faking reception. We tried hard to keep all of this information from the bride, but somehow she figured it out and was freaking out. The groom looked like he'd aged about 100 years through all of this bullshit. Ultimately we sent the food truck to the camp/cabin site we were all staying at, a couple miles down the road, and reassured the bride that it would actually be better to have the reception there. That way everyone can drink as much as they want and can just retreat to their cabins when they've had enough, rather than trying to clean up or drive back to the campground. In the end it worked out, but holy shit, people suck. Lol mine. TLDR, nothing catastrophic, but just not a single thing went as planned. And my wife's future sister-in-law kinda sucks. At the end of the day we are bummed about it all, but none of the little stuff really matters to us and we are happy. Terrible venue staff that are impossible to communicate with, being notified of their COVID restrictions 2 weeks before turning our guest list from 175 to 50. For the record, not county, city, state, or federal restrictions. The venues, then we had to cancel the week before. The date was important to us, so we decided to elope then have dinner with some family and bridal party. Family wouldn't allow us to elope, so we had a small ceremony that her parents managed to put together at the last minute. We had our wedding attire altered and everything was good, but just needed some really tiny adjustments. When we went to pick up my suit and her dress, after having them altered, my suit was almost twice as big and her dress was butchered to the point that it looked like she was wearing an inner tube around her waist. From what was told to me, still haven't seen that dress. So she goes with her future sister-in-law / bridesmaid to pick out a new dress for the impromptu ceremony. Her brother offers to get a private room at a restaurant that he had connections with, which we would get at cost. So significantly cheaper than what we had already reserved. Happily accepted to help ease the financial burden with my in-laws insisting on covering everything. So everything is going okay leading up to our makeshift ceremony. Dave, my wife's future sister-in-law, was getting ready with her and driving her to the ceremony. Wife was done, 15 minutes late, normal for her, and ready to go, but future in-law wasn't done getting ready, so my wife was 45 minutes late, so future in-law could spend 30 minutes to do lip plumper and touch up her hair. And we were up a mountain with no reception, so no updates were getting to everyone waiting. Started to think she wasn't coming. But she of course makes it, and our impromptu ceremony included crazy and freezing wind while being up a mountain. Her waking down the dirt aisle to a song we both really don't like, and we had a custom piece arranged for her to walk down to, but that was overlooked and wasn't used. But none of it mattered, we're just happy to be married. Here is where the dumb part that we're still dealing with comes in. We head to dinner. We haven't even seen this restaurant or the room we got. We get there, figure out where everything is and are trying to track down who ended up with our marriage license from the ceremony. There are 5 seats less in the room than what we were told we could have. But all good, we played it safe and under-invited. The room had 2 tables seating 10 each. So family and bridal party sorted themselves into the 2 tables. The last 2 of the bridal part arrived, but the only 2 seats left were at the family table. So we asked my wife's brother and future in-law to move the family table. They were both in the wedding part as well. Just so everyone is at a table with people they know. Since they had already gotten their drinks, they said sure but reluctantly moved. We could tell they were upset by that, and we felt bad. So we went and apologized again. Explained we just tried to put everyone where they could enjoy themselves, and offered to have them over for dinner in a few days too as a thank you. Future sister-in-law proceeds to ignores everyone at dinner including the bride asking for photos. Her brother comes over for dinner a few days later, but she's apparently so mad at us that she doesn't come. Fast forward a few months, she hasn't talked to us, but we keep hearing about how hurt she is. So wife finally meets with her to talk. Despite wife apologizing, again, future in-law continues to tell my wife that it's her job to make sure all of her guests feel important. Then she is demanding that all we go to counseling together because we hurt her and made her feel unimportant. We will not be going point. I left out a lot of the other small stuff that went wrong, but it's literally all of it, haha. Thankfully the disaster at my wedding was towards the end, so all the respectable elderly and grandparents had left when shit hit the fan. For the preface, my dad was very upset with me for not having him walk me down the aisle. We have always had a very difficult relationship. My husband and I paid for the wedding ourselves and told him upfront we are independent adults and he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. My brother stopped talking to me because of this and told me if I didn't let him walk me down the aisle it would be a mistake that would live on forever. One brother came to the wedding and left before the reception. The other brother showed up in my dad's old white suit because my dad wanted to prove that even if someone did wear white, no one could look better than his daughter at her wedding. Weird logic, but okay. My brother got absolutely hammered and was smoking a dab pen inside right in front of everyone. He is an alcoholic and gets violent when he is drunk, so I'm obviously concerned, but trying to enjoy myself at my wedding. Well, I missed the big show because my family did their best to keep me on the dance floor oblivious to the ruckus going on in the back. My brother started a fight outside with the groomsmen, 4 of them. The only one who didn't hit my brother back knew he was my brother. The other 3 just saw some asshole in a white suit hitting their best friend, so they hopped in and put it to a stop by beating the shit out of my brother. His white suit covered in blood. He came inside where some family forced him back out and into an uncle's car. My father took it upon himself to get revenge. He asked 2 of the groomsmen to talk out back. Our best man was on the watch and noticed my dad looked like he was up to something. So he followed and watched my dad pick up a glass water goblet and break it on a table into a shank and then tried to stab our friend in the back. Our best man shoved him to the ground from behind before he could stab our friend. My dad got up and picked up a chair and swung it at the other groomsman, hitting him in the head. One of the men nearby shoved my dad against the wall and asked him if he was crazy. The cops showed up and that's when I realized something bad had happened. They couldn't hide it anymore. My dad came up to me and said, "Your brother was jumped by 6 of your husband's groomsmen. They tore his clothes off him and he walked home in his underwear. The police are here. What are you going to do about it?" with a smirk on his face. Like I was supposed to choose my loyalty at that point. I don't know. But I looked at him and said, "Why would you tell me this right now? It's my wedding day." And he said, "Justice will be served." My father is a pathological liar, and they put me through hell leading up to my wedding with so much verbal abuse. I knew the story I just heard was skewed somehow, but it was also the first I heard of anything that happened. So I turned my back on him and went to my husband and said, "We need to leave." I still didn't know the full story at this point, but I knew enough that I just had to get out before I cried in front of all our friends and family. We passed the police on our way to the door. My dad was pointing at the groomsmen saying, "There they are. They attacked my son." And my husband yelled, "Don't believe a word he says. Everything out of his mouth is a lie." Which is true, lol, but not the time to yell that. My father then chased us out spitting while yelling at us that my husband's friends were trash. My cousins had to hold him back so we could get away. It was horrible. Everything else was wonderful. The ceremony and the reception, the first dance, the cake cutting, up till the end. I don't talk to my dad or brothers anymore and my life has been so peaceful ever since. It's okay to cut out toxic people. To anyone reading this far, I didn't know how toxic they were until it affected more than just me. Edit. My dad is also a narcissist, so everything is always about him. At my oldest brother's wedding 2 years before mine, the one who left early, my dad gave a 6 minimum speech about how it was his special day too. No, so much my wedding, but my wedding day. We didn't really have money for a wedding. My husband worked for DirecTV as a contractor and his boss was like, "You want to get married? Yeah, fuck you. No time off." They treat their contractors like trash, and there's a current lawsuit against them for unpaid wages. We'd been together for 8 years at that point and we are going to get screwed with our taxes that year. We had a single day off together, December 13th, and wouldn't have another chance before New Year's. We set everything up and arranged for a local judge. Our town courthouse was beautiful and set up for Christmas, so it wasn't terrible. The plan was get married, go have a nice dinner and fuck all night. Morning of, he wakes up sick. My husband gets sick once every couple of years or more. When he gets sick he gets deathly ill. As soon as I realized what was up, I in tears. We were already rushing our wedding for tax purposes. He plays it off and says, "No, I'm fine." He took a shit ton of cold medicine and played off being fine through the ceremony, and we head home where he proceeded to develop a 102 fever. He was so sick, his breath smelled like ammonia, and I wanted to take him to the hospital. He refused. We couldn't afford a wedding. Why would he go to the hospital? Yay, America. So I Google how to break a fever, made some nasty homemade Pedialyte, and spent the evening patting him down with room temperature wet cloths. I spent the night drinking the bottle of wine we got to share. It was bubbly, and he insisted I have a glass. It would have gone flat while caring for my severely ill husband. I can't say I don't resent that we didn't just reschedule. "I was the DJ, please take your gifts home with you when you leave," was one of the weirdest announcements I've ever made of the 80+ weddings I've done. It's definitely the weirdest, and I guess technically not a wedding. The ceremony walking down the aisle music just kept looping and looping until the parents walked up and announced the couple was postponing things. which was code for damn I really hope they work this sheet out, because if they don't, that's a lot of money down the drain. They never worked it out. The bride and groom never showed their faces for the entirety of the day. Both sets of parents were crying on and off. Bridesmaids and groomsmen had changed out of their wedding attire. I was forced to make announcements like the buffet has now opened. Yes, they are serving the food and there will be no ceremonial cutting of the cake, so feel free to grab some. I was furiously texting my friends like, what the hell do I play at a cancelled wedding? I got replies like, we are never getting back together, and frankly most of T Swift's catalog. Instead, I just played jazz and Daft Punk seemed to fit somehow. There was a complete 6-piece Katy Perry cover band that was a surprise to the bride. They just packed up and left without playing anything. No, there wasn't a dance party. Can you imagine? In a ho, I only took half of my original payment because they were friends of mine. The best part is through a game of telephone with the maid of honor, I had to get the mother of the bride to write the check for me, and she wrote my name as Russ Brook. My name's not Russ Brook, and it's nowhere near that. It starts with Ross and ends with a famous German beer that rhymes with heck. The check cashed anyways. Crazy. I'm going to spend time typing this for reasons unknown. No one is going to read it, and idiots on here are just going to accuse me of making it up for some unknown reasons. But this is the truth. 20 plus years ago my ex-wife and I were invited to some distant relative of hers wedding. We drove for about an hour into the hills of Ohio. We arrived at this massive gorgeous house with a very long driveway. Once we got up to the house you could see they were setting up 5 giant circus-sized tents. We get out of the car to hear someone yelling and look over in time to see one of the big center poles fall over and crash several tables to bits. The day was one of those that would pour down rain then be beautiful every 10 minutes. The actual ceremony was a little late due to rain. Everyone sits down in the woods in front of a big arbor. The men were all standing there and the wedding proceeded. All of the bridesmaids came down the hill or the woods to the arbor. The little kid in a tux as the ring bearer came down and found his spot. They hit play on a tape recorder. This was 20 years ago and the wedding march started. The bride came down through the woods and walked up to the arbor. They looked at each other and the guy performing the ceremony started talking. The heavens opened up and let loose a torrential downpour. Everyone scrambled to the house. 20 minutes later skies were clear. They wiped off the chairs and we started the whole thing over. The ring bearer was doing his walk through the woods and slipped on some mud and sent him tumbling down the hill. They hit play on the stereo and the wedding march started. Unfortunately no one rewound the tape, and about 1/3 of the way down the hill the wedding march cut out, and some Hank Williams Jr. country music started blaring. The bride finally made it down to the arbor and the wedding started again. Right as they were exchanging vows the ring bearer vomits all over the best man's leg and shoes. The rest of the wedding went off without issues. Once back at the tent the rain had started again. The tent in the back, the one that the pole fell over, was having issues and the one corner kept collecting water that had to be drained by pushing a broom up against the roof. Everyone started getting up to get food one table at a time. My table was last as usual. I got my food and sat down at the exact moment the roof of the back tent let loose hundreds of gallons of water that had collected while they were getting their food. As everyone rushed to assist them the wind was picking up and blew the tablecloth of the gift table into the little fishbowl candles they had lit and caught the gift table on fire. The dad of the bride, I think, pulled the tablecloth off and all of the gifts crashed to ground with a couple of them on fire. After that was put out and we finished eating the sun came out and everything was good to go. I was sitting next to one of the screened-in tents with a folding table in it with the wedding cake on it. This was a huge cake with 3 separate parts. One big center with a smaller cake on each side with a bridge thing connecting them. I watched the kids chase each other around the table and just waited. The little kid in the back doing the chasing trips and hits the kid in front and pushed him right into the table. The wedding cake comes crashing down the ground. About 20 minutes later I was walking around and saw the bride sitting on the tailgate of a box truck crying her eyes out holding a precious moment's bride and groom with the bride having no head. The groom was drunk off his ass and dancing around. Since I have no idea who these people were and I have been divorced for 20 years I have no idea if they are still together to this day. I have told this story 100 times in my life and no one believes me. All I can say is everything I have said is 100% true. Was a groomsman in my cousin's wedding. Bunch of the other guys started drinking before wedding photos, so I was trying to be supportive and get everyone's attention for photos, which cousin actually appreciated. The ceremony went fine, and arrival to the reception was fine as well. The venue was magnificent, and the introductions of the bridal party and bride and groom were fine. They have the mother/son and father/daughter dance, and then I think after that it was the salad course. Then everything kind of moves on to dancing and having fun and dinner and all that. No one is really the wiser. I certainly am not, but apparently while eating the salad, the bride got a bad allergic reaction to something in the salad. Not anaphylactic, but swollen lips and face, everything. She was quite the mess. Luckily my cousin's mother and bunch of the family are nurses and take care of her. They call an ambulance, but she doesn't get an EpiPen, since they'd have to take her to the hospital. So they hop her up on a ton of Benadryl for a while. Meanwhile, the party is going on and on. Everyone is having a great time. Somewhat towards the end of the party, she and my cousin actually come out for their first dance. I didn't notice how bad she was, but I think she left after that. The rest of the party and reception goes off without a hitch, minus one or two vomiting family. The bride's father says the day after was the first day he ever took off work. He owns and manages restaurants because he enjoyed himself so much with my family. So the wedding wasn't ruined, except for the bride. Poor woman. She and my cousin did eventually go back after to get some nice, proper first dance pictures in a nice nature setting type thing. They have 2 kids now. It's been like 8 years I think. Cousin's wedding down in the Bible Belt. He was marrying this really conservative girl and they were waiting until marriage type deal. Our other cousin brought her son. He's autistic and 11 years old. Very hard for them to find appropriate childcare, and everyone was fine with it. Anyhow, she was wearing a tight but modest dress and she looked beautiful. Come time for the vows and everyone seated looks in horror as they see a fly on the bottom of the bride's dress. Turns out, this fly started to get bigger and redder, and it was apparent that the bride had gotten her period, and it was leaking onto the back of her dress. Unfortunately, it wasn't a nice contained pool of blood, but how the blood was leaking looked like she was getting diarrhea down the back of her legs. It was obviously blood. Everyone on our side of the chapel could see it, and she had no idea. Geez, it makes me sweat to this about. Here we were desperately trying not to look at one another while watching this bride completely ruin her dress. They had really long vows that were peppered with many Christian sayings etc. When I thought that nothing could get worse, the bride turns to face the minister and our cousin's son screams out, "You pooed your pants, you pooed your pants, you pooed your pants." Over and over and over. His mom had to literally pick him up and carry him out. The bride quickly just squatted, as if to hide herself, and we had to take a 20-minute break before announcing them, so she could change. She did the rest of the wedding in a floral sundress which fit her horribly. No matter how much someone can laugh about it later, I don't think we'll ever be able to talk about what happened as a family. To top it off, they definitions didn't bang that night. Worked bar at a wedding venue in the UK Midlands. Lots of them did not go as the bride and groom had obviously planned, but one sticks out in my mind as the worst by a mile. A couple in their early 30s were getting married, had a shared female best man/maid of honor, lesbian best friend to both of them in a suit. Father of the bride had a tab down and everyone was fairly drunk. First fiasco of the evening was a fairly minor one. We find loads of alcohol bottles in the bridal room, where they go to get dressed, so a couple of hours in already having to have an awkward conversation about the deposit as they are not allowed to bring their own alcohol. Groom was not happy, but between the bride and the best friend they calmed him down. A few hours later the groom and his groomsmen are at the bar going into detail with each other about the stag do. The bridesmaids were basically all partners with the groomsmen, but on the stag do there was a lot of infidelity and of course basically shouting about these conquests with them in earshot led to a whole lot of arguments. Not at all sure what happened from there up until I was collecting glasses outside and heard shouting from the bridal room. The best friend/best man/maid of honor goes in to check it out and make sure everything's alright. She gets shoved hard out of the room and the groom decided to take a swing at her for getting involved. Fair to say the bride instantly left with the best friend, and him and a few of his mates sat brooding until we kicked them out like 30 minutes later. Positive of all this, the rest of the tab was given as a tip for all the hassle. God, mine is so depressing. It was an outdoor/indoor wedding, and it was lightly raining the whole time, so it was a rough. Everyone was muddy trying to make it work with umbrellas, and the house was tracked with mud. At one point the weather takes a turn for the worst, and my husband decides our family is going to leave, even though the reception has just started. It was a little bit out of town and he didn't want to drive through the weather. He tried to convince everyone to leave, but they were trying to be optimistic and enjoy the wedding, even though it was raining. Also, the bride and groom were already drunk, and at that point they were having fun being silly, so it seemed impossible to get them to leave. Only 2 other guests and the wedding planner also left. We find out the next day that it ended up flooding horribly and everyone had to emergency evacuate. They didn't have time to get anything, so they lost all of their gifts, the food, the decorations, everything there was lost. The venue had a places to sleep, so everyone had luggage and stuff. All lost. The bride had some sentimental/vintage things from her family that were irreplaceable. Gone. The worst part though is that during the evacuation the bride's father and grandfather's car got washed off the road. The father held onto the grandfather as long as he could, waiting for rescue, but eventually he lost his grip and the grandfather was washed away and drowned. The couple never overcame the tragedy of the wedding. The bride started abusing drugs and they were divorced by the end of the year. So yeah. We were young, probably too young, but her parents wanted a proper wedding for their only daughter. So we planned this wedding on my single income. That was enough to live on, but not enough to pay for a wedding. Her parents paid for most of it. Later found out they delayed retiring by 1 year to cover it. And we had over 300 guests to this event. My best man was arrested on the way to the wedding due to lack of driver's license and driving himself there. His mother was a type of high-strung woman that was losing her mind over the thought of her son ruining our wedding. Nah, we got this. Relax and watch the pivot. I gathered the ushers and groomsmen and laid it all out. We are all shifting spots by one, and grandpa, who's already dressed to the nines, will be our fill-in usher. Wedding went without a hitch until the bride noticed someone was missing and everyone had shifted one spot halfway down the aisle. I motioned with a smile to keep coming. It's alright, she whispered to me during the ceremony. What happened? Oh, best man was arrested on his way here. I called an audible. Nice. I think this is going to work. My groomsman, who was also one of my coworkers, still tells the story of how my audible got him shifted to the best looking bridesmaid for the night, which made his G/F at the time really jealous. It was good drama. 24 years and 4 kids later. I still have to call an audible once in a while, but nothing like that first one. Worked as a barkeeper in very fancy hotel in the Alps. A Russian oligarch marries this insane young bride. They're all drinking and shouting. Everybody seems overly happy, but not the bride. After a couple of hours the mock came to me, asked me if I seen the bride. Point I didn't. A few minutes later the groom came to me and asked me the same. Point I told him I didn't, but I will get me colleague to look for her. Noticed I didn't seen him for a while. Point I worked at the main bar and he at the backup bar. Opened the door to my office. It was a very small office where we had a coffee maker and a few things inside. Only seen white. Point like the her wedding dress stuffed in this tiny room, and the braid got F by my colleague. Got so shocked I told them to get the fuck out, there searching after her, and slammed the door shut. Got back to the bar and continued with my work, and only seen my colleagues flee from the scene. Very angry and very drunk husband dragged the bride out of the hotel screaming and shouting in Russian. Groom's friend asked me where my colleagues is and got very violent as I told them I didn't know. The whole wedding escalated and ended up very loud but quickly. The next day we got a call from the colleague. He went back home and will not come back to work as they went after him. Only seen the bride a few days after. By check out her face. Told us everything. Blue eyes, blazed lips. I was really sorry for her, but there were really nothing we can do. Sorry for the bad English. Edited, typus. I was the bride in the ruined wedding. I have a list. In no real order. The groom threatened to kill himself because the wedding was so late. My best friend admitted to sabotaging the wedding because she didn't like the race of the person I was marrying. Future Mill came down the hall yelling racial slurs at us bridesmaids. Got lost coming back from my hair appointment. Ahola. All the buttons fell off the back of my dress during the reception. I got a nosebleed. My future husband, now ex-husband, thank God, threatened to kick my father's ass to his face. The words were much more explicit. His groomsmen did nothing to stop him. He didn't get very far. My dad doesn't play those games. The groom left the church and wouldn't come back for an hour. My future Mill kicked my brothers out of the church. They were ushers, so they didn't see any of the ceremony and they didn't attend the reception. My hair looked like Bride of Frankenstein after the stylist said she tried. The maid of honor decided to leave and buy a new cell phone. Her phone worked fine. We couldn't find her for an hour. Maid of honor then asked me to do her in the middle of the reception. We are no longer friends. My other brother was told he can't come because he was getting into too many racially charged arguments with my ex. My dad's doing. My father attempted to call off the wedding right before I walked down the aisle. No one would let him. Wedding coordinator was sending all the guests to the wrong church. She was then kicked out of the church by Mill. I danced by myself to my favorite song at the reception. My ex refused to dance with me. This was the worst day of my life. Yes, this all happened. There is more, believe it or not. No need to ask how the marriage went. This wedding was one giant red flag. Not ruined necessarily, but we did have to kick a family member out of my cousin's wedding. One of my cousins, E, was marrying a guy from a very religious family. I'm sober, so I was DD for a good batch of my other cousins for the day. Well, one of my cousins, D, decided if the ceremony is at 1, that he needs to pregame starting at 10. This included multiple nips on the ride to the church. Sitting in the church next to D, he would constantly lean over to me and whisper, should I say something? When they ask if anyone objects, I had to physically hold him at some points to keep him from standing up / falling over. Afterwards, the reception was at a different location about a half hour away. On that car ride, more nips were taken. Once at the hotel for the reception, there was an open bar for an hour before going into the ballroom for dinner. As salads starting rolling out, I looked over to notice D eating the salad with his hands, getting it all over his face, in his beard, and on his tuxedo t-shirt. Yes, just a regular t-shirt with the design looking like a tuxedo. As the best man started to give his speech, D began clapping randomly, somewhat shouting, and then when the best man fumbled his notes for the speech, D got very loud. So much so to the point that a relative on the other side of E's family came over and in front of everyone with a psychotic smile said, "You need to leave right now or I will fucking kill you." Thankfully we have a close family, so it basically became a running joke since then. D has cleaned his act up in the 6 years since. E jokes about it, but you can tell it's one of those I'm laughing to cover up the anger type jokes. Oh, I have one. Strap in, kids. This is a sheet show. So I have a side hustle as the local it guy who fixes your broken sheet. Sweet gig overall. I work regularly for a super loaded dude in his late 30s. He was getting married and asked me to create a PowerPoint to display during his wedding. Okay, good pay. So his so-to-be bride hands me her laptop and says to make it extra cute. Sure, you're paying me. I open up her laptop and go to pictures. Well, I found some, so my employer walks up to me and checks to make sure girlfriend isn't in earshot. Hey, me, she doesn't happen to have some cheating photos in there, does she? I'll pay you extra to look. Okay, how much are we talking here? If I'm going to violate this person's privacy, it's going to have to be worth it. $10,000 work. Yes it does. How long is it going to take you? If she's smart, a couple hours. If she's not, a few seconds. I pretend to clack the keyboard and move the mouse for a couple seconds. Got him. Fuck. He takes a deep breath and sighs, pulls out a roll of money and hands it to me. Give you another $10,000 to finish that PowerPoint with who she really is. Deal. But I don't want to be anywhere near your wedding, and if anyone asks, I know nothing and you did it all. So kind giving me the credit. He walks off, and I slap together 2 PowerPoints. One the soon-to-be ex will like, and one my boss wants. End of the day, I show them both the okay one and pull him aside and show him the real one. They are both beyond happy. I get paid for both and leave. The wedding was in 2 days. Right before the wedding, I unfriend the ex and block her. It was biblical. I saw the whole thing from a live stream. A cousin was running, crying, fighting, name calling. Cops had to show up to put the whole thing down. People got arrested. It was bad. The PowerPoint was like the third thing shown. Needless to say, they didn't get married, and I got $20,000 in cash. Good times. My sister's daughter wedding was in a park. A rented bus driven by my sister's husband shuttled guests from hotel to park. Small bus, so he has to make many trips. Guests were to wait at entrance to park until everyone was there. Starts to get dark. Starts to rain. Guests still standing at entry to park, milling around. Finally everyone is there. It's dark. It's raining. No one knows where to go. Someone, not sure who, walks out to one of the concrete shelters and everyone follows. Maybe 50 to 60 people crammed in a too small shelter. It is now really dark. No lights or decorations in shelter. Everyone is looking at each other wondering what's going on. My sister is there and people start looking at her. She's like, nope. She wanted to do this herself with no help from me. She was loving it. Finally, bride, groom, and officiant walk in with someone carrying a boombox. Bride's dress is muddy from walking on the wet ground. Bride is wide-eyed with a smile plastered on her face. My sister proclaims loudly, yay, she's on her meds all right. They have a short strange ceremony and walk away in the dark the way they came in. Everybody walks back to the entry to the park, which now has a large chain across the entry because the park closes at dark. We have to walk around the closed entry down to the road. Now we all have to wait for rides back to the hotel where the reception was. We were the last ones to ride back on the bus because we were letting the older people and other guests go first. We get back and head for the reception and there is a commotion going on. Mother of groom is accusing my sister's husband shuttle driver of deliberately leaving her at hotel to miss ceremony. They get through that and have the reception. People get up to make toasts. Groom *s mother and father both walk up together solemnly. They look at bride and groom and mother says, son, no one will love you as much as we do. No one, and glare at the bride and walk off. Everyone is silent. They lasted less than a year. She got pregnant by her manager at the Applebee *s, where she was a server. He was 10 years older, had 4 kids, and was also married. I felt sorry for her and all my sister *s kids, because my sister is a huge asshole and has ruined many lives. I will never forget the smirk on my sister's face as her daughter's wedding was falling apart in front of 60 people. Did I mention she is a huge asshole? Daily Telegraph, the 7th of December 2000. Woman bit off man's testicle in party fight by Paul Stokes. A newlywed bank supervisor had a testicle bitten off by a colleague's wife during a drunken party to celebrate his wedding. Doctors told Neil Hutchinson, 29, that the shock and pain could have killed him had he not consumed so much alcohol. He spent 4 days in hospital, during which surgeons were unable to reattach the severed organ, and then he learned that his new bride had left him. Mr. Hutchinson, a TSB employee, and his wife Shelley, 20, of Craghead, Co-Durham, had been invited to celebrate their marriage with another couple, Denise Kerr, 29, whose husband Nathan, 32, a fellow TSB supervisor, had missed the Hutchinsons' wedding and threw a party in their honor. While the two women went out for drinks, the men drank 3/4 of a bottle of tequila at the flat in Lowfell, Gateshead, Tyneside. When they returned, a quarrel broke out involving all four. Mr. Hutchinson attacked his wife and Mrs. Kerr tried to defend her friend, said Stephen Duffield, prosecuting at Newcastle Crown Court. It ended with Mr. Hutchinson sitting on top of Mrs. Kerr, and she bid him to get him off. Police arrived a short time later to find the flat in disarray and found Mr. Hutchinson's testicle under a picture frame on the sitting room floor. Mrs. Hutchinson said, Denise said she knew she had bitten his groin, but she didn't know she had done that kind of damage. Mr. Hutchinson was taken to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Gateshead, and later transferred to the Freeman Hospital, Newcastle, for surgery. Denise and Nathan Kerr, who have 2 children, were jointly charged with wounding with intent. The court accepted her plea of guilty to the lesser offense of affray and the charge was dropped against her husband. Mrs. Kerr will be sentenced in January. Her husband said after the hearing, "It has been a really bad episode for us, but we were only trying to help out a friend who was in need." Mrs. Hutchinson said that she had issued proceedings for divorce against her husband. The wedding to my ex-husband itself wasn't ruined, but the reception and rest of the night was. One of my bridesmaids showed up late, tipsy and carrying a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper mixed with rum, despite my explaining repeatedly that we did not have a liquor license for the wedding and we would be responsible for any alcohol found on the premises. Found out on the way to the restaurant after the ceremony that she was sharing it with my 17-year-old junior bridesmaid. Get to the restaurant, having a good time. She shows up halfway through, obviously unable to stand. No one knows how she got the keys to the car she drove. She comes around hugging everyone as we panic, and her brothers start trying to get the keys from her. She goes to the bathroom, doesn't come back. 2 of my friends go in to hear her snoring. She's passed out, pants down on the toilet. Does not wake up and someone has to crawl in to unlock the door from the inside, and she has to be redressed and carried out to the car. Her brothers drive her home and put her to bed, and another bridesmaid takes her glasses and her keys and hides them. Since it's not super late, a small group of us decide to go to my best friend's house, a couple blocks from my house, to listen to music and play a couple games. My mom calls me 15 minutes after we get there to tell me that this same drunk friend is in our house, which means she got out of bed, found her glasses, and took someone else's keys and drove 15 minutes to my house. She is now parading up and down a residential street at midnight screaming and crying that she just wants to see me. Her brothers have to literally wrestle her into one of their cars while she continues to yell my name and that she just wants to celebrate my wedding. Our friendship did not last much longer after that. I'll save the final straw for another day. At university, I used to do silver service and run the bar at a beautiful oak-paneled hall of residence. Weddings were pretty reasonably priced there, and they had rooms to stay in. Student digs so not great, but the building and garden was stunning. We used to get big, 200 plus, but cost-sensitive weddings. We had one wedding where the family was from the well-known rough part of the city, and they had reputation for being fighters, but we only found that out later. Meal went well, and we cleared up for the disco, but before that they had wanted the bride to play some music, fiddle. She did her first set, and noticed her new husband wasn't around so asked me to find him. I went up to the room and the door was open, pushed it open to find the groom, hanging out of the back of a half-dressed bridesmaid, both looking at me without a care in the world. "Spit it out lad, your wife is waiting for you," I stared open-mouthed. "Gym 1 minute mate, Vine Garstrokes," was the reply. He tipped me handsomely, 3x what I was being paid, to keep quiet, and went to the party. I didn't need to worry about the guilt as within 2 glasses of Lambrini, classy act, the bridesmaid was bragging, so it wasn't long before the bride found out. And we may have maneuvered the bride into the same vicinity to speed it up, and all hell broke loose, families fighting everywhere, blood, hair flying. Then, nothing. They all got back to the party. We were open-mouthed as they all just partied the night away, as if nothing happened, with about 20 sporadic fights between couples that each time got solved by drinking more. We got to the end of the night, and we thought it was all okay, then waiting for the taxis. The bride, who had been clearly biding her time, kicked off big time, and destroyed the bridesmaid's dress, and slammed her head into the bonnet of a car, breaking her nose. Tidying up for the night, we found the grandfather in the toilet in what looked like a crime scene of excrement from floor to ceiling. Never did get an explanation on that one, and had to full redecorate after a CSI level commercial deep clean. When the office called to get the final payment, the couple ended up paying separately as they had decided to divorce. This was 2 days later. Wasn't the wedding, was a reception, and an argument can be made it didn't ruin the reception, but 5 years later the bride still talks about how I ruined it for her, so I count it. Very close friend of mine got married to his partner who faking hated me and always had. I had no ill will towards her, but the beef was on site, and it took me years to figure out why. I'm begrudgingly invited to the wedding and the reception with the rule I will not make a scene, I will not chat up bridesmaids, or get too drunk, basically just behave. Fast forward to 20.00 at the bar and several drinks in I get to an argument with this man Mountain. I'm 5'8", he was about 6'2", not massive but big to me cause I'm small. About his shall we say loose ideas of consent as he talked about some of my friend's sisters wandering around the venue. This escalates to this guy wrestling me, physically picking me up, and laying me on top of the bar. I sprawl out, and manage to sit up while me and this guy are just taking chunks outs of each other. While I sit on the bar my legs wrapped around him, he hits me so hard on one punch I get dizzy, and start to fall backwards reaching out. At anything I end up grabbing this guy, and taking him with me. The combined mass of me and him with both of our drunken flailing ends in both of us ripping our clothes and damaging several bottles and glasses behind the bar as well as falling on the poor barman who had been trying to stop us. We pull ourselves up, get a ball locking, I get told I'm to leave straight away because as it turns out this dude is the bride's half brother, of course. I have the bride shouting and screaming at me as I take my drunken beaten self out the door. I sit outside and light a cigarette while I call a taxi when one of the bridesmaids comes out with a few of my other friends and starts asking me if I'm okay. I'm 19 years old with 2 black eyes, swollen lips, ears ringing, head spinning, adrenaline wearing off, and tears welling up at the back of my eyes, so I tell them I'm fine. I get to chatting to the bridesmaid and she says she saw the whole thing unfold and thinks it's not fair for me to get kicked out and have to get a taxi back to my hotel so early. She invites me to stay at hers as she drove here and is only 20 minutes away. I agree and go back to hers. It's not until the next day I find out that this bridesmaid is the bride's sister. In a nutshell, after promising the bride to be on my best behavior I got in a fist fight with her brother, smashed the bar at the venue, and then proceeded to shag her sister. She may hate me, but I love a wedding. Way late to the party, but got her at this wonderful example of redneck glory from June 1998. Bride was one of those keeping up with the Genesis types, saw herself as a real life princess that deserves everything handed to her on silver platter. She's drop dead gorgeous and knows it. If you didn't know her family history, you'd think she was born into old money. But she grew up in a trailer park. Parents are second cousins, but due to rampant infidelity her real father might be her dad's brother, or maybe even her dad's estranged father who is first cousins with groom's mother. She has 7 siblings, and all but one of their paternity is in question as well. Groom's family is much the same, but he only has 5 siblings, all brothers, but the groom is smart as a whip and very business savvy, so he escaped the poverty via education and hard work in finance, and took the bride along for the ride despite her never working a day in her life. The wedding was a $50K affair, the bride's ring was a $20K stunner, and she was already upset because the groom, who was paying for the entire wedding, was being cheap. The rather large guest list included their new life social circle, groom's college social circle, groom's business associates and clients, and both bride and groom parents, which was the end of family members on the guest list. Some 300 guests and only 4 of them family members, and the wedding was an hour drive from the town where they both grew up. A whole 10 minutes into the ceremony, a huge police task force raids the wedding to serve a little over a dozen outstanding arrest warrants of family members. But the big bust was a big bust because the bride and groom intentionally left their extended families off the guest list, but the local and state police had anticipated that extended family being invited and in attendance. Really embarrassing, but ultimately a fairly short interruption all things considered. Wedding proceeds, and, if not for the wise decision to exclude siblings and extended family, the wedding would have been an unmitigated multi-front disaster. Good thing a large group of trailer trash rednecks, many of whom are career criminals with zero respect for the law, aren't at all offended by the exclusion, and will totally honor bride and groom's wishes for them to not be there on princess's special big day. An hour into the open bar reception, the party had slowly grown in size by nearly 100 people who very much seemed out of place, dressed in everything from tacky thrift store suits and dresses to camo pants and cut-off sleeveless camo shirts to biker leathers and everything in between. The new arrivals that trickled in were quite loud and obnoxious. This was the crowd the police had been expecting at the wedding, and it was now very obvious to the invited guests why the police had shown up. I suspect the police were first called the moment the best man's unconscious body hit the floor and another groomsman was thrown onto the chocolate fountain, but it took a solid 10 minutes before the first cop showed up, and another 5 before that original task force made an appearance. By then the reception had turned into a Hollywood-style bar brawl, mostly the bride and groom's family fighting each other. By the time the police task force had shown up, most of the invited guests had bailed as that kind of thing was just not in their wheelhouse. The cops had a hell of a time ending the chaos, but they did get 9 of their targets, one of whom was wanted for murder though he was later found innocent. All in all, some 25 people were arrested, about 10 of them women, and there has $15k in damages to the building including broken windows and a small fire. Source was the +1 of a bridesmaid. She ended up with a split lip and had one of the punch bowls dumped on her and the bride. Last I heard, the bride and groom were still happily married at their 20th anniversary a few years ago. They have a single child, a well-adjusted daughter born a couple years after the wedding. 2 great things happened in one wedding. I was a ring bearer for my aunt. I was given a satin pillow with ribbons to tie the rings to. Hours before the ceremony I, a 5-year-old, was given this white pillow with both rings tied to it. You might think you know what's going to happen, and you're close. I was a sensible child, and placed the pillow on a bag under a tree, where everyone was sitting. I knew exactly where it was, and between petting dogs would check on it. Then, one time I check, the rings are gone. Just the pillow is left. I'm gobsmacked. I tell my mum, I cry, I panic. We are looking everywhere. After 20 minutes of sheer torment, my grandma, notices and pulls out both rings from her handbag. She hadn't told anyone but had taken them for safekeeping. The other thing is related to a German wedding custom. The male family members of the bride steal her before the ceremony and take her to a bar to drink. No one told the Brits, my nuclear family, and we were horrified when my aunt went missing. Eventually I was picked up and taken to search for her with the groom. Total dickwad by the way. He was so angry the whole journey despite it being a fun custom that everyone knew about. We drove around the countryside with big balloons in the convertible until we found my family having a lovely pint with the bride in her gown. My uncle very angrily grabbed her and demanded she come back. She said she would stay and finish her drink and meet him at the wedding. You can imagine how much angrier he was driving back. We were gone for hours and still no one had told my parents. So the bride and groom were missing as well as their only child, the ring bearer, with 30 minutes before the wedding. My mother was hysterical. She doesn't speak German and no one would explain what was happening. 2008. I was 14. My half-sister was getting married and my mom brought me along. She also brought my stepdad along, who had been an abusive piece of shit towards me. The wedding goes off without a hitch, but the reception was when shit went south. Keep in mind that I was starting to be more like a teen at that time. We lived in the middle of fuck all nowhere in a shitty little trailer, so this felt fancy. And I asked people for dances as a little nice, cute thing. During it, my stepdad started getting angrier and angrier. When I started walking to go to the bathroom, he grabbed me by my wrist. However, due to him missing a thumb on that hand, I slipped out of his grasp. Then he tried with both hands, and I used the dominant hand to hold onto a banister, keeping steady. This caused him to storm off. That was when I ran outside to cry. When my half-sister and mom came out to get me, they could tell I was pissed. I grew up bipolar and on the spectrum, and I was crying through an angry expression. Since I had grown up around other extremely abusive people, I was worried that he was going to do worse than what he did. So when he came outside, I snapped. I genuinely saw red, like out of a shitty Popey cartoon. And when he started acting like he was in the right for the situation, I snapped. I stood up and started screaming. And it got louder and louder. I told him what I thought of him and how he pissed me the fuck off. Cops were called. Nobody got arrested. But I was torn right the fuck into when we got home 2 days later. But it was worth it, and I think so more now as a trans adult knowing he disowned me. Cousin's wedding at an expensive, yet very old hotel. Wedding went fine, but there was a 2-hour window for pictures between the wedding and the reception. We all went up to the reception area. Bride wanted very few tables and chairs to encourage mingling and dancing. Learned after the fact, however, all of the family were in their early 50s and some had serious mobility issues. None of them were looking forward to an entire night of standing. So this was really the first sign, as a whole bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds ended up going to other parts of the hotel to steal chairs for the older wedding guests, and then ended up sitting on the window ledge that ran the length of the hall we were in instead of mingling. The second thing that went wrong was all the food was finger food, and the wedding cake was present with mini cupcakes styled in the same way around it. Some of this food was laid out and it quickly disappeared without being restocked. I guess this wasn't supposed to happen until the reception started. Some of the 20 to 30-year-olds who had been drinking already at the bar ended up eating all the cupcakes. Since the majority of my family was diabetic, we ended up leaving the reception for a local McDonald's and coming back at the designated time for the reception after the pictures. Pictures ended up taking close to 3 hours, but the bridesmaids and groomsmen appeared somewhere in the middle of that 3-hour window. I guess they had been drinking prior to the wedding and had continued to do so. They went to the DJ booth and plugged one of the groomsmen's phones into the aux cable to the speakers. But even with the music only, the groomsmen were dancing together with each other in a circle till eventually after some time the bridesmaids ended up joining them. While the cell phone music was playing, one of the groomsmen who was drunk and micking grabbed the mic and introduced the newly wedded couple, who came out to applause and to see their wedding party dancing drunk on the floor already, not stopping for their introduction. They then went right into their first dance, but the wedding party would not cede the floor, so they took a small corner of the floor and did their dance, with pictures being taken around the wedding party that was still on the dance floor, drunk and trying to rock out. The bride and groom then went around and mingled a bit before they went to do their cake cutting and pictures, only to find that nearly all the cupcakes had been eaten, ruining the professional display. After that, they cranked up the music and the DJ started to play real songs. We left shortly after. My other cousins told me that, after we and the majority of the other people had left, the hotel brought out sandwiches and a bunch of other food, still all mostly finger food. But that almost all of it went uneaten, because people had either already left, or the ones who stayed were way too drunk to care about eating anymore. It was the worst wedding I have ever been to, and not a single thing went right, on time, in order, or without disruptions. I could not imagine being my cousin, and having good memories of the wedding. It was nearly all monopolized by the wedding party. My cousin met this girl May of 2014 and introduced her to the family during one of our Loteria nights. First impressions, she was odd right off the back. Later that night he pulls me into his room and shows me this cheap looking ring and says, "I'm going to propose." And I remember just looking at him and saying, "Didn't you just meet this girl?" He didn't like that response. What made it even worse is that after a little, while he became a born a Christian or something like that, and started preaching to us that Michael Jackson was in hell and all the gays are going to hell, he literally locked my sister in a room and was telling her all kinds of bullshit about how she's going to hell and God doesn't like gays or lesbians. She had came out lesbian a little before all of this. Fast forward to December and the whole family is heading to the wedding. My cousin's soon-to-be wife was extremely upset because my whole family showed up wearing all black. No hint of color whatsoever. We were all pretty much saying we are attending a funeral rather than a wedding. The reception was odd as we had to drive almost an hour out towards the country to go to a gym where the reception was being held. The bride's family was huge and took care of the decorations and food. One major thing that ruined the night was that, because of their religion, they aren't allowed to listen to any other music other than church music and they weren't allowed to dance. My aunt wanted to have her mother's son dance so badly, and they allowed it, and my family was so happy seeing how happy she was, until after a good minute into their dance, they cut the song and announced the food was ready. The rest of the night was awkward and pretty boring. I remember we left pretty early and the whole family, except my cousin and his new wife, showing up at his mother's house, and we all sat around drinking wine, and then my aunt goes, "Well, we'll see what happens." They're still married and have a child now, but their relationship doesn't seem to be very strong. Nothing was actually ruined, but it totally could have been. I'm Irish Canadian, Catholic, and my husband is Indian, Muslim. We had a traditional Indian wedding. No vows, speeches, first dances, etc. It was great for me because I'm anxious AF, and it was easy for me to just sit on the stage and take pictures with everyone, and most of all I didn't have to say anything lol. But before the wedding, one of my cracked out cousins receives her invite and sees a blessing in Arabic on it. Proceeds to text me saying my husband will beat and abuse me because he's Muslim. Okay, I invite her. Then she's mad I uninvite her. Her and her mother, my aunt, don't show up. While we were taking pictures pre-reception, we get a call from the imam saying we can't get married. I wrote agnostic on my wedding form instead of Catholic. My Phil saw this, thought it was fine, gave it to the imam to keep for 1 week, and only right before the wedding did he go over the form. So I basically had to convert on the spot to get married or call off the whole thing. I was so pissed. I told everyone I wasn't converting and to send the guests home. My husband's whole family started crying, so I relented and did a pseudo conversion to get on with the wedding. I invited my narcissistic mother, who I'd previously been no contact with. My family insisted I invite her. She shows up to this traditional Muslim wedding in a white strapless blue dress, like she's at the Met Gala. She gets mad that she's not involved in things during the wedding, i.e., family walking in and being introduced, family being on the stage during marriage/signing. It was only my dad and brother. She really struggled with not having attention on her, so she went around introducing herself to everyone as the mother of the bride so they knew. Fortunately, all these things were low-key and not obvious to anyone but me and close family. We had a huge variety of people at the wedding: Bosnian, Finnish, Colombian, Polish, Hungarian. They all got trashed in the parking lot because it was a dry wedding. Even though my husband's side is conservative, they ended up loosening up and dancing with everyone else. Even though it seemed like they were polar opposites, everyone got along really well. Other funny cultural things: I'm in the bridal suite with my husband, best friend, and brother. My mill comes in and meets my brother for the first time. He extends his hand to says it's nice to meet you. Muslim women aren't supposed to shake hands, and it gets so awkward because she's just ignoring his hand, but he keeps it out, and we just all start laughing. And I swear to God, leading up to my wedding, every single phone call I had with my dad, he asked no shaking the ladies' hands, right? I would have assumed he told my brother this by now. My cousin's wedding in 2018. The first thing, for their first kiss, my cousin decided to surprise his new wife by dramatically grabbing her and dipping her for their first kiss. What really happened was when he grabbed her, they smashed faces somewhere in the rapid, unexpected movement. My mom has pictures of this, and the bride's expression is pure and absolute rage and some obvious pain. They actually got the bridal party to go back and stage first kiss pictures with the photographers to cover for this happening. Next up was the reception. Her family is very Russian and conservative. Her father looks and acts like a mob boss. At some point during the dance, the groomsmen, who are all hot, started removing their shirts and dancing with their bods out. Her dad threw a fit. Not at my daughter's wedding. My dad doesn't like her dad. So he doubled down, took his shirt off, and started egging these drunk guys on to piss her dad off. The dad walked up to the DJ and attempted to rip a power cord out to stop the music. What ended up happening was the DJ's equipment went flying off of the table and smashed. The DJ immediately shut the music off himself, yelled at the father, and left. The bride was in the corner sobbing, with a semi-black eye. It was an awkward, horrendous wedding with one thing wrong after another. My cousin and his wife are still doing excellent, 2.5 kids in 3 years, new house, new jobs. They're beyond happy. We just don't bring up the wedding. My cousin got married to a woman from Ohio. We are from Michigan. They decide to have the wedding in Ohio, about a 5-hour drive away for the groom's family, which wouldn't be an issue, except the bride is mostly estranged from her family and they all refuse to show up. So it's the wedding day. We have a huge family and hardly anyone showed from our side as the drive was so long. I think the bride thought her family would come around and it would be this uniting event, but they didn't. They have a table of people from her church, her pastor and others. I even overheard one of them commenting that almost no one was at the wedding and the pastor hushed her and said that's why we are here, in case they didn't show, so it doesn't look so bad. The wedding theme was camo with the bride wearing a bright hunting orange ribbon tied around her waist and her dress completely head to toe Realtree camo. All the bridesmaids are also in full camo dresses. It just looked bizarre. The place they rented is where they got married and held the reception. It was full of dozens of dead animal taxidermy. I mean probably 70 plus dead animals staring everyone down, and in the backdrop of their reception, the person marrying them looked like he was just trying to get it over and get the hell out. My uncle was in charge of food. He was doing a pig roast. Somehow he faked it all up. Wasn't even close to ready. 2 hours after dinner was supposed to be served, they just serve it anyway. It's raw. There is hardly anything else to eat. I mean like a pasta salad, some corn and some bread and butter. No appetizers. We are all starving. The groom gets pissed after dinner about the fact that dinner was all faked up. He paid for a whole pig and rented a smoker, and the uncle said he knew what he was doing. He punches the wall hard in a hallway off of the reception area. Everyone can hear him yelling, and most guests were within eyesight to see him punch the wall. I have no idea if he broke anything, but I wouldn't be surprised. His knuckles were bloody, and he was wincing from time to time the rest of the night, grabbing at his hand. After dinner the idea was to go shooting. That's right. The wedding was held at a shooting range, thus the dead animals staring us down. Great idea with super pissed off bleeding groom. So they start trying to round everyone up to go shooting, but no one wants to. Basically everyone used the transition to the shooting part of the night to get out of Dodge and go get some food, since we were all starving. Oh, I have one. My, at the time, best friend was 19 and getting married to an 18-year-old. I was 20. We had friends who had no problem supplying alcohol to underage folks, so we had a party a week before that included a bonfire, four-wheelers, alcohol, and probably weed. At some point we realized someone, read groom to be, had forgotten the hot dogs, so the bride, who was not happy about that, decided to take the four-wheeler back to the house to grab them. I'm a ride and die friend, so I went to. Somehow we got back without getting arrested. In a ho. Party continues. Future groom gets drunk AF. He's getting married in a week, then it's off to basic with him. And he's 18. So he's drinking. A lot. At around 2 AM ish, most people are done. So those who want to, leave. At 5 AM the bride calls me panicked. I was the DD. Her dumbass fiance decided it would be a good idea to take the four-wheeler for a spin. Well, he wrecks it and shatters his collarbone. So I go pick her up and we sit in the emergency room for hours. Also, someone had to come up with a cover story to keep a lot of people who supplied the alcohol from getting in trouble. He spends the rest of the time leading up to the wedding in the hospital, mellowed out on morphine. Dave, things are awful. The bridesmaids' dresses are a terrible washed out green and sickly peach with crooked hems. We are carrying 10-pound baskets of flowers. The mother of the bride is all happy cause she got her dream wedding. The groom is so high on pain pills he's just vaguely smiling and swaying in place. While walking down the aisle the bride starts laughing so hard she's crying. The pastor tries to pass it off as her being overjoyed. Yeah, no, it sounded like a shotgun wedding. Finally, to round it all out, the food is cheese cubes, cake and bunch. That's it. At this point it's 3 PM. The wedding party had been running around on no food since 9 AM. Finally, at 5, the bride, the groom who's still high on pain pills pull out in a fire truck. And I went to get a burger. 4 years later they got an incredibly acrimonious divorce, and 5 years after that my former best friend turns into a raging beach and cuts me from her life in a very painful way. And I lived happily ever after. Nothing tragic happened, but back in 2007, Jed a wedding at a small banquet hall where the bride just straight up had a bad time. The first issue came when the photographer came to me to ask that I announce for the families and wedding party to step outside for pictures. Not typical, as that usually happens before the reception or candidates are taken throughout, but what made things even more awkward was that dinner had just been served. The photographer, bride, and groom got into it with the photographer complaining she was losing daylight if they waited. So eventually half the room emptied while the food got cold. When they returned, they did the father/daughter dance. It was Isn't She Lovely by Stevie Wonder. Extremely common for the father/daughter dance, and I knew to have it queued up to start at 17 seconds. I don't know if I had hit something or it didn't take, but it reverted back to the start of the song when I hit play. Everyone looked at me like I had 3 heads when the sound of a newborn baby crying rang throughout the room for the next 17 seconds. That's totally on me and Stevie Wonder. Later on, the time came for the bouquet toss. I played a drum roll and counted down. The bride threw the bouquet over her head while also dumping the entire glass of red wine she had in her other hand down the front of her dress. She burst into tears and ran through the crowd of women toward the bathroom, most of which followed her, save for the girl who caught the bouquet, who was left standing there awkwardly like, well, this is fun. So the bride came back out in a backup dress after some time to get the dance floor going again and cheer things up. I thought I'd play a crowd pleasing hit that was not on their do not play list. Yeah, by Usher. Can't miss, right? Wrong. The bride burst into tears again. A bridesmaid comes running up to me. Turn it off. Turn it off. Ex-boyfriend song. Ex-boyfriend song. This raised more questions than I wanted answered because 1. She just got married, and 2. How is Yeah by Usher anyone's song with an significant other? Where was the groom during all of this? Drinking in the parking lot with his friends. Again, no tragedies happened, but that wedding sucked. My best friend, bride, selected her old roommate as a bridesmaid, even though she was known for being extremely moody, mean and narcissistic. This bridesmaid insisted she make all 300 wedding invites by hand because she was an avid scrapbooker. The bride agreed because she thought she'd save money. She didn't. Everything this bridesmaid purchased was way over budget and difficult to source. She couldn't make all the invites by hand on time as they were far too detailed. She guilt-tripped all the bridesmaids into making the invites with her, which took days and shifts of volunteers. She was horribly rude. She tried to take over every event planned for the bride, even though her sister and I outranked her in the bridal party and had it handled. She made myself and the other bridesmaids want FO quit several times. The bride, I love her, but was extremely unorganized, late to everything due to her total lack of time management, and insisted on handing out tons of jobs in the week leading up to the wedding that should have been done well in advance to that. It felt hard to breathe from the stress of it. Even her 200-person seating chart wasn't done until 2 AM the night before the wedding. Her friend from the church told her she changed her mind about how much she would charge for the dresses she was making all of us. I think she tripled the cost. Very last minute in terms of wedding planning. So she gave that girl the boot. Then she was having our dresses made by the groom's aunt. None of them fit right, and we were having last minute fittings up until the day before the wedding. The aunt turned up the morning of the wedding with the bride's altered dress, and it did not fit. The bride was crying, and it was not the finished look they had agreed on. It ended up being a pretty boring gown. And we were all trying to offer a solution while watching the start time of the wedding come and go on the clock. We were an hour late to her wedding. The guests were not amused. You could feel the tension. The service was one where the pastor's goal was to convert any non-Christians, and waffled on and on. Boring Bible bashing. The bride tried to save on photography by having her own aunt do the photos because she loved her aunt's amateur wildlife photography. Turns out photographing people was much harder for than she cared to admit, and my friend still regrets her photos even 16 years later. She cried when she got them back. They were awful, and the aunt had forgotten to take pictures of key family members too. I gave my speech to the bride at the reception and had everyone in laughing when I finished by saying, "Laura, I'm jealous that you will be having sex tonight and I won't." I knew the couple had waited until their wedding night to consummate, and that my audience would be conservative Christian, so they would be extraordinarily shocked and love it. I could see my mother in the large crowd of tables stand up and take off to the bathroom. My young sister informed me that mum was so embarrassed by me. I found mum in the loo, and she said, "I'm so embarrassed to call you my daughter right now. I can't believe you would say that in front of 200 guests. You know better." I laughed it off. The wedding reception ended early when a guest had a seizure on the dance floor and had to be taken away by ambulance. He was a known epileptic in the bride's church, and he knew the consequences of being around flashing disco lights, but he selfishly did it anyway. The bride was so upset as dancing is one of her favorite things in the world and what she and the groom were looking forward to most. When it came to my own wedding a few months later, we had a bit of a drive to an old country church. I was on time because I learned a lot from her wedding. But suddenly the car carrying the bridesmaids pulled over and so we followed. When one of the bridesmaids came up to my car and told me she was told by my maid of honor, Laura, to stop the cars so we could be a little late, so all the guests had time to take a seat, I was more than annoyed. I had already factored that into my time. No way she was going to make me late to my wedding, like she was to hers. Not really a ruined wedding, but definitely not a happy one. The groom is a lifelong friend of my fiance, so he's my friend too. I had drank a few times with the bride, thought she was alright enough, but didn't know her that well. They had been together a few years, but the general vibe between them is that they were each other's best option and nothing more really. So when they got married I kind of felt like it was probably because that was just what their families expected of them. Nice wedding at a winery, really lovely setup. Groom was clearly pretty drunk during vows though, but they went okay. Then during the reception a friend of the bride, known piece of trash, gets belligerent and starts swearing and acting the fool on the microphone in front of a lot of kids and religious people. Several people immediately leave. The vibe for the rest of the party is ruined, partly because the friend keeps getting more drunk and belligerent. Then later I'm sitting at a table with the bride, who has been drinking some, and make the remark that my fiance is my best friend. She proceeds to say I don't think groom is my best friend. I wouldn't even say we are friends at all, which really bothered me personally because the groom is a very sweet, sensitive person. His mother passed away when he was like 10 years old, and during the mother/son dance the bride didn't even check in on him or have anyone offer to dance with him or anything. Broke my heart. Luckily my fiance's mom, super sweet woman who has known him his whole life, asked him to dance, and he cried during that and it just seemed like he was having a very bad time. He disappeared after that, and I didn't see him the rest of the night. Not a very exciting story, but it was just really sad to me as someone who genuinely loves my significant other. A former friend of mine and her now ex-husband's wedding went downhill after the ceremony. The wedding party rode in a limo after the ceremony and we all thought we were going to the reception. The bride and groom actually planned on driving around for 3 hours to get their money's worth of the limo. Our first stop was the cemetery, so the bride and groom could have photos taken by the gravestones of family members that have passed. Then, we drive around, and the air conditioning in the limo stops working. 10 people crammed into a limo, and it's the middle of August. It was hot. The bride and groom then want to stop at local bars, so the bride can show off her dress that she had to get a second job to afford. At the first bar, one of the bridesmaids got into a fight with her boyfriend and spent the rest of the time crying in the bathroom. We continue to be paraded through different bars for 3 or more hours. Every bar we went into people were buying shots for the bride and groom. By the time we actually were headed back to the reception, we were 2 hours late and the bride and groom were really drunk. The reception was held in a really old hotel, not in the greatest area of town, and was pretty run down. More guests showed up than were invited. People were getting antsy waiting for the wedding party to show up, so they started serving dinner. The wedding was on a budget, so the bride's family prepared all the food and there was just enough for the invited guests. By the time the wedding party arrived, the food was gone. The wedding party was only able to eat some salad and cake. The venue's air conditioning didn't work well, and the frosting on the cake melted. The bride was too drunk and passed out, so the couple didn't have their first dance. The bride's family still wanted to do the bouquet toss and was going to have the bride's matron of honor, her cousin, do it. When the time came, the MOH was Maya. The bride's family started to look for her, and her husband found her in one of the hotel rooms with one of the wedding guests. The husband and the guest got into a fight and the police were called, and they both were arrested. It turns out the MOH had been having an affair via Facebook, and they were going to meet up at the hotel. The kicker is the bride and groom invited family on their honeymoon and the MOH, the bride's cousin, and her husband still went. Apparently they fought the whole time about the affair. When they got back they got divorced, and about 2 years later the bride and groom each had their own separate affairs, and are now divorced. Okay, so my girlfriend is currently reading these comments, so she'll either laugh her ass off or kill me for posting this, but whatever, that's a later problem. This one hasn't technically happened yet, but boy is it going to be good. So, her brother is getting married for the second time after finalizing his divorce from his ex-wife late last year. His ex-wife is genuinely a horrible human being that tried to murder him by ramming his car with hers while their 2 kids were in it, and then claimed she was being abused while beating the ever-loving dog shit out of him. I live in the South, and the courts are less than friendly to men down here involved in things such as this, so he has been utterly faked in his divorce. The absolute last thing he needs to do right now is get married. So he met his wife-to-be while he was going through the divorce stuff, and to her credit, she kicked his ass to make sure he got it finalized, because it genuinely was causing him a lot of stress. But oh boy, she's a trip herself. She basically threatened to break up with him about 9 months into their relationship if he wasn't going to propose to her. Meanwhile, the ink hasn't even dried on the divorce papers yet, and so he basically gets bullied into proposing to her. So that's great. She is insanely obnoxious and trashy, and is also constantly drunk or high 90% of the time, and is incredibly controlling. His wife-to-be is mixed, African American and Hispanic, and my girlfriend's family is from a very wealthy part of Connecticut, and they do not approve of this at all. Their mom is kind of racist, and said that she's fine with them getting married, as long as they don't have mixed babies, and the other brothers are starting a pool on whether or not it happens. All good stuff. So the details: have been engaged since Thanksgiving, wedding is 5 months away, and they still technically don't have a venue. My girlfriend was originally going to be his best man. Since no one wants to do it, family got up in arms about it, so now I'm likely going to be the best man as a neutral Switzerland option. Since they have no venue, they are likely going to have to do it at the Holiday Inn. No other work has been done. Wife-to-be is insanely controlling and a massive alcoholic. Family is not at all enthusiastic about this. She is forcing him to buy a house in an area because of the schools. Even though the school district she wants to live in sucks, she doesn't have money to buy a house, so he is going to be paying for all of it by cashing out his $401k, of which the ex-wife still gets $7,000 from. This wedding, if it happens, is going to be an absolute she-chow. I'll be happy to provide updates. Not what Op asked for, but I had an opposite experience. I have a penchant for ruining family gatherings, and have a deeply troubled relationship with most of my relatives for various reasons. Mostly stemming from the fact that I'm politically left, and I don't give free passes for people using racist language, or joking at queer folks, etc. Anyway, my brother and I have hated each other since birth. We do not talk at all right now, and haven't in many years. My mother keeps suffering under the delusion that it's all temporary and someday we'll all be a happy family, although we are in our mid-30s now and it only gets worse every year. Lol. About 6 years ago I got invited to his wedding, and it was a nightmare for everyone, except me. I love weddings. I love drinking. I love dancing. I love meeting new people and getting turned. You could tell my parents and some family members were scrutinizing me like crazy, waiting for me to pop off. I made a promise to myself, before I ever went there, that I would smile the entire time, I would be polite to everyone, and have a great time no matter what. I gave my brother a hug. I've never done that, and never did it since, and he froze with a look of disgust. Did not hug me back. Walked away after. His wife and several of her friends would swing by me a few times during the night, and try to get me to talk shit about him. They'd ask why I was never around, and what went on between us, and I just shrugged and smiled, and said I had no idea what they were on about. As the night went on, my mother was bawling in the corner, because my bro is a dick, and ignored her the whole wedding, with my grandmother drying her tears. My brother had seated his whole family in the back corner, and pretended he didn't notice us. He married into money and we aren't rich, so he was embarrassed. By the end, the wife was also bawling and vomiting everywhere. The new in-laws were all Real Housewife types who only drank water, but seemed to be higher than kites on their scripts. It was hilarious. The bridesmaids were all crying and fighting with each other. Glasses were being thrown. And there I was, all by myself screaming for the DJ to drop the bass. Everyone told me they were shocked I was so well behaved. But fuck that. This was the one time in my life when I wasn't blamed for ruining everything, and they did it all on their own. My sister's was pretty bad. Got a call from my sister's best friend the day before the wedding saying her stepdad had gone into hospital and she was sorry, but she wouldn't make the wedding. She lived a 6-hour drive away, so we lost bridesmaid, page boy and one of the flower girls. Party the night before, so everyone was pretty tired. Groom's stepsister spent most of the night crying because her mother, who had died the year before, couldn't be there, and her poor sister spent most of the night comforting her, on her birthday no less, and she kept everyone else awake. My sister was drunk and my brother took that to get a couple extra people invited to the wedding. Get a call about half an hour before we are due at the church from one of the groomsmen saying they are running late. His partner was with us and refused to say why they were running late. My sister freaked out that the groom was having second thoughts and locked herself in a bedroom crying. My sister's friend still refused to tell us why, so I had to take her outside and tell her that if she didn't tell me then she could leave, and she wasn't welcome back, because apparently it didn't matter to her that her supposed good friend was literally crying off all her makeup less than 10 minutes before she's due down the aisle. Turns out the groom's party had left the marriage certificate behind and had to turn around and go get it. Updated my sister, got her cleaned up, makeup redone ECT point, and finally we get to the church. Most of the groom's side didn't show up. Our side was completely full, but his side didn't even have 2 full rows occupied. His sister sat there clutching her mother's photo, which had been given its own seat in memory of her, and crying the whole ceremony. Despite being asked not to move the lovely wedding book I bought from its stand, it cost me $60. His family took it outside, got the gorgeous satin cover grass stained, and somehow managed to spill coffee all over it during the photos. After the photos I was running around helping the caterer and photographer. I was busy managing everything, so my sister and parents could relax and enjoy everything. Groom's family beached that I was rude and didn't spend any time with them when I didn't even get to say more than a passing hi to most of my own family. Because so few of his family showed, due to his mother telling his family members not to attend because she didn't approve and claimed she hadn't been involved in it, so she wasn't going to show herself. Spoiler, she'd been asked to help out and she refused to help in any way. I ended up having to do many food parcels for family members just so there wouldn't be any waste. I was the only bridesmaid not thanked in the speeches by either the groom or the bride, despite the fact that I helped pay for the wedding, helped with invitations, catering, venue set up the hen's party as my sister requested. We all lived together, so I was involved in every aspect of the wedding. The rest of the wedding party just turned up for the hen's party and wedding itself, but all of them got mentioned in the speeches, which was pretty devastating to me after all my hard work. At my parents' house afterwards with our family and friends for opening presents, I discovered my brother, who had flown in from another country for the wedding, had gotten high on God knows what with his mates, who weren't supposed to be there, and my brother started getting aggressive, so I took him outside, so he wouldn't spoil things yet again. His mates egged him on as he got angrier, and I ended up having to get some good family friends to remove him from the property because he started to get violent, while his girlfriend cried because she was ashamed of his behavior. I ended up nearly falling asleep at my parents' house because I was running on fumes by 3 p.m. and left not long after that with my other sister and my adopted 18-year-old son. But at the least my sister never knew the full extent of the drama that went on that day until well after her wedding and honeymoon. Would maybe been all worth it if he hadn't split less than a year later, leaving me to pick up the pieces with my sister as a suddenly single mother to a 2-year-old and pregnant with twins. Takes shot of tequila. Alright. My pal from work. Good person but perpetually miserable. Morbidly obese from childhood. Internalized everything. He meets a girl. She'd probably be good for him except she's, and this may be the clinical term, batshit faking nuts. So they get married. Her parents wanted to pick the venue and pay for everything. He lets them. Strike one. They pick the first place they looked at. Interfaith couple, so Jewish ceremony. Outdoors at sundown. Beautiful early summer day but disgustingly humid. The guests all arrive and seated waiting for sundown. Waiting. Still waiting. The ceremony was outside by a brook. Great for pictures. Terrible for getting torn to shreds by flies and mosquitoes. What none of us knew until after the wedding was that the bride had gotten into a fist fight with her matron of honor earlier that day. No biggie. Just shuffle the order. But when they kicked her out of the bridal room to make way for the next bride, she tripped on the stairs to the makeshift bridal room and sustained what was later determined to be a neck fracture. Once we got inside for cocktail hour, the bright spot of the evening was when the caterers offered bacon wrap scallops to the rabbi. Groom was friends with the band. Hired them. No DJ. No MC. So there wasn't much organization there. Not noticeable when everyone was dancing later. Very noticeable when, after blessing the challah and first dance, the salads came out and virtually nobody noticed the father/bride dance. The multitude of cops and firemen at the wedding were a little turned off by the fact that they couldn't do shots. Shots had to be poured into a tumbler with at least one ice cube. Everyone made it work, though. Eventually, the bride ends up in tears. She's drinking by herself in another room. Drunken co-worker half saves the party by getting the mic and singing surprisingly well. A lot of people leave early. The kicker? While they were on their honeymoon, with a broken freaking neck, a hurricane hit our area and dropped a 40-feet oak tree directly into their bedroom and soaking their wedding gifts that were being stored there. I worked for a dove release service for weddings, business openings, birthdays, and religious events. It was a friend's family business. I just helped when they were busy/swamped. So my buddy and I set up 2 cages before a wedding in a private park. His dad comes and fills the cages behind this gazebo surrounded by large purple leaf trees and flower plots. He's there answering questions for a while. We go to get some coffee. So my buddy and I set up 2 cages before a wedding in a private park. His dad comes and fills the cages behind this gazebo surrounded by large purple leaf trees and flower plots. He's there answering questions for a while. We go to get some coffee. Caterers had to call for outdoor chairs as the ones that the wedding party got were only slightly larger than kid-sized chairs and were sinking deep into the soft lawn. Legs were breaking or bending. So we help set the chair up and get rid of the tiny chairs. So we are trying to figure out what happened to the cages when we hear my buddy snort in laughter. It turns out the wedding party members moved the cages to the roof in the gazebo center. You know, I mentioned the purple leaf trees. They have little purple fruit/grape-like, tear-shaped 3/8 inches in clusters. The birds really like the fruits in the cage. They ate a lot of the fruits. There we have red-faced and splatter-covered doves, but the whole platform is covered in splatters. We have all sorts of people in the seats, more filling into seats. So we move away from the party. His mom showed up as the service starts. She's already aware of the cage location. The best part, minister is in the gazebo with the groom and the groomsmen. Music starts startling the birds. What do birds do when they get startled? The groom in all white, with gold trim tuxedo, his sleeve gets covered by bright red turds, some in his blonde hair. The podium is now covered in red splatter as well. Groomsman can't keep a straight face. Bride and her dad come out. Her dad is looking angry as she climbs the steps. She takes a spot next to the groom. Music changes. 6 to 10 bright red turds roll down the bride's veil. Groom and the groomsman lose it. They shift the positions of everyone in the gazebo. Bride looking mortified. They start with the vows. Everything goes smooth. Except for turds drop from time to time. They release the doves, who are totally messed up from the fruit. The tops can't open properly due to branches. So they climb out 2 to 3 at a time. A few of them fly down towards the guests. White doves with red faces, splattered bodies. A few people freak out. One guy stomped one. The bride's father went apeshit when we were refused permission to trim the trees or have the gardening staff do it. I used to be a banquet server, so I've seen plenty of weddings go astray. The worst overall moment was while working an outdoor wedding in LA. Since it was summer in SoCal, nobody checked the weather and everybody just assumed it would be nice out. During the cocktail hour, while all the guests were happy and mingling, it started to rain. It wasn't a downpour, but it was heavy enough to start driving guests into the house the bride and groom had rented for the wedding. Unfortunately, the house wasn't meant for 100 plus people. The people who made it inside were crowded together like a mosh pit in a sweaty basement, while the ones who didn't make it in were stuck out in the rain with nothing to cover them. For the next 2 hours, us catering staff scrambled to get the tables close enough together that we could try and cover everything with a tarp set over the dining area. We had set fake flooring down which became incredibly slippery, causing multiple staff to fall over at some point. Everything was soaked, the table linens, the flowers, the chair cushions, the seat markers, and the catering staff. The DJ couldn't set his equipment up, so he just sat around on his phone. While trying to get things better rearranged, the groom decided he could help us by constantly coming over to complain about how long we were taking. When we finally managed to get everything set, we were over 2 hours behind schedule, and it was still raining. The dinner service was rushed because everyone was hungry, and there were no speeches because of the rain. Some people tried to dance, but the floor was wet and the music was coming from someone's phone, so they would have had better luck at a frat party. The wedding ended early and the bride and groom retired to their rented house looking like they wanted to forget the day even happened. I used to work at a wedding venue. We had an outdoor capacity of 1,000 for our marquee, with no extra guests allowed, or it would be a serious safety hazard. We would count the guests as they came in through the main mansion entrance with clickers. From there they would walk through the back to the marquee. One morning we had the marquee booked for exactly 1,000 people. We had counted about 950 when we realized that there were at least another 100 waiting out the front and more cars still coming in. We stopped at 1,000 and basically waited for the crowd to stop growing over the course of an hour. During this time, my manager spoke to the groom and asked what was going on, and he admitted his mum had invited 1,500 people. So between 6 staff members and 3 security, we had to keep 500 people from storming through and tell them all to leave. My manager finds the groom's mum and tells her this is unacceptable, violates safety measures, and that she needs to tell everyone out front to leave. She starts complaining that there are close family members out there, so my manager offers to let her swap for some people that were already inside. The groom's mum erupts at my manager, telling her there is no way she can disinvite people, that this whole situation is going to bring shame on their entire family. My manager apologizes, but says there is nothing else they can do, it's for health and safety. Groom's mum tells my manager that if she doesn't let everyone in, the mum will have to kill herself out of shame. Completely serious. Some guests tried to break in at the quiet side entrances, for which we didn't have enough staff to cover properly. We eventually managed to disperse most of the crowd. Not sure what happened with the mum as my shift ended before the wedding ended, but I think she may have been removed. That wedding was single-handedly responsible for the birth of a few new policies and my manager's work trauma. Not a wedding I went to, but it was supposed to be. My cousin, we'll call her Betty, got married a few years ago. Our extended family is generally pretty tight-knit, and normally all the relatives get invited to family members' weddings, but this cousin couldn't stand the idea of a big weddings, so she kept the wedding really small. Against her parents' wishes she got her small wedding, and ended up inviting only the relatives she was really close to, hence it was supposed to be. One of the guests was an aunt of ours, we'll call her Aunt Susan. When I was growing up Aunt Susan was really nice to cousin Betty. She really treated cousin Betty well, and in exchange cousin Betty absolutely adored her. The two were really close, and even when recounting this wedding story, cousin Betty still remembered younger Aunt Susan fondly. I don't know all the details of her life story, but at some point Aunt Susan married rich, quit her job, had kids, and when she realized she was trapped in a life she didn't want she turned to alcohol. By the time cousin Betty was getting married, Aunt Susan had been a severe alcoholic for years. At one point she stole her husband's sports car, crashed it in a DUI incident, and served time for her repeated offenses, and still turned back to the bottle when she got out. Cousin Betty was kind of nervous about inviting Aunt Susan, but she also really loved her. Aunt Susan's parents and sister were also really big parts of cousin Betty's childhood, and she invited all 4 members of their family to be there for the big day. Aunt Susan had promised to lay off the alcohol for the wedding, but the morning of the ceremony she did the exact opposite and got absolutely wasted. She made a huge scene in the lobby of the hotel that the wedding party was staying at, and the staff had to kick her out. Under the stress of wedding day, Cousin Betty decided it was best Aunt Susan didn't attend the ceremony. Aunt Susan didn't take that well. She started arguing with Cousin Betty and it escalated. Eventually it got to the point that everyone decided it was better for Aunt Susan to go home, not even to just stay in her room at the hotel, but fly home immediately. As the ceremony was supposed to start, Aunt Susan was driven to the airport by Aunt Susan's sister. On the way, Aunt Susan got really belligerent. At the airport she was drunk to the point that they refused to let her on the plane, and her sister had to call the wedding party for help. At this point the ceremony had been interrupted with news about what was going on. After a bit of discussion, Aunt Susan's sister ultimately took it upon herself to drive Aunt Susan all the way home, a multi-day road trip, to save the rest of the wedding. The rest of the ceremony went smoothly, but with the party down 2 guests, of a very small party to start with, and with the morning's events hanging over the rest of the ceremony, Cousin Betty never recalls her wedding with fondness. When we were newly dating, my husband took me as a date to his friend's wedding, and it was such an epic disaster. I didn't know much about the details, so I got dressed to the nines in giant spike heels, a really fancy dress, the works, was definitely trying to impress. Well, we roll up to the venue and it's like the visitor center of a conservation area. Okay. We find his other friends, and they are literally tailgating in the parking lot, taking shots from a Texas Mickey out of the back of our friend's truck. No driving. Don't worry. I realize at this point I'm seriously overdressed. The wedding is set to begin. Do we head into the visitors center? No. We are led down a dirt road into a gully in the middle of the forest. Apparently they had sent a memo to not wear heels. I did not get the memo. It was July or early August in Ontario, so it was approximately 35 degrees with the humidex, so I'm sweating miles off in this fancy dress, and my hair decides it's had enough, and goes rogue into a giant sweaty puffball. The ceremony begins, and I'm literally leaning up against a tree. The officiant is completely drowned out by the sound of not so distant dirt bikes. After the ceremony we all head back to the visitor center for dinner. There is one bathroom, complete with composting toilet, so we are all jockeying to get in, to pee and fix ourselves up. It's very quickly destroyed. We go up to the bar, to get some pre-dinner drinks. We were told it was a twoony bar, so none of us brought much money. I only brought $20. It was not a twoony bar and drinks were minimum $5. Boo. Dinner starts, and the MC directs us to the envelopes at each table. Says everyone needs to donate some money for the bride and groom, and the tables that give the most get to eat first. My sad table of misfits looks at each other, and we all realize we have no money. I've already spent a quarter of mine on one drink. We all give in some change, maybe a $5. One enterprising misfit throws in a handful of M&Ms. Our table is therefore last to eat. By this point I'm several drinks in, and haven't eaten anything. It's not looking too good for me. I get sloppy. Finally, after the worst ever dinner and the world's longest speeches, it's time to dance. I'm pretty drunk at this point, and make a pretty decent ass out of myself on the dancer floor in front of the very conservative family. At 10 o'clock the music cuts off, and the party's over. Time for bed. Oh, did I mention we were all staying over at the visitors center? They had a bunch of rooms with bunk beds. Yeah. Anyways, it's still pretty early for a bunch of early 20s misfits, so we and our friends all go to one of the rooms, where we are just chilling, talking, and passing around a bottle of tequila someone smuggled in. Nothing crazy, and we are trying to be quiet and respectful. Around 11 PM, the mother of the bride storms into the room we're in, yanks the bottle of tequila out of my friend's hand, and starts screaming at all of us that the wedding is over, and it's time to go to bed. We are a little like what the fuck, and it's still not super late, so we decide that maybe we should just go outside to keep hanging out, because surely outside we won't be bothering anyone. We don't even have any alcohol at this point, and I did not need more anyways. So we head outside, at which point the mother of the bride calls security on us. The groom comes out and tell us that the bride and her mother are pissed, and that it's time for bed. The security guard is sympathetic, but gently lectures us a bit, and then brings us all back in. So we all begrudgingly head back to our rooms for the night. We crawl into our bunk beds and fall asleep. The next morning at like 8 AM we are awoken to the groom angrily knocking and sticking his head into the room and telling us to get up because it's time for us to help clean up and then GTFO. There is a breakfast buffet, so Mysil grabs a muffin, at which point the bride yells at her that the food is only for the wedding party and that we'd better start cleaning up right now. We did a couple of chores, then were basically told to leave immediately or else they would have to pay extra for us being there or something. I dunno. At that point we could not leave fast enough. Us and our other friends met up at a truck stop to grab some breakfast for the 3-hour drive home, and we were all just like, what the fuck was that? The best part is now almost 12 years later the groom has never spoken to any of us again. We think it's because the bride and her mom were so appalled at our after hours drinking and fun having revelry at a wedding of all places. So basically, we ruined their wedding. That wedding will live in infamy amongst our friend group, and as the worst wedding any of us have ever been to. I was in attendance as a +1. My wife, then girlfriend, was in the wedding party. I didn't know anyone, met the bride maybe once, never met the groom, nor any families. I hit the bar pretty hard, as most 20-somethings do when told it's open. Right before the ceremony was to start, bar opened 2 hours before the ceremony, I heard a strangely familiar voice say my name. My big ex-girlfriend was one of the bride's cousins, and our relationship did not end well. She was 10 sorts of zonked, and none too happy to see me. Luckily, her dad was also there, so I was able to talk to him. We had a pretty solid unwritten understanding that his daughter was far too intense for her own good, and I was able to shrug that off until her boyfriend showed up. Yada yada yada. He tried to kick my ass immediately after the ceremony. The bride's brothers took exception to it, and he wound up in the dumpster so he could sober up. I did shots with the brothers. Everything was cool. Then the groom's cousins showed up and proceeded to start a Capulet/Montag style rumble at the reception. Because the brothers helped me, I backed them up. Shit got crazy enough that the bride's grandmother stepped in and started wailing on people with her had to be filled with bricks handbags. But wait, there's more. After that got sorted, one of the groomsmen tried to get handsy with my lady. I told him to back off, and he took exception. The brothers helped me out again, and groomsman wound up in the dumpster. Who was groomsman? Oh, the groom's brother. Groom then jumped me and wound up and said dumpster. I went inside with a torn suit and broken glasses, told my lady I'd see her at the hotel. Bride realized what was happening, started demonstratively bawling record scratch I left. Ex's dad drove me back to the hotel. I changed, he and I got sheet housed at that bar with one of the bride's brothers. I woke up in my room with my girl next to me. Found out cops showed up after I left, and grandma got arrested for resisting after I left. Good times. Still hang out with the couple almost 20 years later. Still talk with the ex's dad every time I'm in his area. Cool guy. Thankfully, his daughter learned how to chill out and has a couple kids with her second husband now. She showed up once when Joe and I were having beers on his deck and was awesomely uncomfortable with me being around. Well, first of all, I basically ruined it. I was invited by my friend who basically ghosted me for a very long time. She sent me an invite to her wedding, and I was very surprised to hear from her again. She profusely apologized and said she was going through horrible depression. I was in a very busy time of my life. I mean, no sleep, working 2 to 3 jobs a day. So I accepted the invite and left everything to last minute to prepare for the wedding. I honestly had no time to even do some proper shopping for the event. When I showed up, everything changed. The groom saw me, and I saw him. It was my sociopathic ex who was clinically diagnosed to be psychopathic and a pathological liar. He nearly killed me during our relationship, and it was one of those hidden relationships, because his culture was very complicated about men and dating. I was naive and stupid when we were together, but moved on since. I knew he conned her, because everyone there knew him by a different name. I saw none of his family, and only a couple of people were his friends from that very specific town. Probably newer ones. I felt horrible. Like I was about to ruin my friend's life. I pulled her mother aside and told her instead. I couldn't bear the responsibility of this. Her mother's face, the color, the life, The proudness, the happiness, the hope, it all vanished, and she looked pale and mortified. I couldn't tell her much, there wasn't time, and she also had no idea whether she could trust or believe me. What if I'm just a crazy girl? Will she ruin her daughter's big day because of me? What if I'm wrong? The wedding went on. No sign of anyone knowing anything. I have no idea what the mother did. I had a pit in my stomach when they said the vows. The groom all night looked at me like he wanted to kill me. This was a few weeks ago, by the way. I left and never returned. I have too much going on in my personal life to deal with this. I think I did my part. I won't be surprised if they're actually perhaps already separating, or at least mother has investigation going. My friends and I showed up to a park just to hang out and smoke weed because we were in our late teens and parents and stigma about weed still existed and wasn't yet legal. There's a church nearby where a wedding is taking place. Typical. Well, my buddies and get rip-roaring high and just start being high teenagers. I don't know how, but my one friend ended up going into the wedding. The rest of us spent about an hour searching for this dude, and we find out he went inside the chapel and was hanging out with the bride's sister. The bride's sister, who was twice our age and pretty good looking, came and hung out with us and smoked weed with us. She also went inside the wedding and grabbed us booze too. She kept referring to our friend who initially wandered off and met her his date. After a while, the whole family of the bride came out and was furious, for good and obvious reasons. She, her sister, and who I assume was their father start screaming at each other, partially about the sister hanging out and getting tore down with teenagers, but also some personal stuff we lack the context of. Someone calls the cops, we all dip, and then after a time of hiding and wandering around aimlessly, my buddy calls the sister, and she drives the car we took to the park, was a parent's car, back home. Last thing she said to us was how she couldn't believe she was where she was at in life, and started crying because she was driving teenagers half her age home after partying with them, and how her ex-boyfriend was marrying her sister. She walked off and declined to come inside with my buddy, who really want to fuck. To this day, all I can think about is how I hope that woman got home safely and got her shit together. My extended family lives scattered throughout Kansas and I hardly interact with them. Early on because of distance, and later in life because of choice. One of my cousins was getting married, and my dad said we all had to go, so we got in the car and drove several hours for my cousin to marry a man named, as far as I know, Spanky. That is even how the priest said his name. Prior to the wedding, Spanky must have been pre-gaming as he was so drunk that his groomsmen had to prop him up during the ceremony. They get married despite this, and then the reception came after, and the real party began. We are in small town Kansas and they're having an open bar. Word gets around town that this is happening and people start showing up that have nothing to do with the wedding to get free drinks. Which they get, because there's no organization and the event is just in disarray anyway. My brothers and I are younger at this time, so we are just people watching. How much my extended families have faked up their lives from drinking and seeing it firsthand probably has a lot to do with my brothers and I hardly drink. My cousin is at the reception opening up the gifts and being annoying about it. Spanky is belligerent. Around this time they become aware that people are showing up and drinking for free. Spanky decides that he is the man here and he needs to kick these people out himself. He walks over with several of his friends and the offending group is situated around the bar. Jeans, flannel shirts, cowboy boots and matching hats. Typical rural Kansas attire. The kerfuffle gets loud fast as both sides are peacocking trying to get the other to swing first. At this time my cousin decides that this is ruining her day and she runs over to stop it. Spanky is winding up by this time and she gets in the middle as he releases the first and only punch straight into his newlywed wife's face. She goes down hard. The scene erupts into madness with family all over running over to stop this and check on her. During this the police show up and the reception is broken up and everyone leaves. The marriage lasted 3 months. Not ruined in the eyes of the couple, but my best wedding story. Large Catholic wedding planned. Oops, bride, my cousin, got pregnant before the wedding and would be showing, so that was the end of the Catholic wedding. Unfortunately, they were getting married during the busy season and they could not find a suitable church. They ended up at a small church in the middle of nowhere. Had to dramatically cut the guest list for the wedding. My family shows up to wedding to find the bride's mother, my aunt, in a custom designed mother of the bride dress. It started just above her breasts, strapless, and ended just below her ass, and it was fire engine red. She was also drunk. The bride's dress had been purchased with the big church in mind. It had a wide, long train that did not fit in small church. The maid of honor did her best to display it. The wedding photographer had to walk across the train several times to get the ceremony photos. The bride was so nervous, she laughed through the entire ceremony. The church itself looked like Christmas threw up. It had old bright green linoleum floors and bright red vinyl pew cushions. The reception was held at a hunting lodge with only a few small windows. The general decor was dark, stained walls covered with taxidermied animals on little shelves. There were chipmunks and rats, voles, and foxes, up to deer and moose heads. I'm not sure they thought through the optics of buffet tables under all the dead animals. Everyone proceeds to get rip-roaring drunk. In the bathroom, the bride's brother's wife entertained the women with drunken stories of their abusive marriage. Both were at fault. My mom's father attended. He had abandoned her when she was a teen and they hadn't been in contact since. He walked up to her and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Then proceeded to have a short awkward conversation with her without acknowledging my dad or me who were sitting with her. We had never met him. Reception ended with the majority of the guests in a drunken stupor. Bride and groom were happy. They've been married for 20 years and have 3 kids. Our office always has quarterly events held somewhere, a party of sorts. Basically an excuse to get drunk and hook up with coworkers. This particular event took place in the late springtime at a fancy golf course / resort type place. We had reserved the main banquet area, but there was a significantly smaller side room off to the side of the large pool area that separated the 2 areas that was also available to rent. While we were doing our event in the main hall, a group of approximately 75 trashy trailer park types were having a wedding reception next door. Lots of swearing, alcohol, kids running around, unexpected in a relatively high-end resort, etc. It went from rowdy to wild as the day progressed, and the members got progressively more drunk. They decided to go out and take one more group photo before the sun went down, and that's when everything went to hell. They were outside taking their last pictures for about 20 minutes when all of a sudden I hear screaming start. Apparently someone had stolen all, or at least most, of the gifts from the table inside their area. The bride is running around crying and screaming, asking where her husband went. Turns out he had passed out on the concrete by the pool. Hotel security reviewed the footage, and it turns out, pretty obviously, that it was a few of their own wedding party that had stolen the gifts and put them in their car in the parking lot. This discovery leads to an all-out brawl between what I'm assuming is both sides of the family. Difficult to tell, they all look related. Fists are flying, a few gunshots go off, and police arrive and send everyone home including our group. Quite a few people were being marched out in cuffs. On my way out I stopped in the restroom and ran into our CFO coming out with coke residue under his nose and a confused look on his face. Good times. Not wedding, but a joint bachelor/yette party in Vegas. Bride decides she wants to do a Vegas bachelorette and groom doesn't want her in Vegas alone, so he invites his groomsmen plus some of his uncles, her uncles, and her brothers. I was the maid of honor. The bridesmaids and I still plan activities to do without them. Girls only party in the hotel room, going out to a show, etc. I ask the groom weeks in advance if it's okay if I get a stripper for the hotel room. He says that the guys are going to a strip club in Vegas, so it's only fair. First night there we have our girls' hotel room party with stripper. Groom's cousin's girlfriend, who was there, filmed the whole stripper routine and sends it to groom, seemingly just to start sheet. Groom flips out because it looks too sexual. It was pretty normal stuff. We were all clothed, you know, normal stripper dance. He barges in and drags bride out. Cousin's girlfriend starts talking about how we are all sluts and how she would never have a stripper at her bachelorette. Groom tells bride she has to accompany him and the guys to the strip club that night instead of being with us because he doesn't trust her with us. All the girls go out and have a good time. She tags along with the guys. Next night we are all supposed to go see Ludacris at some club. We pay the cover, have some drinks, dancing around and having fun before Luda comes on. Again. Then cousin's girlfriend films us, this time me dancing with someone, and sends it to groom. Groom shows up and drags bride to strip club with him again. She misses Luda. Later we all met up for late night food and groom proceeds to tell us that we are all sluts and he doesn't want his wife hanging out with us anymore, ever. She takes up for us and yells at him. He calls the wedding off and demands for her to give back the ring. The flight home was super awkward. And since her uncles and brothers saw the whole thing, they come back and tell her entire family what happened. They ended up patching it up and getting married, and he apologized to us, but it was very awkward for a good while. Okay, so my wedding, which we both never wanted to have in the first place. My so just wanted to go to the courthouse and have a big honeymoon, then save the remainder of the money for our new life together. Her father however insisted on walking her down the aisle. The day of the wedding I got a call from my mom saying that the venue was booked for the wrong day and that there was an elderly trash pickup going on. While we were freaking out, she called back and said a city council woman was there and the venue was in her district. She moved some stuff around so we could pull the wedding, but we had to share the outside with a photo shoot later that evening. We got to the venue and my dad told us that the BBQ was messed up, so he had to order food. Then I saw who was helping my parents set up. The one family friend I explicitly said to no invite because she is crazy. I went outside to clear my head. My grandpa walked up to me and said he had a run-in with the elderly group as they were leaving. They were pissed they had to leave and told him to fuck off and thanks for faking up my morning. I then got a call from a close friend who was coming saying that his roommate, who was not invited, ditched him and was coming to our wedding without him. He was only an hour plane ride away, so I got him a ticket. I then had to call the friends she was staying with to make sure she didn't show up, or she would be asked to leave. The reason I didn't want her to come is because me and my so had a falling out with her a couple of months ago, because she is batshit crazy. The first guest to arrive was my very conservative grandmother who was toting around a large garbage bag. My father came up to me later and informed me that all 6 of her firearms were in the bag because she saw a sign saying, "Take your valuables with you" in the parking lot. During the ceremony the minister slipped in religious jargon after we explicitly told him not to. We are not religious even in the slightest. We plan to renew our vows at a later date to at least rectify this part. After the ceremony, that family friend I didn't want to invite approached us and asked us if we were swingers. This 40-year-old blob of a hillbilly human had the goal to pick us up on our wedding day. Right after she said that, her husband approached us and said, "Hey, thanks for the dinner and the show. There's a girl with her bussy out in the garden." That's right folks. The photo shoot was a completely nude shoot. At the end of it all I really can't believe all this shit happened in a couple of hours. TLDR, wedding date was wrong. Old people cussed out my grandpa. My grandma brought her guns. Jesus came to the party. My mom's friends were DTF. And there was a nude photo shoot. Your wedding is never about you. It's about the people who attend. Also, don't have a wedding. I've got one with a happy ending. One of my best friends was getting married. There were 3 other girls in our friends group who had been close since childhood, one of whom was the matron of honor, my other best friend, and me. The morning of the wedding, Mom and I were getting our makeup done. She had parked in a spot near the salon that was apparently closed for construction or something, but was poorly marked, and she didn't realize she was in an illegal spot. A police officer came into all the stores on the street looking for whoever parked there. He gets to the salon and she says it is her. Instead of giving her a ticket, he actually arrests her and takes her jail. He did this in front of like 10 other women getting their hair and makeup done, but most of them weren't affiliated with the wedding. Bride was scheduled to come in the next round of bookings, so I was the only other member of the wedding party to witness it. I'm a lawyer, my husband is a lawyer, our other best friend in the wedding is a lawyer, and Mo's husband is a lawyer. As soon as Mo is taken out in handcuffs, with only half her makeup done no less, I threaten the salon ladies with legal action if they tell the bride and call my husband, other best friend, and Mo's husband. We collectively come up with a quick plan pool our cash, and pay a fine to get Mo out of jail. Mo's mom finished her hair and makeup, and she made it to the wedding with 30 minutes to spare. We never had to tell the bride or the mother of the bride. The other ladies at the salon actually stayed quiet too. It's been almost 5 years and the bride still has no idea. I have a second one which is more funny than disaster. Lovely couple in their late 30s. About 250 at the wedding. Best man gets up to toast the groom. Instead spends the time with a very conciliatory speech. It turns out he had always been cold with the bride and not friendly with her. He confessed that she was amazing and it was his own insecurities that caused him to act that way. That she was truly amazing and the best partner he could imagine for his best friend. He was so worried about losing his best friend to her that he didn't realize that he had the opportunity to gain another friend. They both openly wept. The speeches and head table were on an 18-inch riser. He left the podium as she stood with outstretched arms waiting to hug him. They were both a little drunk. As he reached her in a slight trot he slipped and smoked her directly in the bridge of the nose with the end of his elbow. Full MMA strike on the way down as they fell off the stage. Everyone sat in stunned silence as no one could see them behind the table and the stage. She screamed like she had been shot. She bolted up and sprinted to the dish clearing room which was the closest door to her. Her husband came to me and said you should go check on her. My reply was you married her, you should check on her. So we both went in there. She was there with the maid of honor and the dish sorter, who was about a 15-year-old boy who stood in the corner terrified. She sat on a milk crate holding an empty beer case between her legs as blood literally poured from her nostrils and the cut on the bridge of her nose. Her dress had the largest stain of blood I'd ever seen. She spent about 30 minutes in there getting cleaned up. Came out and finished the evening off drinking and dancing with tissue shoved up her nostrils for most of it. Later that night she set off the fire alarm smoking by the back door of the kitchen as she didn't want to smoke out front as her parents didn't know she smoked. Fire department came. Had to clear the building. The whole 9 yards. I stayed in touch with her after. She divorced the first husband and remarried an awesome guy. I think about her and that night a lot. She's one of the most amazing women I've ever met. The blood on the dress literally wiped right off. The husband said I guess that's why you pay $7,000 for a dress. It was a pretty eventful night. So this couple that comes to my bar are getting married and talk about it in the bar wondering how they should go about it etc. My coworker, a nice enough guy at face value, just overly optimistic and pretty dumb, takes the opportunity to do this wedding. Just a couple of months earlier he decides he's going to set up a side-biz, wedding planning, something he knows nothing about. Anyway the wedding isn't happening for another year, so he's got plenty of time to sort this out. Goes to the couple's house in a zebra print suit with flares, fake afro, mirrored aviators and leopard print briefcase. His new business was disco themed apparently, and talks with them about what they want and how they want it etc. Takes half up front all that stuff. After about 6 months they lose contact with him. My boss has just fired him. That's a whole other kettle of fish, so he isn't at the bar anymore. They try getting hold of him up until a month to the wedding, where they decide to cut their losses and start from scratch, though for some reason everything takes longer than planned as the new organizer. While they actually tried cold and get everything sorted, they had the venue and music with nothing else. A week before the wedding they came to the bar and my boss was in. They told him what had happened, and he said to give him a couple of days and he'd see what he could do. My boss used to work in food wholesale, so he has connections. He managed to get a few people to do food and table service. It wasn't a particularly large wedding, I think about 40 people in total. It was in a field. The food was cooked then and there with about 4 different people cooking. We provided the drinks for free because my boss felt that he was to blame somehow. And the initial nightmare turned out pretty nice. Wasn't there, but my dad had to do some structural inspections for a literal $1 million wedding, and this was in the late 90s, so probably closer to a $1.50 mill wedding today, in an affluent Connecticut suburb, as in the tents and outdoor structures that were put up for the event were so large that they needed to be signed off by a government official for safety. Anyway, it was this huge wedding at a multi-million-dollar beachfront house in Connecticut. The whole affair was set up outdoors, and the PSD resistance would be a fireworks barge coming near the reception's end to do a private fireworks show for the guests. Anyway, my dad goes and does all these inspections on a Friday gorgeous, picture perfect sunny early summer day. There was word of some storms coming in, but it looked like they were due on Sunday. Saturday, the day of the wedding, wasn't looking as nice, just a mix of clouds and sun, but still nice and good for an outdoor wedding. Well, being New England, the weather patterns change, and the storm came early and hit hard. Basically all day on Saturday was heavy rain and high winds. The yard was a series of mud pools, and, while the tents had side panels to keep the water out, they were still kind of damp and miserable inside. Well, the wedding still had to go on, and it did, but the fireworks barge had to be cancelled due to the conditions. Obviously this isn't as tragic as some of the other stores here, but I can't imagine spending $1 million on a wedding that was, for all intents and purposes, rained out. My husband and I can look back at all this and sort of laugh now, but a lot of people would consider even a fraction of what happened on our wedding day ruining material. Buckle up. Leading up to the big day, my psycho mother uninvited herself to the wedding after throwing a giant temper tantrum on Mother's Day. There was already a history of strain between us, but wedding stress ended up being the final nails in the coffin, and I haven't talked to her in years since this all happened. She was primarily upset because we bought my mother-in-law a $100 dress and some shoes, since she literally had nothing even semi-formal to wear. Social Security, living in pretty extreme poverty my husband's entire life, and we thought it'd be nice to coordinate her dress colors to my husband's suit for the mother-son dance / pictures. While my mother picked out her own dress, which was the most formal thing anyone would have worn aside from me, the bride was way too close to being white for comfort and was $500 plus. Definitely not anything we could afford, even if she weren't significantly more well off than us at the time. Then my mother wanted to control who was in what pictures, and didn't like that I wanted one with all the mothers. Specifically, she was offended it'd be including my stepmom. I tried to compromise and told her she could have her own pictures without stepmom too, but that wasn't good enough. I'll add that my stepmom was the only one helping me with any planning, helped pay for way more than my dad even initially agreed to, and handmade all our decorations. Mommy dearest offered help with exactly zero of these things, or anything else for that matter. After all this, she was also pissed she wasn't included in the catering planning / taste testing, but my dad is the picky eater, and with how she'd been behaving, no way did I want those two in the same space more than absolutely necessary. Plus dad paid for catering. When she finally had her meltdown, these were just the big ones, but there was a lot of little petty things and other personal attacks thrown in too. The last phone call we ever had ended in me yelling happy faking Mother's Day and hanging up on her. Never looked back. Unfortunately, because she's so petty, she made sure several family members on her side no-showed, even after us fing. So we had more food and seating than necessary, but oh well. Moving on to my father-in-law, who is basically the male version of my mother, just not fed with a silver spoon and chocked full of toxic masculinity for good measure. Literally everyone in his life thinks he's an asshole, and over the years I've come to learn all too well why that is. A few months before the wedding, he started a slander campaign against me because he knows I'm not his #1 fan and I don't put up with his literal abuse of my husband and his wife / ex-wife / girlfriend. I don't know what to call their weird relationship, but my in-laws divorced when my husband was very young, got back together and never remarried. He'd frequently get belligerently drunk, pick fights with all of us, and expect everyone to kisses, as while he proceeded to fall on it, rinse, lather, repeat, until I finally had enough and decided to stay multiple arms lengths away from that mess. I won't get into more details because we'd be here forever, but basically we were not on speaking terms, and the only reason father-in-law wasn't completely out of the picture was for the sake of mother-in-law. Fast forward to our wedding day, and my husband invited father-in-law to run a quick errand with him, during which he simply asked father-in-law to give me space for the day. It didn't go over well, and father-in-law completely went off, saying he didn't even want to come to the wedding in the first place, among many other colorful things he had to say about me. when my husband didn't budge and basically told him that his reaction was exactly why I didn't want to deal with him. His dad literally started opening the car door and got out while my husband was driving out of the parking lot of the venue. It was a scene. Mother-in-law and uncle were also in the parking lot witnessing all this and were in shock as father-in-law stormed to his truck demanding they follow because they were all leaving. My husband told him he wasn't going to stop him from leaving, but that his mother and uncle were staying. After father-in-law spewed a bunch of bullshit to them about how I said he had to sit in the back for the wedding, couldn't touch anything, and couldn't talk to anyone. Nobody said any of that. They also came to the conclusion he was full of shit, and he drove off without them. This stranded them 2 to 3 hours from home in the middle of nowhere. After that fiasco, mother-in-law decided to take an undetermined amount of Xanax, wash it down with whatever she could get from the bar, and finish off with a couple of joints. About an hour before the ceremony she walked up to my husband apologizing for missing it, so yeah, she was probably as far gone as father-in-law at that point. Right after the ceremony, mother-in-law decided to change out of the dress we got her and into some worn-out leggings and a tank top, bright red bra hanging out like a sore thumb, clunky brown falling apart sandals. It was bad. My husband had to remind her they had a dance to do and told her to please change back into her dress because people would be taking pictures. She pouted but went and changed back. When she came back out, the back of her dress was unzipped and wide open all the way to her waistline, fire engine red bra out for everyone to see. My husband was mortified as my sister came up discreetly as possible and zipped it up for her in the middle of the dance floor. My poor husband looks miserable in every photo with his mother, especially since during these photos she tried to pick a booger out of my stepmom's nose without warning twice. So yeah, those are most of the highlights. TLDR, I guess my wedding was kind of a clusterfuck lol. OG's edited to at, I got so carried away with all the parental drama I forgot to mention one of the guests also went into anaphylactic shock in the middle of our first dance, and their EpiPen didn't work, so they ended up spending the rest of the night in the ER. They had a severe nut allergy, and despite me telling the caterers multiple times in advance not to use any, and double checking while everyone was lining up for the buffet that they hadn't, the nuts they insisted weren't used were definitely in something. The family member hasn't seemed to like me very much ever since. This one was fun. The venue was in an incredibly expensive private club a block off Wall Street, about 2001. Huge sweeping stone staircases, 20-foot high doors, etc. Think Trading Places. The bride was Jewish, the groom had converted from Catholicism, and clearly there was a very low proportion of his side of the family present, one table compared to 19 other tables. I was shooting candid shots on a Contax f1.0 while the main shot the formals, but after a while we blended together. The groom's family grew more constremptuous as the hours wore on, initially demanding we don't take their pictures, to actively getting in our way trying to take the formals. The mother of the groom had made a point to wear white, and was drinking more and more as the night progressed. For those not familiar with Jewish ceremonies, the rabbi will bless a loaf of bread and ceremonially cut it open. I think this is called maksi. At this point of the ceremony I was following her around for those special shots. I noticed her leave the function room, and watched her walk over to the stairs, past me rush the mother of the groom, and out of sight to me. The next things that happened were, in order, sudden shouting, a thumping sound, glass breaking and most tables swarming out to the lobby. The mother of the groom had thrown the bride down a long flight of stone steps, after slamming her into a glass phone booth. The Catholic family had proceeded to melee with anything to hand with the Jewish family. The moment I called 911, the second one of those lovely boys covered in someone's blood returned to the main room, grabbed the bread knife used for the blessing, and yelled, "I'm going to cut your faking throats." In the aftermath we found the bride's family were total assholes as they refused to pay us for the event until we gave them 2 more hours, and clocks had gone back, meaning 3 threatened me personally with lawsuit for calling NYPD. I told them good luck finding me after tonight. Threatened us professionally with lawsuit for taking pictures of the fight, guilty as charged. I used to date a Mormon guy and his sister was getting married in the temple. My then boyfriend and I drove 4 hours to go to the wedding so I could do her makeup beforehand. Since I wasn't Mormon or temple worthy, I had to wait outside the temple for whatever ceremony in the temple to be over, and then we were supposed to go to the reception afterwards. After about 30 minutes my ex-boyfriend comes running out saying his sister had backed out of the ceremony at the last minute. I guess the bride had changed her mind at the last minute and decided she didn't want to marry this man she'd only known for a couple months. About 5 minutes after my ex-boyfriend came out, both families came out as well. The bride's family and I booked it to the cheesecake factory across the street, where I had to watch the crying bride eat her bowl of pasta, while everyone else sat in silence processing what just happened. The worst part is after the incident the bride's younger sister, probably about 5 years old, tried to run up to the groom and hug him, and he pushed her off him and ran away. Both families and I then had to go to the reception location and take down all the decorations. The whole time the groom's mom was harassing the bride's mom saying the bride needed to call her son and give him closure and tell him she never loved him. Most awkward couple days of my life. I will say her makeup still looked great, even after running away from her almost wedding ceremony and sobbing at Cheesecake Factory. The closest thing I can think of to that, as a guest, was when my friend married her second husband, and the food was bad and there wasn't enough of it. It was catered by a grocery store that has an excellent reputation, but by the time the line formed, it was just above room temperature, and not everyone got to eat. I left shortly afterwards and went to a movie, and I for one was not surprised when they split up a few years later. As for the ones I worked at as a hotel banquet server, I saw a few bridesmaids get into fistfights, and the one where an adolescent girl was running around the room drinking out of glasses left on tables became unforgettable when it came out both ends at the same time. I was working with my roommate, and we both agreed we would quit rather than clean it up. Our teenage dishwasher saved the day. They said they had previously worked at McDonald's and dealt with that all the time, and they put on gloves and got a bucket and cleaned it up without batting an eye. My BFF said they probably tossed that girl into a pickup truck and ran her through a car wash. Lol. There was also the wedding where the buffet for 250 was pared down to a buffet for 30, and I was one of 2 people who wasn't called and told they had the night off. We found out that the groom was in the hospital with a burst appendix, and they did get married anyway, in his hospital room, and the buffet was for the wedding party and immediate family only. Someone who worked there knew the couple, and said that he was very sick, and had he waited a couple more hours, he would probably have died from sepsis. I wouldn't consider that a ruined wedding, but it sure changed things. 13 years ago I was at a wedding where the sister of the bride kicked out a family during the reception that had been invited by the groom's family. Apparently the sister had sent the daughters in that family messages on MySpace saying they better not show up or else. I think there was some high school drama involved. Well, the family then got up all together and left in the middle of the reception, and the rest of the guests were just staring in disbelief of what was happening. The brother of the bride then went up to the stage and announced that due to some unfortunate circumstances the reception would be ending at that moment, and thanked everyone for coming. Then the sister of the bride ran up there and took the mic and started yelling that he couldn't cancel her sister's wedding. The groom's family had apparently paid every penny for the wedding and felt offended that their guests were kicked out. Everyone then got up and started to leave, and the bride's family went up to the married couple and they all appeared to start arguing. After a few minutes the bride's family stormed out of the building with the bride, and the groom was left behind in the building. The groom's family was at that point apologizing to everyone as they were leaving. I was invited by the groom's family to the wedding and they asked me to stop by their house in a few hours. I stopped by and found the groom just drinking away a bottle of whiskey in the living room, still in his tux. I spoke with the family and they told me this whole story of what happened, and apparently the bride's family and told the groom he wouldn't be getting back his bride until he went alone to their home to apologize. To summarize the ending, he did end up going and apologizing. His family was not happy about it. Fast forward to now, the married couple has 4 kids with a fully paid off home and are doing okay. They however do not speak to the groom's family, and I believe his family has never even met the children. So the groom pretty much chose to give up ties to his family to keep his wife and her family happy. By the way, this happened in Florida. In 2019, I was invited to a work friend's wedding. The bride and groom were WWE fans, so for their entrances, groomsmen, maid of honors, family members, they used WWE theme music. It was nice and really cute and all was going well until a +1 got really drunk and caused a scene at the tail end of the ceremony, just seconds after the vows. He had to be physically removed by security. The fun continued into reception when family members and their dates got into a brawl. The reason is still under investigation. Building management called in the cops who shut down the reception due to the commotion. Everybody blamed a particular family member for opening the bar early and allowing it to flow freely before the ceremony started. Thank goodness there weren't any children during the whole thing. I felt really bad for the bride and groom because they were the quiet types. Both were sociable but introverts. Although they had well-paying jobs, they packed on serious overtime to make the wedding happen. They were pressured by family members for a big wedding. What the bride and groom really wanted was a small civil wedding with just the parents and close friends. Family members made a big deal about the wedding being exclusive, and yet they did not give any financial contributions when the bride and groom asked. Point on the bride's side. Law enforcement pressed charges against the people involved in the reception brawl and the person who opened the bar early. While completely ignoring the bride and groom, the building management, with no additional fees, allowed the bride and groom to redo the reception at another date, which they did, and they did it the way they wanted, just parents and close friends. The wedding wasn't completely ruined, but marred. Just wanted to share something different as it was because of me. My then girlfriend, now wife, was invited to a coworker's wedding. Backstory: she had an ex-coworker who was harassing her, asking for sex to the point of blackmailing her and bullying her, and threatened her for almost 2 years. It only stopped when she got with me, after I kept calling him and texting him to stop. One more message and I'll look for him at his workplace and hammer him. He did message her once, and I wanted to keep true to my word, so I looked for him for months with no lead. Finally at the wedding I saw him, and I told him to step outside the hall to talk to me. Things got heated up, and I pushed him, but he refused to fight with me. He was with his fiancée, who was bewildered, wondering why I was picking a fight. He walked away with a smirk. By this time people, including my girlfriend, was holding me back from hitting him, and in my fit of anger, I pushed everyone away and threw a bottle at him as he was walking away, which bounced into the reception hall. And by then, everyone was looking at the commotion and scene I caused. I managed to catch up with him, but he was already in the wedding hall. I merely shouted at him and telling his fiancée to take a close look at that sleazer bag. He was just ignoring me. Of course music stopped and everyone got quite scared as I looked like a man possessed. I walked away and some of the relatives of the bride/groom talked to me and told me not to do that to someone's reception, and sympathized with me when they heard my side of the story and advised me to calm down. I apologized and we left. Summer Beach should have fought back. Never heard from him again. Not ruined but definitely awkward. My aunt got married at 39 to some dude. They live in super rural USA and we are having a backyard wedding. For context, they invited 150 plus people and planned as such. Around 50 came, and most of that was my family and my aunt's friends. Hardly anyone showed up for the groom, and it was uncomfortable looking over at the groom's side and seeing a bunch of empty chairs. I also saw a couple of the groom's guests sneaking something out of a flask when the wedding was a dry event for religious reasons. The coordinator, a church friend of my aunt's, also bungled the entire thing. People weren't where they needed to be, dancing never happened, no one even knew there was a photo booth. That took us days to make and set up, and dinner was super delayed because no one got the bride and groom from pictures post ceremony. They also didn't hire people to run things, so it was all my family, which meant 15 of us were working the event instead of enjoying it, which was fine by me, but definitely impacted the mood. That is, no one is having fun because all the fun people who know everyone attending are working. It was a bummer because it was my aunt's first marriage and she was so excited about her wedding, and the groom had not been allowed to have any input in his first wedding, so he was excited to have a party that he wanted. Just a shame overall. This happened recently. One of my aunts got married on Saturday. It was at the reception. Apparently, there was a young guy, related to the bride, but on her mom's side, was drinking, and got drunk. He ended up going to the girls' bathroom, and tried to touch my younger cousins, both young girls and boys. Mind you, the oldest cousin he tried to touch, is going to 5th grade, the youngest is around 4, this guy's 19. Luckily, an uncle saw this happening, and started yelling at him. More uncles got involved. I have a huge family, and they were yelling at him. One of my cousins, who was a victim, mom and the bride started crying. His parents were trying to defend him, and were saying that he was a good kid, but he literally was sent to our home country to get disciplined, and he got arrested there. His parents also wanted to avoid the police, so they held him in a chokehold, and forced him in the car to leave. Thank God that guy is arrested now. Also, some details may not be correct, but the general story happened. We're all in shock and really sad. Edit. So apparently this whole story was basically wrong, lol, sorry about that. I might keep updating you guys. My fellow older cousins and I are kinda playing detective, so this is a summary of what we think happened, but this is in the point of view of my uncle, whose son was a victim. It's also important to know that all the cousins that are actively trying to put together what happened all weren't there when the fight, and when he did these things. We left early. Most of us had a flight the next day, including me. Here's some background that we collected on the guy. Hes from a different state, was sent to our home country to get disciplined, then came back. Sometime later when he was 18, he got into a crash for being drunk and on drugs. So, this 19-year-old guy was dancing with a young cousin of mine, but he was kinda thrusting out his stuff, and that cousin happens to be like 5, so he's really short and all the guy's junk was going on my cousin's head. My cousin's dad / my uncle saw that, then told him, "Hey, I don't really like you doing that, can you stop dancing with my son?" And this guy was like okay whatever, and keeps drinking. Then the guy gets super drunk. He was already drunk when he was dancing with my cousin too. Then my uncle walked to the bathroom and saw another cousin of mine, a girl, and she was crying. Her mom / my aunt was with her too. My uncle asked what's wrong. She's not his kid by the way, their kids are cousins, and my aunt said someone was bothering her. He was like, how that's weird. At the time, he didn't think it was the same guy. Also, in between the reception, he walked into the ladies' bathroom and there were ladies that kicked him out. During that time, we suspect that he did something to another cousin, an older boy, because he was waiting for his mom in the bathroom. He even once just laid flat on the floor because he was so drunk. Finally, there was a big commotion and my uncle went outside to see what was happening. He saw my aunt yelling at that guy. That's when it all clicked for him. The guy grinding on his kid was the same guy bothering my other cousin. At that point, he saw red, put him into a chokehold, and was about to punch him, but people were holding him back. The hotel staff called the police and he tried to fight the officer, which led to his arrest. So far, he isn't being held against anything else. During the fight, the two families were arguing with each other, and the guy was also fighting with his family. The other family also said that my uncle was just trying to show off his muscles, which is definitely not the case. In short, we know for sure that some underage guy got super drunk, attempted to touch two of our cousins, got in a chokehold by my uncle, who admitted that his family was defending him, and he got arrested. And this guy also doesn't have a clean record. That's our first update, Reddit. Thanks for reading. If you got this far, I just wanted to put a little note, especially to all the younger people on Reddit, that if anyone does something like this to you, you must tell a trusted adult. This kind of act is criminal, and no one should ever be able to do that to you. I know some people might be scared, or confused, or disgusted with yourself, or something. I can't exactly relate to it, but I think that's kind of the gist of it. But telling someone really does help, because they can help stop the person from doing to others, and it can spread awareness. Please respect yourselves more, and remember that there's always people who care. Stay safe, everyone. I was playing in the band at a wedding reception, held at a winery. There was only wine available to drink, and the guests were not really wine drinkers. They drank through big glasses of wine, as if it was beer, then went out into the car park during our set breaks, to drink bourbon straight from bottles that they'd left stashed in their cars. Some people tried to start a fight with our singer when he went outside for a smoke. Some of the older male guests had been sexually harassing the female waitstaff all night, and the bar stopped serving drinks to the most obviously drunk guests, and even the bride and groom, if I remember correctly. Everyone seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as the night went on. Near the end of the evening, the bride's uncle stumbled and fell down a flight of stairs. A couple of guys standing near him exchanged words. I couldn't really hear what was said, but one threw a punch at the other, and within seconds the entire room erupted into a seething brawl. Everyone seemed to be laying into everyone else. A big PA system we had set up on the side of our tiny stage was knocked over and fell to the floor. I cowered with the rest of the band trying to avoid getting hit, while our singer phoned the police. The mother of the bride tried to calm everyone down by standing on a chair and shouting at them all to stop and to go home. She was soundly ignored. The night ended with the uncle being taken away in an ambulance and 3 police cars turning up to disperse the crowd. I was the best man in a wedding a few years ago. It was the 3rd time I had been the best man at that point. The groom had proposed with a puppy because she wanted a puppy. 2 days before the wedding, the puppy randomly died without explanation. I thought, wow, that's some bad luck. The wedding day was probably 90 degrees F and it was an outdoor wedding. It was miserable. The bride was not overweight, but she was still in a very tight wedding dress and I guess it was really hot in there. During the ceremony, I was kind of not paying much attention until someone in the audience screamed, "Catch her." I snapped back in it just in time to catch the bride who had just passed out. I think everyone else is in shock and more or less just watching. I sit her down and grab some water from the random woman in the front row. Time literally stood still because no one even moved until I said, "Anyone want to help?" or something in a panicked tone. She comes back and they finish the wedding. After the wedding, she still wanted to do a bunch of outdoor pictures. She got lightheaded 3 more times that afternoon during pictures. After the 2nd time, I ran and got a chair for her to pass out in. One of the grandfathers needed an ambulance during the reception because of the heat. The ambulance got stuck in the field and me and another guy had to use our stuffs to try and pull it out so they could get to the hospital. What a mess. But, on the lighter side, they're still happily married and have a kid on the way. In my own wedding, the DJ did the generation dance thing. It came down to 2 sets of grandparents, both of which the grandmother suffer from dementia unfortunately, and it was late, and they were having some sundowners. Both sets were so keen on beating the other that they had danced way past the years married, and the grandmothers ended up yelling at each other, and my brother had to separate them. I played in a cover band that played a lot of weddings. We were setting up at a venue. It was already a stressful day for us, as this particular venue was very difficult to deal with. But we were making it work. Schedule is to sound check early afternoon, disappear during the ceremony and dinner, come back and rock out in the evening. Just after sound check, an hour-ish before the ceremony, we are approached by one of the bridesmaids. She does that half crouch thing that makes you lean in, like it's time for secrets. Boy faking howdy was it ever. She proceeded to inform us that the groom had just, in the last hour or 2, come to the bride and confessed he had been cheating on her for months. Like, having an affair. Not a one and done thing. He had a girlfriend outside of the engagement. I repeat, this motherfucker waited until T-1 goddamn second after hair and makeup while in his faking tux to have a moral revelation and tell his wife to be he had been hitting shit on the side for months. However, he has promised to stop and it's all over. The bride forgave him and decided to proceed. We weren't there to judge anyone, and if the part is still on, we are committed to performing. Once our, shall we say, informant took their leave of us, we had to have a laugh/collective what the fuck moment. We could not for the life of us figure out why the fuck she told us. The entertainment. Why should we know? We are just here to count 1, 2, 3, 4 at 9 PM then say thank you good night at 11. Again, no judgment. I'm sure the whole wedding party and family, as the family was informed, was in full on panic mode. I'm sure the person telling us was doing it with the best of intentions. Cut to the reception. It's awkward. Holy shit. We basically had a dance floor divided into groups. It was like that Christmas in the trenches you read about in history books. We had two sides that were not about to give in, but hey, let's socialize a little. But there was just this vibe. It was dark. People who weren't in the know, or maybe didn't care, sure danced their butts off. Every now and then the respective wedding parties would have a little fun, but would always retreat, cautiously, to find solace. The open bar or ladies' room. The night, for us, ended without much of a fanfare. Honestly, the best part was the notoriously difficult venue didn't give us too much of a hard time. To the bride, wherever you are, you seemed like a very lovely person. You put on the bravest face, and danced your ass off, and had a party with your pals. You crushed the after party, whatever that's worth. Whether or not you made the right choice, I hope you're living your best life by now.